Àlàáfíà la wà o, ẹ ṣé o, ṣàlàáfíà lẹ́yìn náà wà o, ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́. All right, so we have a lot of things to cover today. Before we get into it, please let's click on the heart icon above my head. Please click on it, join the team, and also drop a heart me so that we can push the live to the FYP. Our folks on YouTube and Facebook, thank you very much for joining us. I'll just take a while to just check what's happening to be sure that YouTube and Facebook are good. But while we're doing that, please let's power tap, let's share, let's like the live. If you're on YouTube, just double tap your screen, and that way you would have liked the live. If you're on TikTok, you know how we do it. Please just keep tapping. Thank you very much. Just give us like what we do the first 1-2 minutes just to make sure everything is good on every platform, and then we can dive right in. What else? Okay. Okay. Thank you for getting us to 12.7k likes on TikTok. That's much appreciated. I'm just trying to share across different platforms so that way people, who are not here can also find their way in. Thank you very much for understanding. All right. We're good. Thank you very much for joining us on Facebook, on YouTube, and also in our TikTok studio. It's good to be here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dekunle Olugboja. Good afternoon. Mr. Olugboja wrote something on YouTube. It says, "Good afternoon, Apostle and Prof." Good afternoon, sir. Thank you very much for being here. Tidan89, good afternoon. Earlier, someone mentioned how what's happening in the Joshua. So I think since he mentioned that, it might be the best place to start before we get into other things. Again, but before we do all of that, please, if you're on YouTube, like the live. That way others will see it and they'll be able to also join us. Also share, and then bottom right of your screen you find the heart icon. Please click on on that icon and others like it. That way the algorithm sees that the listeners or the audience is also engaged and involved in what's happening. Thank you. Meanwhile, our folks on TikTok, please don't stop our tapping. Please click on the heart icon above my head, join the team, drop a heart me, drop gifts. All these things, of course, help to get the live on the FYP. FYP, for those who are not conversant with that acronym, just means For You page. All right, so let's do that. All right, today we're discussing how ethnicity influences Nigerian politics, or how ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria. We're going to get into some of those things today. Today is part 5, so we're going to get into that. But before then, we're going to start with the news. So what we usually do here is do the news. People come up, you're able to share your thoughts, and then we'll take everybody down. Then we get into the topic of today, and then we'll bring people up much later. So apparently traders at Tejosho shopping complex in Yaba are protesting. They're protesting over lack of electricity for weeks. All right. I'm going to play a video. Then I will also read from Punch newspapers. Well, should I say the good news is that 18 people have been arrested. Well, they are called 18 arrested as hoodlums hijack protest over power outage in Lagos. I'm going to read that, but let me just play you the video. Let's have the video first. So while that plays, I will just open the link.
They're not going to blow them. They're going to blow them. They're not going to blow them. They're going to blow them. Now what did they do? What did see them now? Now what did they do? Talk the truth. Go find government. No, you did they do rubbish. When they blow them now, when they keep maybe 5 or 7.
This thing is not making any sense.
Now when they won't start like this now, let's say they carry gun, they get everything.
They see it, they pursue them.
See them. Oh, I need to do about about that. This one see. What they go find? Hey, yeah, you see. What they go find? Show you. Show your head. What they go find?
Now, bro, now they go shoot out. They're not going to do them anything.
What they go find?
They're not going to do them anything. You say they destroy his property now. You were the thought, what did they do?
So much inside. They do all my like you are in Juro. Men they fight like this. These men they all fight, not like this. Yes, now, I support these police now.
You know what fire now
18 arrested as hoodlums hijack protest over power outage in Lagos. The Lagos State Police Command said it has thwarted a planned invasion of a commercial bank and restored peace to the bustling Tejosho market after a violent disturbance on Thursday. The command, in a swift and decisive response, has since arrested 18 individuals described as hoodlums and miscreants. In a statement issued and signed on Friday by the Deputy Police Public Relations Officer, DSP Babashe Yolusheyi, reiterated the command stance on such acts of violence. He said the Commissioner of Police, CP Olondare Jimo, reiterates that violent attacks on police personnel and destruction of property will not be tolerated. The details of the incident are that on 18 September 2025 at about 2:30 p.m., the Lagos Command received a distress call that hoodlums and miscreants had started attacking people, damaging goods and properties in Tejosho Market. Further information revealed that the hoodlums attacked mobile policemen guarding a commercial bank within the market, who firmly repelled them and prevented them from invading the bank. The hoodlums and miscreants were also prevented from invading. The police reports added the the mob's intentions escalated quickly as they turned their attention to a commercial bank within the market. According to the police, mobile police personnel who were on guard at the bank firmly repelled the initial assault, preventing the rioters from gaining entry. So this happened yesterday, and everywhere is calm now. Okay. Apparently, I'm going to read something from the police handle. The Lagos State Police Command has restored peace and normalcy to Petrol Market Phase 2, Surulere, following a violent disturbance by hoodlums and miscreants who mobilized under the guise of protesting a power outage. So, the hoodlums and miscreants damaged some sections of the bank premises and attacked police personnel on guard duty at the bank within the market. Anyways, the same thing as what we read in the Punch newspapers. So everywhere is safe. And yeah. Let's move on to other news. There's a lady who was spending all her life insulting Yoruba people a couple of months ago. Well, she put out a video recently. I'm just going to play that video before I get into the news proper. Well, this is also news share, but you get what I mean. All right, so this lady, her name is Lola or something. I don't know, but I think she's actually addressing people outside, Eastern region. I think it makes sense for me to also help her get the message across. But take a listen to this.
Hi, my name is Lolo Nneka Chimezi. I'm the MD CEO Pinto Realty Limited, promoters of New Era Eastern City Estates. Are you from Southeast, residing outside of Igbo land? Maybe you are living in Lagos, you are living in America, you are living in London. This is the time for us to go back home and develop our own land. America is developed. Jobs opportunities, good environments. London is developed. Work opportunities, good environments. Let me not go far. Lagos is also developed. But who developed all these cities? Human beings. It is high time we, the Easterners, go back home and develop our own cities. New Era Eastern City Estate is not just an estate, it's not just an estate to make money, but an estate born out of our quest to bring development to Southeast, to bring population back to Southeast, because we believe that it is we, the Southeasterners, that will develop our land. And it is specially designed to bring industrialization and also to create job opportunities. And that was why we called it a one-stop estate where you live, work, and play. Everything is complete. Talk about realization, we have an artificial lake. Talk about power, we have a private power plant that has been designed. Very soon we commence work. We also have an industrial side to it. Just to tell you that we are not joking. We are serious about developing Southeast. Are you a Southeasterner that have your factories in Lagos, in the north, all over Nigeria? Please, it is high time you get a plot of land in New Era Eastern City Industrial and then build your factory. You don't need to worry about power because we're going to have a
she has a lot to say, but I think it's a very important message. And even though I'm not Igbo, obviously, I think that Igbos probably listen to this live as well. So hopefully they'll also get the message and invest back at home. In the spirit of getting the message and doing things back at home, I have a couple more videos to play. That I think that, when you see people who are taking up the gauntlet and they are getting very serious about the development of their land, it's important to also help them pass the message across. So that after the Lolo's video, I'd like to play two other guys. One One is speaking specifically to Ebonyi people. I don't know what happened, in that place, but again, in the spirit of one Nigeria, let me play this. Please take a listen to this.
If you be a Ebonyi person, and you dey stay in Anambra, and you don't have a shop, in Anambra State, you do hawking. Come so and Igbo. Igbo only Ebonyi State, in Anambra, Lebu Ayam Bugari, and on where you feel now, but our Ebonyi State. Start coming back home. There are more better chances than you losing your life there in the name of hustling. Start coming back home. Because many of you and they cause all this problem with the first year. They fight ourselves on social media. Because many of you know you never. If you know you be a bunny boy and you day Anambra, start coming back to your base. It is not possible. It is not possible. Say you go there Abakaliki, your own town, Hagwebwegi. It's not possible. So better leave Anambra since they don't want to not there. When I start they come back, come and hustle here. Before you butcher unine. What will I call him no for now?
Alright, that's the message for Ebonyi people. All I'm doing is just to help pass the message across, and I hope that everyone also gets the message. One of the gentlemen decided to speak on this whole thing about ports and why Lagos has ports and other people don't have ports and things like that. I consider this man to be a very intelligent person, so I thought I should also broadcast his own message to everyone. Take a listen to this.
Atlantic front to Orashi or to Azumini River is less than 150. From the Atlantic front to Orashi or to Azumini River is less than 150 nautical, less than 100, less than 80 nautical miles. Apapa is a river port. We can create river port in Azumini. We can create river port at Orashi. All that we need to do is the 5 governors of the Southeast coming together, working with Mark Okoye and the Southeast Development Commission to establish a seaport in Orashi or Azumini. Lagos has almost about 3 seaports now. Akwa Ibom is doing their own. Cross River is doing their own. Interestingly, 65% of every cargo that comes into Nigeria finds their destinations either of 721 square miles. It's actually a trading and commerce hub for the whole world. Singapore has made themselves a destination hub. Every vessel coming in from Asia, going to America, Africa, one way or the other find themselves hubbing and betting to do 1 or 2 places in Singapore. Singapore, 5 million people. Landmass more than Limosho in Lagos State generates about $750 billion revenue annually. The Southeast can actually do the same thing if we have creative thinking, patriotic governors. The Southeast of Nigeria can actually do a ring-fence rail network that covers all the major towns in the Southeast, linking Asaba and then One. Ibeto has a port and terminal operation. We can actually start to send all our cargoes to the Ibeto port in Port Harcourt and do everything possible to make it very efficient without coming to Lagos. We can build wealth in the Southeast. Michael Yaba did it. Why are the current governors, not thinking about, and this SEDC guys, not thinking about how we can build a ring-fence rail network that covers the whole Southeast and links up to One? And if those in the Southwest are ready, we can link it up to Lagos. Why are they not thinking about how we can build a river port in Azumini or river port in Orashi? We can do it within 3, 4, 5 years if we are very, very serious. We can easily raise the capital. But we need the political will, the political strength, the political clarity, the political focus to do things. I am not in power. I'm not a member of the political class. I know that with the right political way, we can do it. The Badagry did support, the Lake did support. It was the PPP. They are all PPPs. So this is the federal government will not allow it. This bull crap from the.
All right. Fantastic submission, but you just leave Lagos and South out of it. But what he said makes a lot of sense. Again, the governors have to get busy. It's a shame when you sit down talking to, or maybe you're even online talking to an adult and then tell you, why not give us ports? Apparently ports have become sweet, like the one in my mouth. I will just hand out and I say, oh, do you want ports? You can just be like Oprah. You want one port? You want a port there, a seaport there, another one there. But apparently it's not that easy. We don't distribute ports like candy. Governors have to get serious, and it's no longer under the exclusive list. In other words, it's not the federal government that has to build ports. State governments are building ports. Lagos is building, Ondo State is building, Ẹkáàbọ is building, and others are building trying land ports. These are things that people are doing. So I like the fact that this gentleman is saying they can get their governors to do it. And I really wish them all the best, because they need every wish. Every wish. They deserve all the good wishes that they can get. So I'm really hoping that they take that advice and that they do great things in the southeast, divert some. So the problem is Lagos, there's so many. Okay, just take the traffic to the southeast as well, since apparently it's not like the people in Lagos have more brains than folks in other regions, So I like what the guy said, which makes a lot of sense. While I was talking right now, I mentioned the word crazy. Is because I was watching a video that I'm going to play the audio so you're going to hear it. And while we have a gentleman like this and the other lady also who are calling their people to return home and build in their region, so people are writing in the comment section here saying there's something chasing them away. That's not my business. So as long as they say that that's what they want, I'm going to do it. Adeomojola says Adeomojola, good to see you, my brother. Says on a river port has the capacity to take the largest possible cargo ships. They don't use it. Well, they are using it now. They used it to bring in illicit drugs early this year, and then brought in arms and ammunition that caused the port to be closed. Again, see, I'm not even going to tell people that is right is wrong. Say you want to build, just build it. Move, just go on. There's Port Harcourt, there's Calabar. They are working on a port made over, I think, about 2 trillion naira last year. I can't remember the exact figures, but it made a lot of money in terms of revenue. And for a port that doesn't work at all, I wonder how they're able to bring that much money in. Also, Dangote is bringing in trucks to be assembled in Enugu. They're using on a port to bring in the truck heads and all those things. So if the Oneport doesn't exist, how come Dangote is going to be using it to bring in the parts for the trucks, loads of them, right? So that tells you that people are just lying to themselves. But this one is saying that the governors should create one or create something among themselves, which makes a lot of sense. So I hope that they actually make that work. But the only problem now is that we have people like this, and I hope they also do something about people like this so that they can actually get to build all the ports they want to build. I want you to take a listen to this one, and then you can, understand why a lot of people are not even trying to do business back in that part of Nigeria. But may God bless the southeastern Nigeria and Igbo people, but they need to do something about people like this one you're about to listen to. Take a listen.
If anything happened to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, for Nigeria, we all go down. Nigeria government, look at my face. I know they hide them all. If anything happened to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, but God forbid, we all brutalize, we all go down in Nigeria. We all finish for Nigeria. Think we are joking? Who are you? Now they hear say Mazen Nnamdi Kanu they seek for DSS custody, and would I no agree make you go for hospital, Tulumbu, and also they hear say you don't talk make peaceful talk with the most wanted terrorists for North. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu no deserve peace talk, abi? You no deserve for you to release them. You still the whole am. Everybody don't beg you. You no agree release them. You are the terrorists in Nigeria. Nigeria government, Tinubu, when no in left and right. A foolish government, idiot, cock Tinubu. You the repentant terrorists. Country where terrorists they repent. You are joining them to army. Why are you holding our brother? Why are you holding Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? If anything happened to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, we all go down. Igbo politicians, Igbo governors, Senate, Igbo Ohaneze Ndochi. If anything happened to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, but God forbid, I swear, you don't go see any state govern again. Igbo governors, you don't go see any state do govern again. Who are you? Make something happen to that man first, but God forbid.
Who are you? Anyway, many of newspapers are reporting what Waneze Ndibo said about Nnamdi Kanu a few hours ago, well, yesterday, and you find it in different papers, in Vanguard, Nation newspaper, Tribune, People's Gazette, Daily Post. It's all over the place. Punch, BBC, Gonsev. It's all over the place. But let me just read from Vanguard. Well, let me just read. I'll read the headlines from some of them. Vanguard says, "You have no advantage holding him." That's on Nnamdi Kanu. Ohanaeze president tells FG. Tribune says, Ohanaeze begs Tinubu for Nnamdi Kanu's release. People's Gazette says Tinubu should let IPOB headman Nnamdi Kanu go. FG has nothing to lose. So let's read Vanguard, and they'll read the other one as well. Apologies, Joshua. Good to see you. So this is Vanguard. It says the President General of the Apex Igbo Sociocultural Group, Ohanaeze Ndibo, Senator, I'll take that again. The President General of the Apex Igbo Sociocultural Organization, Ohanaeze Ndibo, Senator John Azutambata, has pleaded with the federal government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. In a video message yesterday, Senator Azutambata, who urged Ndibo to take the ongoing voters' registration seriously, said the federal government had no advantage in still detaining Nnamdi Kanu. He sought political solution to the imbroglio that has kept Nnamdi Kanu in the custody of the Department of State Service, DSS, since 2021. The message reads, "This is Senator John Azutambata, President General Ohanaeze Ndibo worldwide. I am calling upon Igbo wherever you are in Nigeria to quickly go and take advantage of the voters registration exercise that's going on now. Don't play with it. Go and get your card as quickly as possible. Secondly, I would like to call upon the Federal Republic of Nigeria to release Nnamdi Kanu. The government has no serious advantage in keeping him. It is important that the government ensure his safety and welfare, and the government must allow him to get medical treatment as quickly as possible. The government must adopt a political solution to this situation. I do not believe that the government has any serious advantage keeping him any further." So that's from Ohanaeze Ndibo and what message they have sent to the government of Nigeria. I mentioned earlier that Gen 2, I think it was yesterday, I said that Gen 2, one of the IPOB guys terrorizing people in the southeast, was arrested. But I think it was yesterday I saw this news. I'm trying to see if I can quickly find it. Yeah. Onyekachi Isaac, known as Angel Makeup, second in command to the dreaded IPOB terrorist Gentile de Yahoo, has been reportedly killed. All right, so 2 days ago we talked about how Gentile Yahoo was arrested, and then the day after, Angel Makeup, that's Onyekachi Isaac, has also been killed. Just quite interesting that we've not heard any of these things from the normal news HQ on Twitter, because that one, it tells news of everything that happened to everybody for Nigeria. Peter Biko mentioned that, but this one, for some reason, maybe forgot. It is well. Good news. With effect from midnight, that was on the 17th, the state of emergency in Rivers State is hereby lifted. Governor Siminalayi Fubara, Deputy Governor Ngozi Maodu, and the State House of Assembly will resume their constitutional duties from September 18, 2025. So we're happy that Rivers State is back and that the state of emergency has been lifted. In other news, federal government had Chinese language to new curriculum for secondary school. Chinese language Mandarin will now be taught in senior secondary schools across Nigeria following a recent review of the national curriculum. I don't know if there's any, I don't understand the rationale behind that. And please don't tell me because China is all over the world. Maybe that's why, but it is well. I really don't get I don't understand why that's supposed to be something to put in secondary schools. But I understand that China is becoming a very important language in the world. You know what, when it's time to speak on it, please come up, and then tell us what you think about it. Talking about curriculum, the federal government has reintroduced the Nigerian sorry, I'll take that again. The federal government has reintroduced Nigerian history as a compulsory subject in the basic education curriculum to strengthen national identity, unity, patriotism, and responsible citizenship. And so there's primary 1 to 6, GS 1 to 3, and so on and so forth. And this is actually quite good and laudable. For many years, many people have not been learning, all of that, but it gets better. We talked about technical education earlier. Okay, we'll talk about that one. So yeah, history is not only back, it's now compulsory in primary schools and also in secondary school. Somebody says, what about Yoruba language in Southwest region? It has always been taught. We have always learned, studied. Let's not do this thing. This is not right. This is not right. Yoruba language has been taught in Nigeria forever in Yoruba land. And just as French was introduced, Chinese has also been introduced as a global language. If you want to talk about Yoruba language, this is not the point. This is not even the time. What we were talking about as far as Yoruba language is concerned is not that Yoruba language should be taught, because it's already been taught. It's that Yoruba language should be the language of instruction. In other words, when you teach a child, right, physics, chemistry, biology, and things like the mathematics, in whatever, you should be able to use Yoruba to teach those subjects. That's where we are in Yoruba land. Not that they should be teaching Yoruba language. We've already been teaching Yoruba language. So where we're going right now is, and it's happening already, by the way, it's happening in schools outside our cities. It's also happening online. And by the way, in case you were not here when we discussed it a while back, there was a research that was carried out in Ife many years ago by Professor Babs Fafunwa, and they divided the class into two. One was taught using Yoruba language, the other one was taught using English language. In other words, every subject was taught in Yoruba, right? Physics, chemistry, biology. It turns out that the children or the kids who were in the Yoruba, where Yoruba language was used as a language of instruction, they turned out better. And I was talking to my mentor the other day, and he told me that he's a professor. He told me that he met one of those children who is also a professor now. And they discussed that particular experiment that was carried out. And that's the point. We're supposed to build on things like that, especially in Western region. So where we are right now really is that Yoruba language should become the language of instruction. Meanwhile, President Buhari, before he left office in 2022, he actually signed that bill into law, where you could teach using the language of that area. People living in the cities, you discover that sometimes the children speak some of the most ridiculous. I want to tell my daddy for you. It's as if they are speaking Yoruba. The idea basically is that the child is expected to do two jobs if you're teaching him physics in English language. Number one, he has to understand the language you're speaking, which is English. Number two, he now has to understand the course that you are teaching. But if you do Yoruba language, it just makes it, excuse me. Sorry, somebody just wrote the most ridiculous thing in the comment section. If you teach the person in Yoruba language, it's just one thing, they just get it done. Now, again, like clockwork, someone is asking the most ridiculous question. What of people living there that doesn't understand Yoruba language? They can go back to where they came from. If they don't understand Yoruba language, they can go back where they came from. What kind of rubbish questions do you ask? What happened in Abia State when the governor of Abia State, what's his name, said everybody must learn Igbo language? Why didn't you tell him that what of people that are not Igbo? Why do you guys do like this? Why do you act like this? Any sane person knows that if I go to a particular place and this is the language they speak, I will learn the language of that place. Because I'm a human being. And I've evolved to the point that I know that learning another person's language does not mean that I'm less. If you go to that place and they are teaching Yoruba, if you come to Southwest and they are teaching Yoruba language, and by the way, Igbo Women Association came up with this ridiculous nonsense when we talked about Yoruba being taught in Lagos. And then they said, this one is not even language of instruction. Oh. This is the fact that Yoruba was going to be made a compulsory, and it is now, by the way, a compulsory subject in schools. People in Aba, I'm not joking, you can Google this, Igbo Women Association in Aba were threatening to sue the governor of Lagos for having Yoruba becoming a compulsory subject in Lagos. Meanwhile, that same week, I kid you not, that same week, the governor of that same state, Abia State, introduced Igbo as a compulsory subject in their schools, and they all said it was good. So no, it's going to go beyond just being a language, a compulsory subject you have to learn in school, to becoming the language of instruction in schools. If you hate it that much, go back home. Did they chase you away from your house? Be asking for, even you know that question doesn't make sense, but I'm sure you don't mind. It's okay. But I hope I answered you with that few point of mine. I hope a few points of mine. I hope I'll be able to convince you and not confuse you that your question is, you are blessed. Let me not say it and no one talk. Talking about blessing, there's a man who went all the way to Ghana and was planning to receive the blessing of the Ashanti king. I'm not going to say this. I want you to just take a listen to the commentator, right, as he tells us what's going on. Take a listen, please.
Atasa. So normal Atasa gather in fellow Atasanians. Where they go reach Menshia. Abibi Funa, after Funa, everybody go figure some. We Atasa then in France, they go, chiefs they greet. If they mention your name, then you come shake hand plus the Asante Hene. Oh, everybody they shake hands.
I'll explain.
Yagbongo I go shake hands. Oh. So we they see Atasa then in group 2 come reach. I say, hey, who be you? So I'm the Ezengbo of they said Ezengbo of where? He say of Ghana. He said no, we don't know you. Before come here. Take off your cap. Bow down to the king. He bow down. So as he bowed, king is bowing down to a king. As he bowed, I said, let me shake hands. We said, no, we don't know you. So please go and find a place and then sit. Actually, nobody even mind themselves. So then go away, then go pack.
All right, so what just happened? The Igbo king in Ghana, was strutting with his entourage, went to the Ashanti palace, and everybody was going to the king. They were shaking his hand. He got there, then he was directed to a particular place where they expected him to sit. If you want more information, boy, I don't want to be petty. More just leave and come out. All right. But seriously, there is something going on social media. I just thought I should talk on this. I should speak on this. Somebody put out the picture of the young lady who is trying to have an art exhibition in Lagos, but who is being ridiculously obtuse about the basic thing where she's supposed to respect the owners of the culture that she's appropriating and things like that. Anyway, so while that is going on, somebody decided to share a picture. I just want to use the opportunity to say this to people. Guys, stay on topic. We have to be very careful with this exuberance. This is not obedience movement. This is not let's do fire for fire. This is you have to be intentional and also be wise. Even if the person was HIV positive, how that won't enter the fact say the person won't use your culture without acknowledging Yoruba people. And I know a lot of people share this thing and they were talking about it, but I think we should be careful because you are losing the plot. You're losing the plot. A lot of people liked it and even reposted it. I just don't think it's necessary to go in that direction. I know vibes and everything, but I don't think it's right. That doesn't mean you shouldn't speak up for your space. You should speak up for your space. You should, fight for your land and all those things. But I don't think you should go to the extreme of, because there are real people going through that, right? Going through that experience, and I don't think, and by the way, it has nothing to do with the topic of discussion, which is appropriation of Yoruba culture. So I'm just saying this to say that we should be careful so that we don't lose the plot, and then before you know it, you're not doing basketballs as though you're doing the normal obedient nonsense that you were doing when you were still there. And by the way, it was nonsense. That one I can say. For HIV, ABBA is unnecessary. But again, that's just my 2 cents. All right, a gentleman posted something online, says it should be our collective responsibility to reduce these numbers in our region. Bigotry may win online, but facts are stubborn things. And he said that when he said these numbers, was quoting an infographic by the Cable Index, number of poor people in Nigeria by zone, multi-dimensional poverty. Northwest has 45.5 million, the Northeast 20.5 million, North Central 20.2, Southwest South 19.7, Southwest 16.3, and Southeast 10.9. Now the person, of course, is one of those who use he pushes this Igbo agenda and everything. So seeing that it's 10.9, I thought it probably made him feel very good about what he was sharing. But it turns out that according to the NBS reports, it's not the percentage of it's not about the numbers, it's really about the percentage in those regions. And again, we're just talking, but I think it's important to mention that 10.9 million of the Southeast is actually 43% of the people in the land who are living in multi-dimensional poverty. So for the Northwest is 75.8%, which is terrible. For the Northeast, it is 76.5%. North Central, 58.7%. South 56.3%. Southeast, 43%. Southwest, 27.9%. And I hope that we do everything we need to do, especially in the Southwest, to reduce that number to the barest minimum. 27% or 27.9 is about 28%. Poor people in southwestern Nigeria is unacceptable. So I hope our governors actually wake up to the responsibility. They're doing well, but they need to do better. But it's also important to say people that throw these jabs thinking they're trying to, flex, all of that. All right, as we begin to wrap up, let me just quickly read something from the Special Advisor, Information and Strategy to President Tinubu, Bayo Onanuga. FAAC, FAC distributes the highest ever revenue in Nigeria. It is happening in Tinubu's era. The Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAC, has disbursed 2.225 trillion naira as Federation revenue for August 2025, the highest ever allocation to the 3 tiers of government and other statutory recipients. This marks the second consecutive month that FAC disbursements have crossed the 2 trillion naira mark. The Nation newspaper reports. The revenue shared at the August 2025 FAC meeting in Abuja was buoyed by increases in oil and gas royalty, value-added tax VAT, and common external tariff CET levies, according to a communique issued at the end of the meeting. Out of the 2.225 trillion naira total distributable revenue, FAC said 1,478,593 came from statutory revenue, and 672.903 billion naira from VAT, 32.338 billion from the electronic money transfer levy, and 41.284 billion from exchange difference. All right, so the federal government got 684.462 billion naira. State government got 347.168 billion naira, and local government got 267.652 billion naira. A further 179.311 billion, 13% of mineral revenue, went to the oil-producing states as derivation revenue. Talk to your governors. Let's talk to our governors, Because people like say money they enter, but no more see how they go, more see how for people body. We shouldn't just be concerned with what's happening in Abuja alone. We should be concerned about that, but not just that. There are other things. A few more things before we go. Mr. Festus Keyamo, Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, says after almost 20 years, Nigeria will take delivery of dry lease aircraft on October 6, 2025. A dry lease involves leasing just the bare aircraft to an airline, which then assumes full responsibility for operations, including hiring pilots, maintenance, and insurance. So we're looking forward to that next month. That's October 6. Now to Dangote. Dangote Group says we stand by our statement on Dapman marketers' 1.505 trillion naira subsidy demand. Migbori. You know what? This thing is long. I'll just read part of it. They said, we wish to clarify that the crux, I'm just going to read a portion of it, right? We wish to clarify that the crux of Dapman's sustained attacks on Dangote Petroleum Refinery stems from their demand for an annual subsidy of 1.505 trillion naira to enable their members to match the refinery's gantry prices at their own depots. While we offer petroleum products to marketers at a gantry price, Dapman insists on receiving products via coastal logistics, an option that would add 75 naira per litre in additional costs. Based on projected daily consumption volumes of 40 million litres of premium motor spirits, PMS, and 15 million litres of automotive gas oil, AGO, this amounts to an additional annual cost of 1.505 trillion naira, which 1,505,625 million naira, which they are effectively asking us to absorb and pass it on to consumers. Specifically, the marketers are demanding that we discount 17 naira per litre in coastal freight, NIMASA, NPA, and other associated costs, as well as 5 naira per litre for the cost of pumping into vessels to enable them to transport products from our refinery to their depots in Apapa and sell at the same price as our gantry. We wish to make it clear that we have no intention of increasing our gantry price to accommodate such demands, nor are we willing to pay a subsidy of over 1.5 trillion naira, a practice that historically defrauded the federal government for many years. Dapman and other marketers are welcome to lift products directly from our gantry and benefit from our logistics-free initiative. What's happening in this country? By the way, Dangote, thank you. Let me just say this. In case you're one of those people looking for a way, you'll be shouting, oh, monopoly, monopoly. Listen, whether it's monopoly or unipoly, just take one for now. Like, we never reach the point where we shout, say, somebody, they do monopoly. Somebody do something, just allow make the person do the thing. Just support them, make it work. Nobody say, they pay extra money. As they bring the price down, they vex some people. Where go at 17 naira? And if you don't like Dangote, at least you like yourself. You don't want to pay extra now. So I beg, all these people, they try to change something for us for Nigeria. Make them calm down. We know they agree. We are not paying more. All right. His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was at the first Nigerian Institute of International Affairs Distinguished Lecture Series 2025. The theme was Lagos and Nigeria 2030. Lagos and Nigeria 2030, projections of a world power. I'm just going to read some of the quotes by the governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. He says here, today, we already have one of the largest populations of young people in the world, an estimated 100 million people under the age of 20, making it impossible to envision the workforce of the 21st century without fully accounting for Nigeria. This is an extraordinary asset. This is an extraordinary asset, but only if properly harnessed. Then it says again, in the area of technology, in particular cutting-edge technologies like cloud computing and artificial intelligence, we must make ourselves felt, not just as consumers, but producers also. For too long, Africa has primarily been a consumer of foreign technology, lacking the confidence and the wherewithal of our Asian counterparts, who have shown the world how to achieve unprecedented technological revolution within a mere generation or two. Governor, will they try? See what they have for Yaba. But we need to do more, apparently. And then the last one, of course, is the future of Nigeria's economic competitiveness lies in Lagos. The Lekki Deep Sea Port, now operational, is the most modern on the continent. The Lekki Free Trade Zone, the Dangote Refinery and Petrochemical Plant, Eco Atlantic City, the Coastal Road, Badagry Sokoto Expressway, Lagos-Ibadan standard gauge rail, and the proposed 4th mainland bridge, Lekki International Airport and Lagos International Financial Center are not just projects. They are the harbingers of Lagos as a hub of global commerce and finance. Thank you very much, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I mean, Oshikbo, but let's just stop there for now. I thought that was, fantastic speech and great quotes from that speech. I saw something on the comment section. Somebody says monopoly is better than zero poly. God bless you. God bless you. I don't know who you are, but thank you. All these jokers going all over the place shouting monopoly. Monopoly. When there was no monopoly, what did you have? Subsidy. Abba. Anyway, let me read something from another gentleman who is doing well, but he's in the automobile sector. His name is Ajayi Oluwatobi, and he's the CEO of Nod Motion in Lagos. Here. This is a few months ago, and I think this is going to inspire somebody. That's why I want to read it. It says, a few months ago, we assembled 1,000 tricycles for the Niger State government in just 6 weeks. On several days, we produced up to 50 units. To achieve this, we set up an on-site factory and warehouse in Niger State, moved in equipment from Lagos, installed them, trained local citizens, and successfully delivered 1,000 units in just over a month. Because we delivered those 1,000 units, we secured another deal to deliver 5,000, and we got the units for the Kano State government. At our Unilag factory, we assemble 5 vehicles daily, the same way people drink water when they are thirsty. Stop letting people lie to you about your country's industrial capacity. Prove your competence and integrity, and those seeking value will find you. I thought that was very inspiring. Again, not in empty talk, but somebody when they do something, if you see what they do, they tell you, say, now how they go be this. It makes sense to listen to somebody like that. So that's fantastic from Ajayi Oluwatobi. There was something I want to read before we go. Okay, found it. So a US-based firm is going to build cassava processing hub in Ogun State Special and Agro-Industrial Processing Zone, SABS. And this marks a significant leap in the state's agricultural and industrial development. This project will bring enormous benefits to farmers, businesses, and the general populace. First, it will provide a ready market for cassava farmers, reducing post-harvest losses while ensuring higher incomes for local producers. With Ogun being one of Nigeria's leading cassava producing states, this investment directly supports the livelihoods of thousands of farming families. This is actually very laudable and is something to be proud of. So we're happy that this is happening in the western region, in the southwestern Yoruba land. And I want to read just one more thing before we go. Speaking about great things happening in Yoruba land, Afro-Brazilians turn heritage into $250 billion opportunity for Nigeria. Afro-Brazilians are spearheading the Orisha Pilgrim program to channel ancestral ties into a $250 billion market for Nigeria. By the way, this is from Africa Report Files. It says here, descendants of the Yoruba people, known in Brazil as the Nagos, have had a powerful and lasting cultural influence, especially in the northeastern state of Bahia. Their ancestors were brought to Brazil as forced laborers during the transatlantic slave trade and shaped many aspects of modern Afro-Brazilian identity. Brazil, with a population of about 213 million, is home to an estimated 90 million people of Yoruba descent. For many, Yoruba culture remains a proud and central part of their identity. A significant number are Orisha worshippers, and for them, Nigeria, as their ancestral homeland, holds the same spiritual significance that Mecca holds for Muslims and Israel holds for Christians. According to Honorable Otunba Biodun Ajiboye, the Executive Secretary, CEO, National Institute of Cultural Orientation, NICO, countries like Saudi Arabia and Israel have successfully transformed religious pilgrimages into multi-billion-dollar industries that contribute significantly to their national economies. Nigeria has the potential to achieve the same If properly structured, pilgrimages from Brazilian Yoruba Orisha worshippers alone could generate up to $250 billion for Nigeria. All that is required is to provide vibrant Yoruba cultural festivals and heritage experiences within a well-developed tourist space, particularly across Ibadan, Ogun, and Osun states, for pilgrims and tourists to visit. With an investment of about $2 billion in infrastructure, this vision can become a reality. Importantly, this estimate does not even include Yoruba adherents in other countries such as Cuba, Argentina, Trinidad and Tobago, and other nations across South America and beyond. So this is fantastic. And please, in case you want to speak on this when you come up, I don't want anybody to turn it into religious. Guinea-corn is better than Guinea-corn. We're talking serious, sensible thing here. This is about tourism. This is not about Jagidi Jagon, because I know some people come up and start talking about Guinea-corn. It has happened before, over and over again, but not anymore. Someone says for Nigeria, it must not be for Yoruba. We don't share ancestors. They literally mentioned Ibadan, Ogun, and Osun. Ibolotunwa. What is that Bitowa? It is well. I'm your paragon. All right, so we're going to bring people up now. We're going to speak to what we've read so far, and then we'll move to the topic of today. So right now we're discussing the news. We have the next 20 minutes to have reactions, and then we'll get into the topic. Today we're discussing how ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria. And from there, we have a lot of things to cover today. I'm going to enjoy every bit of it, I can assure you. But if you'd like to speak to what we've read so far, please feel free to send your request. I'm going to meet people up, but please do it now so that we won't have a situation where somebody will say something and say, I want to respond to that person, because that may now take us into something else. So remember, we have the news. And after this reaction, we shall go into the topic of today. All right. Someone says for Nigeria, it must only be for Yoruba. We don't share ancestors with other Nigerians. No, it can't be. Again, think of tourism. It's tourism. It's your home. The point is, and here's the question: how are we going to take advantage of that beyond religion? 1 second, please. Right. It's the same way people do when people are having all these conferences at Ota. I think it's winners at Ota or redeemed at Moe. You see, some people are strategically positioned to take advantage of the crowd. So that's where we should begin to think of, like, how do you take advantage of that in terms of economy, right? Economic opportunities. But other people they have to come, right? If you like, come from wherever you are, just come. The question is that who is going to make the money? It has to be you, as a Yoruba man. That's now waiting. All right, I think we have two people now. Bring them up, and then we'll have the reactions before we continue. So FFT and Ray Bay. Otojo Meta. Good to see you.
Yes, so how is everything?
Hello. Everything is well. Good to see you, FFT. Good to see you, Ray Bay. It's been a minute, both of you. But it's good to see you.
Yeah, it's been well.
Someone says, do we have gains from Festac 77? We have Festac. I don't know if that estate is a gain or not, but all right, let's have FFT and then we'll have Ray Bay. Please go on, FFT.
Yeah, for me, I want to discuss about the tourism aspect, and I've been aggressively tweeting at the governor of Osun State, because I'm from Osun State. I don't see any reason why Osun should not be competing with Lagos in 2025, because we have everything. There's Ile-Ife. There's Ile-Ife there, there's Osun Shogbo Grove, there's we can go see in Ilesha. So I don't understand why we have not, with all the big allocations that we've been having, even if it's not going to be possible in Adeleke's tenure, we should build a framework that the next person is coming, to understand that in the next 5, 10, not even 10 years, it's not supposed to be longer than that. Let's say 5 years or 6 years time, we have already built something as big as the Mecca of Africa in maybe Ile-Ife. We are attracting tourism. That way we can even build airports in Osogbo or somewhere that people can just fly in directly. So I feel like it's good initiative, but if there's any Osun State person here in the comment section, I think we should do that. It's not governance should not be about on salary. We are beyond that now. It's 2025. We are talking railways in Lagos. We are talking DC ports, dry ports, and we are still celebrating on salary. That's I'm just angry about that. That's why I said I should just come up and talk about.
Don't be angry. Sorry, but you made a very, very, very valid point. Very valid point. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, someone is writing in the comment section. Ikogos is in Ogun State. Yeah, I think it meant Erinjesha waterfall in Osun State. Let me say something here. I want to read some things out, some of the things that have been planned by Dawn Commission. Remember we said earlier that Dawn Commission started in 2013 and Southwest Development Commission is just starting this year. But there are certain things that Dawn Commission has put in place, so we are hoping that the governors and the SWDC will be able to get into that. So for instance, I want to read this from the Nation newspaper and also Hope newspaper, Mama Law from 1 to 1. So I want to talk specifically about that regional rail network that you mentioned. And there's a proposal that the 6 states be connected, right, with a regional rail network. It's a 44 city or town rail network. In other words, the network will connect 44 cities and towns across the 6 southwest states via an integrated railway plus other transport modes to improve connectivity and economic integration. 4,000 kilometers of railway across southwest in 4 years. All right, so within 4 years, we want to build 4,000 kilometers and to be jointly owned by all the 6 states in the region. I want to talk about that specifically because I think it's going to change the southwest. It's going to become like a nation on its own. And it's true, our governors have to look beyond just salary. I mean, it's good that they're paying salaries, but I don't think that's where we are right now. We have to move further. I mean, we have to go higher. So it's true. And to be fair, so let me say something. This thing they're talking about is not that it's about to start. When I was in school, annually, I used to see people from Brazil, from South America, travel to Ife. Let me also say, this pilgrim thing they're talking about, pilgrimage, is not just starting. It's been around for a long time. I mean, I was in school a long time, sorry, not a while back. Actually, it's a while back. It's more than 20 years. But before I even got to school, they've been doing it, right? So it's not like it has never been done before. It's just that we want to make it even better and, tap into different things. What kind of events do you want to have? Hotels and restaurants and businesses and branding, shirts and whatever. Take advantage of it. For the government, I hope the government is listening, but our governments need to do better to ensure that they drive development into our region. But thank you very much for that submission. I really appreciate it. Yes, there's results, things like that. For instance, Ojaja, Kabesi, Tioni of Ife built this grand resorts, which are getting into Ife. And a lot of people actually go there, and then from there, Omalose Palace. And there's a Joe Romila in Oketase, Nife. What is checking your job? Excuse me. What is your job? I'm just hoping that. Thank you, sir. I'm just hoping that Omatung Rosi and that people will be able to take advantage of them. Please let me quickly say something before Ray Bay goes. Yoruba people, when you hear things, why do I read things like this? So that you can find a way to plug in. Come on, the àwọn èèyàn kan máa ṣe nǹkan a máa bínú tó bá dọ̀la o. Àwọn èèyàn báyìí kí náà wá ṣe wọ́n ṣe Yorùbá bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. When you haven't seen much right now, plug in. right? Rather than somebody says, please, I think they should include those Yoruba people in other states. No, they can't. Sadly, I wish they could, but they can't. Dawn Commission is developmental agenda for Western Nigeria. I hope I got the name correctly. Development agenda for Western Nigeria. So it's for Western Nigeria, not for Yoruba people. I wish it was for Yoruba people, to be honest. It would have been a lot better. But is there a way to now have something that will include Yoruba people? Absolutely. And I'm sure I know some people are working on things like that, but not directly from Dawn Commission. Oh, now, what anybody in Shesha. But for now, SW, so Yoruba, in Southwest and Sing, they are under the region. So we are Southwest Development Commission. The folks in Igbomino, in Ilori, in Ofa, and so on and so forth, they are in North Central Development Commission. But there has to be another thing that will bring us together. I think it's been worked on, to be honest. It's just that when they are ready, they'll tell everybody. They should break away. How would they break away now? We don't have a referendum in Constitution. We don't even have that kind of provision for now, at least. All right, but we'll talk about that some other time. Let me allow our next speaker go. Ray Bay, Happy New Year.
Same to you. Ẹ̀pẹ̀lẹ́.
Ẹkáàbọ.
Mi máa ń yọ sí yín gbà mí pẹ̀lú the other account mi ṣá, you know. Máa ń yọ gbà mí, you know, as great Ashi. Great Ashi.
Oh, I see great Omari Great Ashi. Oh, I know lè jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Alágbára ni o.
Ẹyẹ kan jẹ́.
Ẹyẹ tí ń jẹ́ àṣà ó ti ń jẹ́ adìẹ o. Ó ti ń jẹ́ ìdì. Ó ti ń jẹ́ orúkọ méjì o.
Ẹ̀pẹ̀lẹ́ sà. Yeah, no, mo kọ ṣẹ́rí ẹnìkan sọ̀rọ̀ ọkọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ní comment section. Ẹni pé kí ni Southwest náà náà sọ. Ṣẹ́rí ẹ má yẹ ká blame àwọn èèyàn wa. Àwọn èèyàn ṣẹ̀wọ̀n pé téèyàn bá ti feel ṣe marginalized ni kí n pè é àbí, you know, tó wá sọjí pé right mi làwọn people fi ń dùn mí láti jọ ẹ̀, you know, they might take it to the extreme, and the extreme yẹn náà kó lè dá ni sà. Ṣó ti yẹ yín sà, sincerely. Okay, ẹ take for instance, ó dà pé wọ́n náà ṣe iṣẹ́ ọdún Lisa bí àbí kíní náà tó máa ń ṣe ní Abẹ́òkúta yẹn. Wọ́n ní ìyàwó one of the top guys l'Abẹ́òkúta tíyàwó ẹ̀jọ̀ ọmọ Ìgbò wọ́n lòun ló gba fashion yẹn kan rí, you know, tẹ́ bá ó dà pé I mean and it reflected in àwọn aṣọ tó ń wọ̀ tẹ́ pé àwọn èèyàn gan fi tán wò pé a ní Ẹ̀gbálàndì wa kan náà, ṣe gẹ́ẹ̀tì mi. Ẹ wo Ọ̀ṣun Òṣogbo tó ń ṣe láìpẹ́ yìí, wọ́n ní àwọn kòbókòbó yẹn náà lọ gba contract ẹ̀.
Ti last year nìyẹn o. Wọ́n tàn kọ́ ti tún yẹn ṣe. Last year. Àwọn náà gba ti last year tó ń sọ fún àwọn kìnnìkìnnì. Bọ̀ ń gbọ́ yín, ẹ má bínú.
So sir, wọ́n ní kókókó là ń rán fàdítì ni. But the more tá a bá ń sọ táwọn èèyàn, yeah, it's better we say it too much than kala showcase reservation, power reserved about it. I'm not sure if I'm making sense, sir. You see?
Absolutely, you are.
You know, so ìyẹn mo kàn ní pé, yeah, you know, àwọn èèyàn wa irú àwa yìí náà, irú ẹ̀dá ọ̀tọ̀, ó tún ní this other man náà, àwọn náà bá ń sọ̀rọ̀. Mo rí pé half of the time ẹ máa rẹ́rìn ni pé ẹ máa lanú gbà mí ni pé ẹ wo ó bẹ́tà ká irú àwọn èèyàn báyẹn, because wèrè la fi ń wo wèrè. Irú àwa yìí a sì lè wà a little bit reserved about it. At times náà àwa náà tún máa gbede angle kan náà táwọn èèyàn máa wò pé kí ló dé. Mọ̀ bọ́ yẹn pè yín bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe jẹ́ pásọ̀ làwọn náà ṣe jẹ́ pásọ̀. Ó láwọn nǹkan tá a máa sọ ń gbà mí táwọn tó mọ̀ wá lórí platform tá a comment pé pásítọ̀ ẹ get me, but àmọ́ nǹkan tá a ń jà fún tó ti yé yín. Ẹ ṣeun gan ni. God will continue to bless you. Ẹ ṣeun gan, we appreciate you.
Sorry,
so much appreciate you.
Ẹ ṣeun. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, sir.
Gbọ́dọ̀ sọ jẹ́ kí n máa wá orin yẹn o, wèrè la fi ń wo wèrè. And yeah, sometimes you need to go that route. Ká má parọ́. nígbà míì ó máa only looking at my around me, and sometimes of course it's important. But by the way, the person who mentioned Yoruba earlier, you are not wrong, go. I'm just saying that the Dawn Commission was designed for Western Nigeria. But what you said about Yoruba land, like that all of us should be included, you are not wrong. See, some people did a lot of work on what you just said, but beyond North Central or South Yoruba people, they went into Benin Republic and Togo and to different places. I was opportuned to have a sit down with certain people about it, and the idea of Kibugbo Yoruba, you can't say Yoruba, Kibugbo Yoruba, it's something that Omumulaya àwọn kan wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ lórí ìgbà kan wọ́n tún ṣiṣẹ́ lórí dìsìn yìí. Gọ́tà kan máa wò ní pé nígbà bá yá tó bá pé ó máa di ìgbà tí wọ́n máa sọ sí gbogbo mo sọ nǹkan mo sọ Yorùbá ni o tó bá ti máa di ìgbà tí wọ́n máa gbé wá fún gbogbo aráyé láti gbọ́ àwa náà máa bẹ̀ a máa jẹ́ ká mọ̀ pé ibi báyìí náà bá dé o ṣùgbọ́n lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ tá a wà yìí o nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí tó jẹ́ ti ìwọ̀ oòrùn Nàìjíríà ní bó ṣe ń ṣe yẹn tó jẹ́ ti àwọn ará òkè ọya àbí àwọn ará tán ti fi kún àwọn èèyàn òkè ọya ó ní báwọn náà bó ṣe ń ṣe tọ̀dọ̀ wọn ṣùgbọ́n tó bá di pé ọ̀rọ̀ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá gbogbo àná ló kàn àtàwọn tá a ní ọ̀nà ṣe ń pè náà gúúsù ìwọ̀ oòrùn ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà àtàwọn tó wà ní àríwá àtàwọn tó wà ní gúúsù sálẹ̀ lọ́hùn àtàwọn tó wà ní àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè míì bíi Benin Republic àbí Togo àbí Ghana àbí Sierra Leone àbí Gambia àbí Brazil and so on and so forth ó ní àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń ṣe lọ́wọ́ wọn tó bá ti di gbà tó pé a máa sọ síta tí n bá ti gbọ́ máa jẹ́ ká mọ̀ so we know how to plug in. All right, but thank you very much for mentioning that. Our final speaker for this bit would be CEO. Then after him we'll go into the topic of today. Again, we're discussing how ethnicity influences Nigerian politics. Please power tap. 29.9k on TikTok is good, but it's not good enough. So please let's get this to 50k on TikTok. Thank you very much. Eshe. All right, CEO, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. It's good to be here again. Every day that I join is very, very illuminating and educative. So now concerning the news you read as per the tourism thing, I feel very excited about that. And I'm also going to try to link that up with the plan to develop or redevelop or redevelop or reconstruct the airport in Lagos. Unfortunately, I'm very active in the airport economy, so I understand what we're losing by not having that place done. And I believe if it had been the property of the Western region or Lagos State, I'm sure they would probably have done something better with it a long time ago. Because Nigeria, unfortunately, sits in a very advantageous position in Africa. And I see no reason where anybody that is coming to Africa should not first get to Nigeria first before connecting to anywhere that they're going. I mean, take for instance, Qatar has a population of about 2.2 million. The airport, the number of passengers that the airport handled for 2024 was 52 million. Out of that 52 million, only 10% of them are going to Qatar. The rest of them are in transit to other locations across the world. And unfortunately for Nigeria, there is no airport in Nigeria that supports transit passengers. If you come to Nigeria today, you are going to any other place in Africa, you have to first come through immigration, then go out and get a regional flight or something. And that is what this new development is supposed to be able to achieve, so that we can further reposition ourselves. Qatar Airport employs about 45,000 people. I mean, it's, okay, also tied to this, I read the 15-year development plan for Ethiopian Airlines, that they want to grow they want to be the largest hub in Africa, the largest airline in Africa. And guess what? Their target market is Nigeria, because Nigerians are the most traveled people in Africa. So for them to grow by their passenger traffic by about 70%, they are targeting like a 75% increase in passengers from Nigeria. So it's a good thing, provided we're able to link all these things up together. We cannot develop tourism in isolation of a regional train service or regional airline service or the airport, the functionality of the airport itself, because people will have to come, they will have to get off their international flight and then get onto a regional or local flight. All that has to be tied together and integrated together. So I hope some of these people listen to us on this platform, and then God will help us to help them to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. That was brilliant. I should also add that Oyo State is also now working on upgrading the airport to an international airport. The state government is doing a fantastic work of that. Last time I was in Ibadan, I visited that area and I saw the new roads that lead to the airport now. So, hopefully all these things are going to help, because from Alakia to Oshogbo or Ife, less than 1 hour. And of course now the road from Ibadan to Ife has also been awarded now. So hopefully that will also help, with transportation and all of that. Yeah, thank you very much. Someone on YouTube says that is the way to go, Mr. Kim Bami Bonje. Interesting name. Nemeka says, try resist tribal coloration of human problems. Life is very challenging for human beings, irrespective of tribe. Love your maturity in presentation. Keep it up. Thank you. But if tribe does well, it's not about tribe, by the way. I don't consider Yoruba to be a tribe. Yoruba is a nation. It's just that we don't have sovereignty. And we're not the only nation in the world that has no sovereignty. The Scottish nation has no sovereignty. The Welsh nation has no sovereignty. Northern Ireland that don't have sovereignty. But they are still nations regardless. I just wanted to say that every time I'll be saying it, we are not a tribe. There are many tribes within Yoruba, Guinea. And inside that tribe, you still have a lot of cities and towns. And in those cities and towns, you have quarters, you have family compounds, you have clans, right? So Yoruba is a nation. Thank you for understanding. But no, we're not, it's not tribal coloration, to be honest. I just think that some things need to be said, and hopefully people will fix up. And someone wrote on YouTube, on TikTok, Catalonia, yes, they are also trying to get their own nation. And someone says, Mr. Dekunle Olugboja says, there is no culture like Yoruba culture. The variety and depth are breathtaking. Thank you very much for that. Before we leave this section, I'd like to read the plans that Dawn Commission has, that they've talked about, just a few of them, and I hope that this will also make some of us do more research so that we know what's up, and then we're able to plug in. So these are the major proposals that Dawn has put forward. Also, I hope that, and by the way, they have said it, that the Southwest Development Commission will be working with Dawn. So I hope, with Dawn Commission, so I hope that they actually do implement all these proposals that Dawn Commission has put out in the last few years. So I mentioned the regional joint railway network, transport infrastructure. They're also working on agriculture or agro investments, livestock. The Dawn Cedar Agro Investment Service, all right, which will focus on livestock, urges Southwest farmers to participate in the large livestock business. They've mapped out resources, valuing agricultural potential, and so on and so forth. Then they also have plans for energy or power sector development that will cover the 6 states in the Southwest. So I think they're working on building power infrastructure, grids, power generation to ensure reliable power supply for industries. They also are working on human capital and educational skills. Human capital, education, and skills. And one of those things they're working on is what we talked about the other day, SWEET, Southwest Innovation Tech Hub. It's something they're doing for young people. If you're a young graduate, you can get in there. You don't have to pay anything. So again, these are things that we'd love to see. There's security and governance, of course, that gave birth to Amotekun, but they're doing more in community, talking about community policing and state police that apparently the president is also favoring at the moment. And then there's industrial development investment facilitation. So they're identifying industrial hubs across the Southwest with zones of agriculture, minerals, manufacturing, and so on. So solid mineral development is also a proposed, action. There are proposed action plans for Southwest region in terms of solid minerals. So for instance, there are places in all the states, right, where you find either, solid minerals or crude oil or something like that. They also have plans for that. And then there's culture, tourism, and arts. They're talking about arts. Southwest Games to foster regional identity, youth engagement, and so on and so forth. Of course, all these things have multiplier effects. Okay, you can't talk culture, tourism, and arts, like I mentioned earlier, without talking about hotels and crafts and entertainment and all kinds of things that will work hand in hand, whatever it is that the government is doing. And there's community-led and grassroots development, regulatory and policy reforms. They're advocating for repeal or modification of old laws, e.g. the Railway Act of 1955. These are the things that are being done. It's just that, a lot of time, some of these things you find in newspapers, which we don't usually read because, of course, who has the time? But I'm saying it now so that we will know. And maybe one day we'll go, granular, or understand all these things again so that we can find our place. We have passed that stage where we'll be saying, let them build it. A lot of us here, we've been out of school or be out of uni, you've been working, you've been making money. There's a lot that we should now so I'm hoping that this news will, these things that we're discussing, even though we're not going deep into it, will also help us to take advantage of whatever it is that the government is doing. I said the last person will be CEO, but since we don't usually have ladies, we have one person which can come up. I hope she's a lady. I hope, because the picture says lady, but I hope. So we'll have her, and then we'll go on to other things. So Jolie, if you're not a lady, I'll take you down, shall I? That means you want to deceive us. Jolie, are you there? Jolie Babeth.
Mistake in you. It was a mistake. Sorry.
Okay, at least you're a lady, so we've heard a lady's voice this afternoon. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. All right. Okay, so let's have everybody go down, and then we'll go to class. So we're going to class now. Thank you very much for coming up, CEO, Ray Bay, and FFT. Much appreciated. All right, it's time to go to class. How ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria. Let's get to our main book for today's session, Senator. What is that? Senatorial Wellness. Thank you for the heart. Thank you for the gift. Everyone, please let's be like Senator. These things help to get us on the FYP, but it's also good to be generous. So be generous, all right? And thank you. God bless you. All right, where were we? The educated elite in the Nigerian society. Now, let me preface what we're about to do now by saying this. There was a time I talked about Yoruba. Some of the videos will be coming out tomorrow, where we messed up in the past, which of course mostly has to do with our division and the bickering amongst ourselves, which by God's grace, I think, we always have people, we always have such people, but they will not become the prayer. And also what the reality is that we are seeing a reduction in the numbers, so they don't become a critical mass. Because when it's okay to have detractors sometimes, because at least they keep you on your toes. But they can actually they can actually be what that name is, detract you from achieving glory. So the point is, we messed up as Yoruba people with all the bickering, all the Emi Ojo, Jumi. And I said, when we're done with this, we're going to go even deeper by using the major political fallout that we've had since independence, right, Yoruba land, to learn some lessons that are very, very important. That's what happened between Papa, Chief Awolowo, and Chief SL Akintola. We're going to look at that, but that'll be much later. But a couple of sessions ago, we spent a lot of time talking about where we messed up. And we even talked about how Papa also got into the north. And some of the things that he did that they're not found to be abhorrent, And again, like I always say, Awo is what I refer to as Papa. Awo is alive, by the way. is an Orisha, right? He's somebody that I look up to, everybody around me knows. But that's not to say that we can't learn some things from one or two things that he may have made as mistakes, because at the end of the day, he was human. And in Yoruba philosophy, an Orisha is not somebody without mistake. An Orisha is somebody who has done something that others have not been able to achieve. Not that he was not human. He was human, he made mistakes, but we can learn from it. All right, and so in learning from it, we talked about what happened in the North. We spent a lot of time discussing that some sessions ago. And interestingly, some of those things we also read in Papa's own book, The Travails of Democracy and the Rule of Law, Adventures in Power, Book 2. And we read some of the things that happened in Northern region. But we'll go deeper into this book. I want to discuss what happened between him and SLA. There's a book that was written about SLA as well. Let me just announce, just in case you want to have it. You can get it on Redomi Books. Before we get there, this book was written by Professor Akinjide Oshuntokum. The book is called Esladoke Akintola, His Life and Times. He said some things that I think will also help us when the time comes to have that conversation. And then there is The Travail of Democracy and Rule of Law by Papa Ao. And of course, there are other books that we're going to consult when the time comes. I said all of that to say this. This particular stuff that we're going to do today is about Nigeria, and we don't give you Yoruba Gbasgbos, we don't talk now you go to hear Igbo Gbasgbos, but don't be say anybody hate Igbo people for here. And just because we talk about how ethnicity influences politics in Nigeria. And to also say this, those who tell you to forget about the idea of ethnicity and tribe and just become tribalized in Nigeria are the people who have actually used ethnicity and tribe more than any other group in this country. And without missing words, they're the Igbos. And this is not to say they are bad or they are evil or anything. You know what? I don't even think the people know it. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm just giving them the benefit of the doubt. But the truth of the matter is this. All of us in Nigeria, and I've said this several times, you must have heard me say it before, that all of us in Nigeria, we are products, we are the direct products of the prevailing political ideology of our regions, or that existed in our regions in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. The ideology, the prevailing ideology from the southeast, or from the eastern region in the 40s and 50s and 60s was the domination of Nigeria by an ethnic group. You may not agree, that's okay, but it is documented. Right, and it is not anybody fighting any group. You may not even, your dad may not even know about it. In case you're Igbo, you're like, because I'm about to get into some things that you may be hearing things that may make you feel uncomfortable. It's not because I'm trying to make you feel uncomfortable. So I'm trying to, I pour water for ground, so I'm going to tell it to two. Okay, so the point is that certain things were done by the political elite in different regions in Nigeria, whether it was the north, the west, and the east, and everybody. We cannot change history to make people feel comfortable, but what we do is to try to explain it as respectfully and as gently as possible until somebody jags me. At that point, all gloves may not even be off because I don't want to. But let's just remember all these things before I start reading. So no go be like say anybody they fight anybody. I hope we're all together. Thank you very much for your understanding. Now let's get into the book. Again, the book is The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.B. This book, I'm going very fast. The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayodele. The book was published in 1974. It contains a lot of truth that will help us understand how to move in Nigeria. Let me start with what he said about Papa. It was a jab, but it's the truth. How for do? Nnamdi Azikiwe was prominently, by the way, we've talked about this before. If you want to see how far we've gone, please check the live section of Busui Oris on YouTube. You'll be able to, listen to the other parts. So this is part 5. So we've done part 1, 2, 3, and 4, apparently. Sorry, someone on YouTube, before I go into this, someone on YouTube says, referring to Yoruba land as a geopolitical designation, Southwest doesn't enforce Yoruba identity on the space. Yes, I get that. And I do that a lot. But I was talking about Dawn Commission and Southwest Development Commission specifically. So I think it's about context. But I get what you're saying, and you're right, my brother Adiomojola. You're correct. You're correct. But you see, when we're talking about Dawn Commission and SWDC, we also, and people then say, oh, what's the plan for people in North Central? I don't know how to answer that question, apart from reminding us that we're talking about Dawn and SWDC. But I get your point. Let's get into this book now. Please power tap, please share. Let's get to 50K on TikTok. Please, if you're on YouTube, please just double tap your screen, just That way you have liked the live. Also, want more people to subscribe to the YouTube channel, please do so. All right, let's get into the book now. The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayodele. Nnamdi Azikiwe was prominently and vocally connected with the Igbo State Union. Again, he was the president in 1943, thereabout 48. Not 43, 48. By 48, was president. 49 was president of the Igbo State Union. By the way, let me go back just a little bit so that I can give us Umale Shedada. Whatever pan-Nigerian predilections Azikiwe had were destroyed by the aggressive Yoruba nationalism from which he had begun to suffer in the 40s. A nationalism which, ironically, he had done much to provoke with his Igbo-mania in his press. The point is that when you hear that Yoruba people are pushing back in 2025, it's reminiscent of what happened in the 1940s. Yoruba people also pushed back, and the reason they pushed back was because there was Igbo-mania in the press. Whenever you hear Lagos Ibadan media, you Yoruba people have pushed propaganda using Lagos Ibadan media. Just remind them that Zik, to be honest, is the father of propaganda in Nigeria. And this is how Papa described him. He called him the first consummate propagandist Nigeria ever produced. And what he did in the beginning was to use media to prop his people up. And as though that was not enough, he did it at the expense of other groups in Nigeria, especially the Yoruba. He wasn't so mad about the Hausa for some reason, because again, of course, they weren't really competing as far as education was concerned. And in his own mind, in his own thinking, they were not going to be a threat in the opportunities that he wanted for his own people. So apparently, Yoruba people were the problem. And Yoruba people had to start pushing back in 1948. Azikiwe used his press, number one, to push an Igbo agenda, number two, to suppress other ethnic groups, especially the Yoruba, especially with what happened in 1948, where it was vehemently against the organization called Egbe Omo Otuduwa. And it went as far as working with some other Yoruba people to create a parallel organization in Yoruba land for Yoruba people called the Yoruba Federal Union, which, by the way, was one of the most stupid things anybody could have done in 1948. But he did it. Thwarted and agonized in his efforts in 1951 to transfer his political ambition to the Western region, he read the writing on the wall that Yoruba land could not be his constituency, that his power base was Igbo land in the Eastern region, where he could reap the benefit of charity beginning at home. We also mentioned this the last time, where we talked about how the 1951 elections went down. Recently, there's a video talking about how Yoruba people are very tribalistic and how there was no tribalism until Awolowo brought it in. And I remember saying the other day that if you read the book, there's a book called Chief Awolowo, The Political Moses by Oduguwa. In that book, I found something very interesting. I mean, many interesting things, by the way, but one very interesting stuff was the tribute that Fela had written to Papa, of Papa after he passed on. And he also echoed that sentiment of Awolowo being the one that introduced tribalism into Nigerian politics. You've heard it, but it's nonsense. It's nonsense because what Awolowo was doing was pushing back. If Awolowo was wrong, I will tell you. But the truth of the matter is that what he was doing was to assert the Yorubaness of this space. And he did that because he was working against a particular person who had an agenda, not just to have Igbo domination, but to have Yoruba suppression in Yoruba land, I might add. And so what happened in 51, and again, I should say this, and I remember saying this earlier, but I'm just having a recap for the next few minutes, and I'm going to, go on to other things. When you hear people say things like Yoruba people are very tribalistic, they did not allow Zik become premier. Number one, you could not become premier in 51. There was no premier in Nigeria until 54. All right, but they will say they didn't allow Zik to become premier in the Western region. But we in the East, we voted Altine, who is Fulani, and he was the mayor. Some people say selected, some people say elected, whatever. So he was the mayor of Enugu in the 1950s. As interesting as that sounds, there's something that is missing in that conversation, and it is this. You can say Zik was not allowed to become something, but you can't say Zik was not elected by the same Yoruba people. And it's a particular point that many miss. Zik was literally elected by Yoruba people to represent Lagos in the Western Region Parliament in Ibadan in 1951. And if you're talking about the fact that people are not open, there's nothing as open as that. They voted for him. They wanted him to represent parts of Lagos. There were 5 seats in Lagos, right? of course, sorry, I'll say it this way. There were 5 seats representing different parts of Lagos in Western region in Ibadan. And Zik was one of those 5 people. And all those 5 seats were won by NCNC. And by the way, when we say Lagos, we're not talking about Lagos State. Again, because in that same parliament, you had representatives from Badagry, you had representatives from Ikeja. So it's not about Lagos State, it's about Lagos Gogon, where we call Eko. So think about it, in the heart of Lagos, we had Zik representing a seat in 1951. If you call us tribalistic, you should probably be thinking of that. I saw a video, I just didn't play it earlier. I saw a video where someone was saying, you're about the most tribalistic people in Nigeria. I can't say it in English language because see English translation for that. The point is that all this bickering, all these accusations, you are the most tribalistic. You are calling us most tribalistic for the first time because for the first time in your own generation, you are seeing us push back. That's the only thing that's happening. It's not that we are doing anything that you have done or that you are doing. It's just that you are seeing us push back like our parents did in 1948. And this pushback, I believe, is going to be the one that will actually settle everything once and for all. Not by violence, but by creating a structure that allows for people to know their boundaries. And that's what we're looking forward to having in Yoruba land. Having said that, so I mentioned that in 1951, Zik did win a seat in Lagos. Zik got to Ibadan. And Zik wrote in his book, and I read it last time, the book is called My Odyssey. That was his own autobiography that was published in 1970. And in that book, Zik said something that no politician before him or after him has said. And it's amazing what he said. Guess what? He said that the NCNC was under the impression that they had 43 seats out of 80. There's no sane politician that I've heard of that will make decisions or come up with accusations based on their own impression. In other words, I'm going to call Yoruba people tribalistic because I was under the impression that my party has won the seats. But guess what? We didn't win. Therefore, Yoruba people are tribalistic. I didn't get serious with this thing until I read the book by Kingsley Mbadiwe. And that's one of the reasons I have no respect for that man. The book he wrote called The Rebirth of a Nation. And the reason I have no respect for him and many people like him is because he was lying against Awo. And I've said it several times. Anybody who lies against Awo is not really fighting Awo. He's fighting Yoruba people. Why? Because that's the definition of our political culture in this century. So when a person fights that person, you can fight that person fairly, like fair and square. Like maybe you have political issues, like, right? Anybody can fight him. But if you fight with him using lies, it means that you are dumb. I already know that you're trying to bring him down because you don't have people like him where you come from, which is what is happening in Nigeria, by the way. People talk down on Awo because they can't find any person of his caliber in their entire generation. And again, I'm not even apologizing for this. Talk about Awo, it actually triggers me. So the point is, when you read that book, Mbadiwe said, oh, they had this election and Awo used tribalism to get his people to vote and everything. Well, I don't know if you were here on Wednesday, but let me just ask, if I have to read it, I'll quickly read it. If you were here on Wednesday and you heard me talk about what happened in 1951, just say yes in the comment section. If you were not here, just say no. If the yeses are more, then I'm going to continue. If the no's are more, I'll read a few things. Let's quickly answer, please. Were you here when we discussed what happened in 1951? The first answer is no. Anyone else? No, no, no. Yes, yes. Okay. We seem to be having more no's. So let's quickly do that then, so that we'll all be on the same page. So let's start by reading Azikwe's own book. The book again is called My Odyssey, and one of these days we're going to have a session on that book. That was his own autobiography. Interestingly, you know what I was saying the other time that Awo had written his autobiography in 1960, and he said all those things about Azikwe. Azikwe wrote his own in 1917, and Azikwe could not, and I'm glad he did not even try to debunk anything, because those things were true. All right. So people said that Yoruba are tribalistic. They don't vote for people outside their region. When we talk about Tony Nwulu, who won the seat in Oshodi Solo federal constituency, or the many people in Namu ward of him, or in House of Assembly or House of Reps, who have represented Lagos, even the one representing Chosa right now, is not Yoruba. People suddenly forget that we have things like that. They say, oh, you're tribalistic. How did we get all those people to represent parts of Lagos. Anyway, it didn't start in 2023. This last election actually started much earlier. Let's read what happened in 51. And we're going to be reading Zeke's own book. It says here, again, the book is called My Odyssey. Towards the end of 1951, I stood for another election, this time to the Western House of Assembly. Again, this is not Federal House. To the Western House of Assembly in Ibadan. So it says, towards the end of 1951, I stood for another election, this time to the Western House of Assembly, as a representative of Lagos under the Macpherson Constitution, and I topped the poll. He lied. He didn't top the poll, but he won. I think the person who topped the poll was Olorun Nembe, but he won. That much is true. The NCNC was on the NCNC was under the impression that it had won the election with 43 members out of 80. This was a statement that Zeke himself made 19 years after that election. When you read books by Kingsley Badiwe and other Igbo commentators, the impression they give is the fact that, oh, we won the seats, and then the action group used tribalism to get cross-carpeting to happen. Therefore, they are very tribalistic. What he is telling you here, by he I mean Zeke, is that he said his party, the NCNC, was under the impression that it had won the election with 43 members out of 80. Now, nobody that I know of in politics will talk to you based on impression. And then he mentioned some people. He mentioned people like Adegoke Adelabu, mentioned people like Chief Aboderi, and so on and so forth. And last time, I read Chief Aboderi's response. But before I read his response, let me read to you what Zeke said. He said that, 1 second, please. He says here, this is Zeke, by the way, the NCNC was under the impression that it had won the election with 43 members out of 80. As it turned out, 20 of the legislators who were known or regarded as NCNC members or supporters or sympathizers decided to align themselves with another party. This is how you speak when you can't even acknowledge the fact that you messed up. How can you say you expected members or supporters? Again, this is actually how you bamboozle people. You can't say NCNC members. You say NCNC members or supporters or sympathizers. How are you supposed to expect that those people are going to vote for you? You're under the impression that you won because they were sympathizers. And then went to mention funny, names like Author Press, who by the way at that time was not even NCNC, and now who left NCNC before 51. Then he mentioned, where I'm going is when he mentioned Chief AMA Akinloye, Chiefs Aboderi, Akinbiyi, and Lanleyin, and then Alhaji Adegoke Adelabu, who were all part of the Mabolaje NCNC alliance. So we mentioned one name, Chief Aboderi. So when I saw this, I thought, you know what? Chief Aboderi is not here with us. But what's the next best thing we can do? We can read what he had to say. So let's quickly go to this book to hear what Chief Aboderi had to say. The book is called The Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. It was written by Olayiwola Abeguni, but he quoted Aboderi in this book. So let's quickly read some things here. The 1951 parliamentary elections was contested by two main political parties. The Action Group and the NCNC vied for supremacy. The Action Group and the NCNC vied for supremacy in the Western Nigeria. Again, remember, we're not discussing what happened in Federal Capital. 1951, Lagos was not Federal Capital of Nigeria. I think it's important to repeat these things. I know I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Lagos was not Federal. Oh, sorry, please. I have to plug some of these devices. 1 second, please. All right, thank you. So, 1951, contrary to what you may have heard, Lagos was not the capital of Nigeria in 51. It was the capital for a while, but by 51, it stopped being the capital in the sense that parts of Lagos were put under the Western region, which is why those who won those seats had to go to Ibadan, representing Lagos. But then in 54, it became capital again. So at this time, they were going to Ibadan. The 1951 parliamentary elections was contested by two main political parties. The Action Group and the NCNC vied for supremacy in the Western Nigeria. Although there were other local political parties, mostly cultural organizations without affiliation to the AG or NCNC. 1 second, please. Although there were other local parties, mostly cultural organizations without affiliation to the AG or the NCNC before the elections. Please remember that. So we're going to come back to that. Some of these local organizations were Ibadan People's Party, IPP, and Ibadan Citizens Council, ICC, in Ibadan, Ondo Improvement League in Ondo, Otuedo in Benin, Nigeria People's Congress, MPC, in Lagos. Before the elections, the Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian government, Mr. Harold Cooper, wrote to all political parties contesting the elections to make known names of the candidates for the final elections to the House of Assembly. In addition, Mr. Cooper told newsmen at a press conference that this would help his department to identify the party to which elected candidates belong when issuing press releases or broadcasting results of the final election on Monday, September 22nd. It is understood that letters have been dispatched to the secretariats of the NCNC, the Action Group, the Nigerian People's Congress, and other parties contesting the elections. The Action Group submitted its list of candidates, while the NCNC did not submit or publish the names of its candidates. Why? So that Zik will be able to write in 1970 that he had members, supporters, and sympathizers, not candidates. In other words, you didn't even say we have so many candidates. So how are you going to be under the impression that you could have won? Again, these are the lies that are destroying Nigeria, because they are the lies that perpetuate victimhood and makes everybody the problem but you, even in your own matter. More they continue. In addition, the Action Group list was released before the final elections and published in the Daily Service and the Nigerian Tribune on and before September 24, 1951, the day of the final election in most parts of the West. Chief A.M.A. Akinloye, these are the names that Zik mentioned in his book. Chief A.M.A. Akinloye, Chief Moyo Aboderin, the particular man, Chief D.T. Akinbiyi, Chief S.O. Lanleyin, Chief S.A. Akinyemi, and Alaji Adegoke Adelabu, 6 of them, all contested on Ibadan People's Party, Egbe Omo Ibile platform, and won. Not AG, not NCNC. Again, they were not in AG, neither were they in NCNC. They were in Ibadan People's Party. They were independent of both the AG and the NCNC. Only Alaji Adelabu went with the NCNC. According to Chief Aboderin, now, you know, Zik said that, Akinloye, Aboderin, Lanleyin, all these people, they were supposed to be with us because we had Mabolaji NCNC alliance. Well, this is what Aboderin said happened. Dr. Azikiwe had sent telegrams to all the 6 elected members of Ibadan People's Party, urging them to join his party, the NCNC. In other words, they were not members of NCNC. They did not win because of NCNC. They did not even win on the platform of the NCNC. Dr. Azikiwe's strategy was, however, faulty, since he relied mostly on Adelabu and Akinloye, and thought that by getting the 2 of them, he would be able to switch the other members to his camp. I favored the Action Group, and I succeeded in getting all the members with the exception of Adelabu to the Action Group. The popular idea that the IPP cross-carpeted from the NCNC to the Action Group is therefore erroneous. Oh, they used Kinikon, they got Yoruba people to move from NCNC to AG. They were not even in NCNC to begin with. Even Zik himself could not write in his book because, again, he wrote in 1970. You know the crazy part? Mbadiwe was very careful to make sure that all the major players were dead when he wrote his book. It was just after Papa died that he published his ridiculousness of a book called Rebirth of a Nation and packed it with lies. Awo wrote his autobiography in the lifetime of Zik. Zik had 36 years to respond. They wrote about Awo after Awo passed because one of them wanted to come back to Baba life. It's a very funny word, isn't it? Where were we? So Aboderin is saying that they did not cross from NCNC to AG. They were in IPP, not in NCNC. So Zik and his minions, who went about shouting that they were under the impression, that impression that they were under is something out of the ordinary. It doesn't have any basis on earth. Like, it's not part of reality. It's just a delusion. So let's continue now. At the close of the election on September 24, 1951, the Action Group, judging by its list of candidates released before the election, had won 38 out of 72 seats contested. 3 days later, 3 candidates who contested as independent and won joined forces with their colleagues to sign the Action Group Pact of Loyalty. They were Alhaji D.S. Adegbenro, who, by the way, took over from SLA much later, of Egba Division, J.O. Oshutokun Ekiti Division, and S.O. Hassan Ekpe Division. Again, Ekpe is different from Lagos, even back then in 51. Making AG 41 seats. So they won 33 seats. They won 38 seats. 3 people joined them, so they became 41. Chief Adeola Odutola contested and won as an independent in Ijebu-Ode, and after the election declared for the AG. Chief Adeola Odutola's declaration for the Action Group was announced by Chief Bode Thomas in the Daily Times of November 1, 1951. In addition, the 3 O2 Edo members, including Eso Edugudaro, Benin Province, won on the platform of the local party, and they also declared for the Action Group. The Western Regional elections of November 1951 gave the Action Group a majority victory of 44 seats out of 75 seats in the Western Nigeria House of Assembly. Only in Lagos were the 5 seats won by the NCNC, led by Nnamdi Azikiwe, and there were internal squabbles and indiscipline within the party. What party? NCNC. Which led to all the 5 NCNC legislators contesting among themselves for the 2 seats allocated to Lagos in the House of Representatives. What does that mean? Let me quickly explain as quickly as possible. You see, back in the day, we're discussing McPherson Constitution, right? So you had the House of Assembly, Regional House of Assembly, that would be in Ibadan. But you also had the House of Representatives. Now, what they did was to say, listen, 5 seats in Lagos will be the House of Assembly seats. But that same Lagos is also divided into 2. I'm using our own lingo today. Our political lingo now is federal constituency. So you have 2 federal constituencies, and 2 federal constituencies, you're not letting 5 House of Assembly constituencies, but states. But the way it worked then was it's not like what we have now, where we'll vote for House of Rep members, then we'll now vote for House of Assembly members. That's not how they did it back then. The way they did it back then was that you will vote for House of Assembly members. Whoever wins goes to the parliament in Ibadan, in our own case, in Western region, goes to Ibadan. When they get to Ibadan, the people in the parliament in Ibadan, that's the entire region, will then choose who would represent, choose or present, so to speak, the people that will represent your constituency in the Federal House of Representatives. Now, 5 seats were won by NCNC in Lagos in 1951. Naturally, what you would expect would be this, right? The party would have a conversation amongst themselves. All of us, Abi, Bubu, are in the same party. We have 5 seats in Ibadan. Out of this number, we have to take 2 of us to represent our constituency and our party in the House of Representatives in Lagos. If you had a leader, you would have been able to easily say, okay, you and you will go, or me and somebody, or whatever. But the crazy thing that happened in the parliament in 1951 was that all 5 of them wanted to go, including Zik himself. And why? Because Zik wanted to be the one to form the government of Western Region and be the leader of government. And because he lost woefully, I should add, because he lost woefully, he then said he wasn't going to take any inferior ministerial post in the parliament, and wanted to go to Lagos. But they dealt with him very well, and they dealt with him so thoroughly that since 51 to 2025 they are still lying about it. Let me read some of the things. Let me read a bit more from this book. The Western Regional elections of November 1951 gave the Action Group a majority victory of 44 seats out of 75 seats in the Western Nigeria House of Assembly. Only in Lagos were the 5 seats won by the NCNC, led by Nnamdi Azikiwe, and there were internal squabbles and indiscipline within the party, which led to all the 5 NCNC legislators contesting among themselves for the 2 seats allocated to Lagos in the House of Representatives. While the 1951 elections became the seeds of discord, the results in Lagos, as recorded in the Daily Times on November 22, 1951, had noted that the election result was a disappointment to the NCNC, whose leader, Nnamdi Azikiwe, had anticipated a majority in the regional and central federal legislature prior to the election. In other words, Zik wanted to have majority in Western Region Parliament and also, of course, majority in the federal legislature, which of course is normal since he's a politician, Abi. I'll tell you when it becomes abnormal. Let's continue. Azikiwe declared that he would not accept a ministerial post in an inferior legislature of the colonial type. He's talking about the Western region. So if I don't become the leader of government, I don't want anything else in this place. I'm going to Lagos to represent. It will still be here, but Shan and Lagos Ingo face as a federal legislator. The loss crippled the plan of the NCNC leader to paralyze. So the plan he had was to paralyze the machinery of government, which would lead to the reformulation of a new constitution for Nigeria. By the way, let me quickly pause to say this. When the matter of the constitution that Nigeria needed, when it came up in 43, excuse me, my throat needs something, please. In 43, Zik had published a pamphlet called The Political Blueprint for Nigeria. And in that pamphlet, he claimed to want federal system, although it was going to favor the Igbos more than any other group, but at least it was federal. By the early 50s, he had moved from wanting federal system to wanting unitary system. And so what he wanted to do was, he wanted to be able to have the majority in Western region, the majority in Eastern region, have power in the federal legislature, and then shut down the government so that they will be forced to come up with a new constitution. And he has always wanted a unitary system, which, by the way, came to pass 15 years later in 1966. All these things are connected. And because he couldn't win that, I mean, what he would have preferred was to shut everything down, force the British colonial government to give us a new constitution, and maybe, just maybe, get his way. Excuse me. Oh boy. So I would say maybe, just maybe, he would be able to get his own way. But that was not to be. Azikiwe declared that he would not accept a ministerial post in an inferior legislature of the colonial type. The loss crippled the plan of the NCNC leader to paralyze the machinery of government, which would lead to the reformulation of a new constitution for Nigeria. Obviously, the election outcome gave a majority to the action group, meaning that the NCNC could not form the Western regional government as Nnamdi Azikiwe had hoped. However, the results in Lagos gave the NCNC some hope that its national president, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, would become a leader in the federal legislature. Because under the Macpherson Constitution, a stipulated number of representatives from each administrative division was to be elected to the Federal House of Representatives from the Western House of Assembly. I already explained that. When the Western Nigeria House of Assembly met for the first time on January 7, 1952, 49 members, instead of 44, declared for the action group. That includes the 5 people from Ibadan. Thus, culminating in a controversy that created a long mistrust between Chief Awolowo and Dr. Azikiwe. Apparently, the action group led by Chief Awolowo was able to organize the Western regional government with a comfortable margin, AG 49 and NCNC 26. But the House of Assembly was required to elect 2 of the 5 NCNC representatives from Lagos to the House of Representatives. The action group majority in the House voted for Dr. Lorunimbe, NCNC, a Yoruba, and Prince Adeleke Adedoyin, a Yoruba, who later joined the AG, neither of whom would step down in favor of their leader, Dr. Azikiwe, NCNC, and Igbo. I said something the last time. Let me quickly repeat it. Zik wanted to be king of the West. People say Awo was a tribalist. I say, number 1, it wasn't. Number 2, if he insists it was, I don't bloody care. The point is this: Awo and Zik had history. One of the mistakes we make in history, or in discussing history is that we talk about events as though all events are standalones, and that the things we're discussing happen in a vacuum. When you discuss things like that, all you're going to end up with is who is good, who is bad. You're looking for victors and villains, but that's not really how to have conversations that have to do with history. If you're discussing 51 without 34, you are on a long thing. And I say that intentionally. Awo did not meet Zik in 1951. He met him in 1934. Zik was a fiery, powerful orator who had come to Lagos to speak, right? And everybody liked him. Awo at the time was not at that level. He was a journalist writing in, I think it was Nigerian Daily Telegraph at the time, edited by Ethnicity. So he knew him as a speaker. Azikiwe goes to Ghana, had some issues in Ghana, returns to Nigeria, and then joins a movement that started before he got back. The movement started in 1934. It's called Lagos Youth Movement. Became Nigerian Youth Movement in 1936. 37, Zik comes around and joins the movement. There were powerful speakers already, but Zik became one of them. So they had a quartet: Ethnicity, Samuel Akesanya, H.O. Davis, and Azikiwe. Azikiwe helped to galvanize people to vote for NYM, because NYM was not just a youth movement, it was also a kind of political party, because they were able to present candidates for Lagos Town Council and Lagos Legislative Council. So Zik helped in 37, and nobody can even try to change that. One thing that Zik also did was his newspaper, West African Pilot, became the in thing back then in 1937. It was a hit. There were other papers before he came. There was Lagos Daily News that was edited and published by Albert Macaulay. There was Nigerian Daily Telegraph, which was edited by Ethnicity, and there was Nigerian Daily Times, which was edited by Bates. Zik comes along with his West African Pilot, and it was just beautiful. Everybody liked it. And I said the other day, people were leaving civil service jobs to get, employed in Zik's newspaper. So it was the in thing. That was in 37. By 38, I know I've said this before, but just in case you were not here, I'm trying to put everything together before we go deeper. By 38, Zik had used his own paper to push up his ethnic people. This was not in 2025, 1938. Nobody had ever seen anything like that in Nigeria up until and did it and got away with it, starting in 38 into 39 into 40, 41, and so on and so forth. What was different was this. You see, back in the day, the young men who were members of NYM, thank you for the gift, thank you so much. The young men who were members of the NYM, they were nationalists. They were mostly Yoruba, because of course it was in Lagos. They thought of Nigeria. Again, if you're one of those Yoruba people who are always talking about, Nigeria, the tribalize, it's because you have not read history. They were Nigeria first, Nigeria only, right? I mean, they were Yoruba, they were proud of their culture, but they liked the idea of Nigeria. So, again, most of them were, people who had gone against the Anglican Church in the late 19th century into the early 20th century. So people like Mojola Gbebi, people like Erika, people like Albert Macaulay, a lot of them, right? So they were nationalists in outlook. They would talk of Nigeria and talk of Africa. They never knew that you could actually reduce deep conversations about Nigeria to Igbo conversations until Zik came along and started publishing his paper, and he changed that with an editorial that he published in 1938 where he talked about Jaja Wachuku becoming the first Igbo to go take one course in the US, and then went to Imbanefo, on and on. So you started seeing this Igbo thing, and then more than that, he was all downplaying Yoruba and lifting Igbo, and it was intentional. It was very intentional, because there are many examples we're not going to go into now, but we've done this before. Anyway, the history that people have had was that Zik was an Igbo jingoist. Let nobody lie to you that there was a Pan-African whose name was Zik. It's not true. I could say there was a Pan-African there was a man who was branded as Pan-African, and you will be right. But that that would be a lie. It was about his ethnicity, but that would not be a problem. But because all of us said we are doing Nigeria, one Nigeria, how come I'm now hearing Igbo is doing this, Igbo is doing that? To the point where, like I said last week, there was a football match between secondary school teams. The CKC team from Onitsha, Christ the King College from Onitsha, and St. Gregory's in Lagos. They played a football match, and CKC won 5-4. And Zeke said they had exceptionally developed brains. He said they invaded the island called Lagos. He used words and said that the answer to some of those questions were only in the laps of the gods. He just, on top secondary school match, Zeke showed that Igbo Kini was the main thing. This was in 1940, by the way. August of that same year, the same CKC team went to Ibadan to play Olubadan 11. And Olubadan 11 won 3-2. And Zeke did not publish it. It took another 2 weeks before Zeke published it at the back. And Zeke explained that, listen, no, they lost because they were tired after traveling from Onitsha to Ibadan. I should ask you, if you are traveling from Onitsha and you want to go to Ibadan, where will you get to first, Ibadan or Lagos? You get to Ibadan first, but when they got to Lagos and won, they were exceptionally developed. Where they lost in Ibadan, it was because they were tired. That tells you how clannish and tribalistic, if not bigoted, that Zeke was. Again, I'm not saying this to reduce his quality or whatever, but I'm saying that for many years we've been lied to. We've been told Awo is a tribalist, Awo did not allow Zeke, Awo is a bad person. In reality, the person who is accusing is actually confessing. That's his own nature. He's projecting. It is reality. But we have believed it because we assume that he was saying the truth. He's not telling the truth of what's happening to us. He's saying the truth of what's happening in him and to him. So let's make it very, very clear. That's Azikiwe's own frame of reference. And that is why. So if you did that in 38, in 39, in 1940, and then in 41, he broke up that party. By doing what? By evoking crazy ethnic loyalty. This time among Ijebu people. He caused a fracture in NYM by saying that NYM did not want Obasanjo Akíntóyè because Obasanjo Akíntóyè was an Ijebu. Forget the fact that the person supporting his opponent, Ernest Ekoli, was an Ijaw man. The man supporting Ernest Ekoli was also an Ijebu man, Obafemi Awolowo. But Zeke engineered it to the point where Ijebu people were even against Awo himself, who was one of them, and insulted him, just like you will see on Twitter today. Oh, culture of criminality. Oh, they want to destroy us. Oh, take our body. We are the real ones. These are the fake. It happened in 1941, February. And it got so bad that eventually Ijebu people and Igbo people pulled out of the first nationalist organization Nigeria ever produced, Nigerian Youth Movement. And it happened because Zeke did it. Now, that was in 41. 4 years later, 1945, the Yoruba people decided to create something called Ẹgbẹ́ Odùduwà in the UK. Of course, you had people like Obafemi Awolowo, you had people like I see his face, I see his height, I forgot his name. Oh boy, I'm going to remember that name. Akintola. Akintola Williams. Yes. You have people like that who came together and formed Ẹgbẹ́ Odùduwà in London. And here's the crazy part. This is 45. 2 years prior, the Igbo State Union had a branch in the UK. Let's go back just a bit. 1928, we had the very first cultural organization in Nigeria, Ibibio Union. 31, Urobos followed. Many groups followed. 36, the Igbo Union started in Calabar, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt. Much later, they became Igbo Federal Union in 43. In 43, when they became Igbo Federal Union, they also had a branch, they started a branch in London. 43. All this while, Yoruba people did not have any organization. 45, the Yoruba said, you know what, at this point, we have to have something that will bring all of us together. All this bickering from Kiriji, all these suspicions we have amongst ourselves, the bickering has to stop. Let's have our own organization. So they formed something called Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ in 1945. Of all the groups in this world, the only group that was against Yoruba people having an organization was the Igbo Federal Union in London. It was so bad that the Yoruba people did something that I would never do in my life. Primarily because our fathers have done it. And which was to organize a meeting in order to explain themselves to Igbo people why they needed to have their own organization, because it was similar to what Igbo people already had. So they organized the meeting. But 24 hours before that meeting, it was cancelled. They said they were going to postpone it. That was in 1945. This is 2025. The meeting has not held since that time, but don't hold your breath, by the way. Anyway, that was 45. 47, Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ was inaugurated in Ile-Ife. 48, it was established in Lagos by Sir Ade Amalakija. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Zeke hated the idea of Yoruba people having Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ. He called it a fascist organization. He started speaking against it, and then to make matters worse, around June of 1948, like I said earlier, he decided to establish a parallel Yoruba organization called Yoruba Federal Union, because apparently Yoruba people, we cannot think for ourselves. We require Zeke to help us organize our own cultural union, because we have to pander to what Igbo people want, which is similar to the nonsense that some people are doing in the name of Afenifere in 2025, where you stand and say you are Yoruba group or use Yoruba stuff, and then you are pushing an agenda that favors another ethnic group. The worst you can do as a thinking person is to say you are neutral, you're not partisan. You can't be, sorry guys, we just had a retard enter YouTube. They're going to distract me. Ololuma distract here. Mumbo. I'm up, you know. Where was I? The worst you can do as a Yoruba sociocultural organization is to be non-partisan. You can't be working with an outsider to spite your brother because you think he doesn't know what he's doing. You don't even know what you're doing to start with, especially since looking around, how on earth would any same person compare Tinubu and Peter Obi? The comparison itself is insane, let alone the fact of the matter. Anyway, Zeke got people like folks in this Afenifere, whatever they're doing, not the real one, no, the fake Afenifere. Zeke got people like that to create what he called Yoruba Federal Union in 1948. Please power tap on TikTok. We are on a I can't even do anything right now. The app has detected inactivity. Please, I need you to work together with me. And I mentioned, again, this is a recap. I'm looking at the time. By 1948 June, they had started Yoruba Federal Union. And at that time, for the first time, Yoruba people had their own paper, daily service. And they lambasted Zeke. And they told him that they probably have to start thinking that how on earth would they have the audacity to even think of, determining for Yoruba people who should be their leader. In case you have not heard me read it before, let me read. I'm trying to build up to what happened in 1951. It did not happen as in a vacuum, right? It happened as part of a long line of history, a long part of history. Oh, sorry, a part of a long history. I'm going to read. Hope I can find it. Where is this thing? It's not today's skinny, so I didn't really open the book on Sile Tele. So if I don't find it early enough, I'm just going to quote it. So we're discussing what happened in 1948. I'm there. I'm just looking for the exact page. found it. This is called Between the Ethnic and the National by Remi Adekoya. So he says, by the late 1940s, the Igbos had all but caught up a significant section. 1 second. I'll take it again. By the late 1940s, the Igbos had all but caught up and significant sections of Yoruba elites were feeling threatened by the increasingly commanding position of Azikiwe and his Igbo-dominated NCNC party in southern Nigerian politics. This was the immediate context in which the 1948 Lagos Press War, discussed in Chapter 2, between Azikiwe's pilot and Igbo Oduduwa's mouthpiece, the daily service, took place. The conflict was a manifestation of ongoing rivalries. No, now. I want to read what really happened. I don't want to just refer to it. Mombo, I know what to do. Found it. For most of 1948, the rival papers were involved in a bitter war of words, involving personal attacks often tainted with ethnic undertones. For instance, in response to Azikiwe's support for the establishment of a rival Yoruba sociocultural organization, the Yoruba Federal Union, in June 1948, an editorial in the daily service was published titled, "Nnamdi Azikiwe is warned not to strain the patience of Yoruba people." In it, the Yoruba author stated, "The picture that leaves me bewildered, however, is that of Zik, an out-and-out Igbo, inaugurating a Yoruba Federal Union. It may be said in mitigation that he had but the poorest materials out of which to erect the Yoruba Federal Union, having only managed to scrape together the waifs and strays of the Yoruba race. He had no Yoruba unions to federate, for no Yoruba union would submit to the degradation of being federated by Zik. Nevertheless, the daring of the man is staggering. By attempting so openly to create divisions among the Yorubas, he is approaching the zero hour of his checkered political career. He is playing with the trigger of a loaded gun, the muzzle of which is pointed ominously toward his own forehead. Can anyone imagine a Yoruba man in Onitsha or Nnewi organizing an Igbo Federal Union?" That's the kind of audacity that Zik had in 1948. And this was the year Yoruba people began to push back. And I also mentioned that around this time, people began to buy cutlasses and machetes in Lagos. People began to buy machetes and cutlasses. There was going to be a war. On September 2nd, 1948, the Nigerian Daily Times decided to interview Zik and talk about these machetes that people were purchasing. And Zik had a very great answer to that question about why people were buying machetes. You know what Zik said? Zik said they were only for propaganda purposes. However, 6 days later, September 8, 1948, let me read to you what Zik published in his own paper. "Henceforth, the cry must be one of battle against the Egbe Oduduwa, its leaders at home and abroad, up hill and down dale, in the streets of Nigeria and in the residence of its advocates. The Egbe Oduduwa is the enemy of Nigeria. It must be crushed to the earth. There is no going back until the fascist organization of Sir Adeyemo Alakija, leader of Egbe Oduduwa, has been dismembered." And this led to attacks on Yoruba people in Yoruba land. That happened in 1948. In 1949, Zik gave a speech in Aba. They had the Igbo World Congress. And Zik said that the God of Africa had specially created his Igbo nation to lead the children of Africa out of the bondage of the ages. That's 1949. 1951 was now when Zik wanted to become the head of government in Yoruba land. Put those things together and ask yourself, even if you are Igbo, if you have sense, would you allow that kind of person to become leader in your own region? A person has literally told you, I mean, you see his antecedents, is Igbo mania, like Ayondele mentioned in his work. You've seen his Igbo manic tendencies, you've seen his words, you've seen his actions, you've heard him say that God has called them to lead all of us, and suddenly he comes to your place. Are you supposed to allow that person lead you because he has said God has said you should? Is he from Israel? Even if you're from Israel, which God told you that did not tell me? If he has told you to win, go and find a way to win. But in this place, you are not winning. If you call me a tribalist for that, it's because you're not thinking straight. So let's all think. Let's all put on our thinking caps and understand the fact that all this nonsense about 1951 went to become something, Yoruba people were very tribalistic in their own land. Let them do it. Let the person say, I'm going to take over your land. God has called me. By the way, you're going to hear more damning things in that book. We're going to go back to it very soon. Let's just finish this thing of 1951. God has called you to lead, and I'm supposed to allow you to do so because what? Anyway, AG at 49, NCNC at 26 and 51. So that's the context of what Awo did. And if you're a Yoruba person, you should be celebrating that. If not, all of us by now will be wearing shagu, even though it's not made in Nigeria, but we'll call it something. And if you're able yet, sincerely, it's not about you, it's about the person who did all these things. And if you support that, then you are not thinking straight as well. But I'm not talking about your ethnic group. I'm talking about the agenda of one man and his political cohorts. And because they failed, they lied to you. And you believe the lie and think everybody hates you. Nobody hates you because you are not Chris and you didn't make the TV series. May God bless you as you understand. Let me read a few more things. The AG at 49, NCNC at 26, and then of course when it was time to elect people to go to the House of Representatives, all 5 wanted to go. So the AG appointed 2 Yoruba men, Olorunimbe and Adedoyin. And I mentioned something earlier. Prince Adeleke Adedoyin, his father was literally a king. Zeke went to his father and told him that he should persuade his son to step down for Zeke. And the king asked a simple question. That seat, is it a good seat? Zeke said yes. Then the father asked the question, if it's a good seat, why should I tell my son to step down for you? And that way we found another tribalist in Yoruba land. So Zeke is a tribalist collector, just collecting tribalists everywhere. If you go against him, you're a tribalist. So that's how that went down. We can go deeper, but it's not today's topic. We've even gone too deep than I envisaged. So let's go back to the original book now, The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society. Thwarted and agonized in his efforts in 1951 to transfer his political ambition to Western region, Azikiwe read the writing on the wall that Yoruba land could not be his constituency, that his power base was Igbo land in the Eastern region, where he could reap the benefit of charity beginning at home. In a meteor-like fashion, he descended on the Eastern region, easily dislodged the non-Igbo leadership of the regional government, that's Ayoita, and rapidly succeeded in installing himself as the undisputed head of the region on the fulcrum of Igbo nationalism as symbolized by the NCNC, which was not originally an Igbo party, which was originally a Yoruba, it was a nationalist party formed by Yoruba people. Zeke hijacks it, turns it into an Igbo party, then calls everybody a tribalist. You see how this works? Is what you are hearing today now. A party was almost hijacked last year. Fill in the gap. Nnamdi Azikiwe was prominently and vocally connected with the Igbo State Union. Naturally, he did his best to see the interest of the Igbo was not adversely affected. Thus, in the 50s, whilst Awolowo was being a quixotic idealist, injuring the most precious feelings of the Fulani Hausa leadership, Azikiwe was far more restrained and anxious to cooperate with the Fulani Hausa leadership. There was no question of him being petulantly arrogant like his Yoruba rival, who reportedly boasted once that he would never serve under a Northerner. That's true. I will say that. For good reason. We discussed it before, we discussed it again, but not today. For good reason. It shouldn't have gone that way, but he had his reasons. And if you were here when we discussed his reasons, you understand. Awo didn't care for power as much as he cared for the people. I promise when it's time to talk about Awo and Akintola, I will go deeper into that. In 1959, Azikiwe decided that the NCNC be a junior partner with the NPC in the federal government. Again, we spent some time on this the last time. Zik did not just decide as a strategist, like this, he called him a tactician and strategist. He knew when to stop. In 1959, he decided that the NCNC be a junior partner with the NPC in the federal government. I said that these are things that you say in order to prop people up. Not that there's something wrong with propping people up, but just to explain the fact that before this point, the tactician in Zik and the strategist in Zik was actually going to work with the AG in 1959. They were going to form the government, because no party in Nigeria, no region could independently form government in 1959. So Zik, Awo was going to work with Zik, because Awo couldn't just work with the establishment in the north. And the answer is simple: feudalism. That's the answer. I mean, we can explain it and make it bigger, but that's the simple answer: feudalism. There was feudalism in the north. Awo hated it. Awo preferred to work with the people. The establishment didn't like Awo's strategy, or even the audacity of the man to work in their region. So Awo couldn't work for them, because he couldn't just work under a feudal lord. He's a Yoruba man. He's freeborn. Go figure. Azikiwe, on the other hand, was Awo always thought it was better to work with the East because they were educated and things like that, and they could do great things at the center, right? So Awo tried to work with AG, tried to work with NCNC. It was going very well until the issue that we discussed last week. Again, if you were here, oh boy, if you were here when we discussed £877,000, please say yes. If not, say no. Don't worry. It doesn't need any context. If you were here, you will know what that 877,000 means. Please, if you were here, just help me write in the comment section so I'll know the direction I should go. So we have more yeses than nos. If you were not here, please watch the video. But I'll give you a summary. The summary was that in 1955, Zik had taken money belonging to Eastern Region Marketing Board, and he had funneled it into his own personal bank, African Continental Bank, and he had used that bank to now get the money into his own companies. The money at that time was £877,000. It's big money even today. Zik took all of that money, right, and he didn't pay back. And it became a major problem, right? Eyoita had to report, went all the way to the House of Lords in the UK, and on Wednesday, I read the Hansard, what the Lords discussed about what they had to do, which of course led to the setting up of a tribunal called the Foster Sutton Tribunal, and they found Zik guilty. Apparently he has been spending a lot of money that he did not have. We also played a video by Howard Smith, who was a British colonial officer and had arrived in Nigeria in 1955 and was present throughout this process. And I talked about the fact that they persuaded Zik to work with the North. Easy, because he had this case on him. He was going to go to prison. £877,000 you can't find. By the way, there's a long history of people misappropriating money from the Eastern region in Nigeria. There's a very long history. That's why when they had that coup in 1966, and they said they were killing nepotists and corrupt people that were doing 10%, according to Cardinal Zogu, when he was talking about all those fantastic things, the people they should have, I mean, it's not good to unalive anybody, but they should have been more interested in their fellows from the southeast, because they did terrible things. Whether it was one for Rizu, who took money, got convicted, and Zik made sure he got pardoned, or it was Ekejani who was doing his own thing, and Zik ensured that he was not let go. Even when they let go of him in UI, Zik still found a way to get him into the State House and eventually into Nigeria Railway Corporation, right? Or Mbadiwe himself, who fly his family members to New York and not pay the Nigerian government because he was the head of Nigerian Airways. All these things were happening. Nobody really had any problem with them. It's just when you say you want to kill nepotists and corrupt people, they must be from every other place but your place. And if you speak against that, you are the tribalist. Sorry, I said to take like a second to think about it. It still doesn't make sense, by the way. But that's how things go. So the point is that the prison, you go jail. If I don't go jail, and because he could go to jail, the British persuaded him, or I might say blackmailed him, into, oh, Kubo, good to see you, ma'am. I see people on YouTube, Saidat, Adeinka, welcome, Akon, Big Benga, good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. Please like the live, everyone, on YouTube. And on TikTok, please keep tapping. Thank you. Facebook, please share and like and comment. God bless you. All right. So with the threat of the possibility of Zeke going to prison, he decided to work with the Northerners. It was not because he was strategic or because he was a tactician. It was because he was blackmailed by the British, according to Harold Smith, and according to this very fantastic book called A Fatherless People by Dele Ogun. That's a very good book. One of these days we'll read that book. It's just that my problem is that if I read a book now, I cannot. It's difficult to finish one book on, no matter how many times you try on this, because if I read something, I want to connect it to another book, and it takes a lot of time. But maybe we'll get there. Maybe we'll get to a point where we'll finish a book. You know, we did not finish the Awo autobiography. We didn't finish that book. But we'll go back to it. Wherever we stopped, we'll go back, because it's important to finish that book. Especially if you're Yoruba, you should know that stuff. All right? Let's go on. So, yeah, Zeke became the junior partner. And then it says, NCNC became the junior partner with the NPC in the federal government, though in practice, the Igbo became the senior partner, holding the higher echelons in the civil service and the foreign embassies. And we also said that the NCNC was supposed to be, look at the play of words, and I hope you caught that. I'll read it again slowly. In 1959, Azikiwe decided that the NCNC be a junior partner with the NPC in the federal government, though in practice, the Igbo became the senior partner, holding the higher echelons in the civil service and the foreign embassies. Did you notice the switch? Anybody notice any switch? Let's just engage for a second, or for a moment. Did you notice any switch? The NCNC was supposed to be the junior partner, but in actual fact, the Igbos became the senior ones because they held the top echelons. Did you notice any switch? And if you noticed, okay, it may be difficult to write these things because it's long. Here is the switch. NCNC went into agreement with MPC, but Igbos got the, you saw it, Yemenite, yeah. Igbos became the senior partners. Igbos got the jobs. They have more educated people. No, they did not. Igbos had more educated people than the Hausas, but Igbos were not the only one in NCNC. That's the point. You don't get the point. The point is this: if NCNC is becoming senior partner, and NCNC was created by Yoruba people, and Yoruba people were still present in NCNC, how come it was the Igbos that took advantage of all the jobs in the federal civil service? What happened to the Yoruba members of NCNC? But you are the tribalist. So it was, the agreement was not Igbo and Hausa. The agreement was NCNC and NPC. NCNC, of course, had more educated people than the North, than NPC. But how come the only educated people that got the jobs in the civil service and high commissioner and embassies, how come they were just the Igbo people in NCNC? What happened? This is the reason. If you've read that white paper, is in our Telegram channel, by the way. Please check Radio Me Global on Telegram. You find it. White paper on political alignment in Western Nigeria. That paper was published not by Action Group members, but by Western Region Caucus of the NCNC, who felt slighted over the years. The Awakened Alchemists, thank you. They were in the party, but the party was cornered. Every major thing, with any cornerable things, they were cornered by an ethnic group. But that ethnic group since 1950 till today still tells you that you are the tribalist. Did you not see it recently? before the government that ended in 2015, did you not see how things were cornered? Did you not see in 2023 during the elections? Did you not see how a party suddenly began to? I mean, I'm not saying the only people that came from that party were from a particular ethnic group, but it'd be like, say, you just notice that when you get to Sokoto, the Oga of the party in that Sokoto is from one ethnic group. That same ethnic group is producing the chairman of that party in different parts of Nigeria, north, south, east, west. So that when you gather all the chairmen of the party from all over Nigeria, one ethnic group has more people representing different states, even outside their own state of origin, in that party. But we're tribalists. Of course we are not. That's the point. The point is that a person who actually does this thing and has actually perfected the art constantly projects his reality and says that you are the one doing what you have never thought of doing. No, he has been doing it all this while. So that was the switch I wanted to talk about. I'm glad we all got it now. Let's continue. Azikiwe himself bade goodbye to politics and became a ceremonial head of state. However, restrained as he was as president of the First Republic, the tribalist in him surfaced on some occasions. On those occasions when his tribe was in trouble. For instance, while the going was good and the marriage of convenience with the Northerners was all right, Nnamdi Azikiwe said nothing whatsoever publicly about the Tiv riots in order not to annoy the political leaders of the North. However, when the marriage was on the path of However, when the marriage was on the path to divorce, as will soon be revealed, and Northern Nigeria government began to threaten the opportunities and privileges which had hitherto been allowed the Igbo in that part of the country, Azikiwe began to speak out on the necessity to uphold the fundamental liberties enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution. This was around the time we began to hear a lot about the Northern Nigerian policy. If you want to know more about international policy, please read the book by Ahmadu Bello, My Life. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you so much. Read My Life by Ahmadu Bello. You understand. People say he was obsessed with the Igbos. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, but that policy makes sense to me. Now we're doing this countrywide now. So we're talking Nigeria first. It's similar to what's happening in Ẹkáàbọ right now. Ẹkáàbọ state indigenous. They have to think of them first. Anambra did the same thing. Enugu did the same thing. And a very interesting turn of events, Enugu went above and beyond anybody could ever think or imagine. Ephesians 3 verse 20. They are doing exceedingly abundantly above anything you could ever ask or think or imagine, which was to reduce it to word of origin. You know, guys, I say I'm petty like this. I'll repeat that thing until it sinks. Enugu is, they are recruiting people based on their word of origin and word of residence. Not local government, to word, as in councillorship ward, W-A-R-D, word of origin. Anyway, whatever you are saying, Ahmadu Bello was a tribalist, he had the North Nation policy, well, you are just in your words now. Also, when in 1964, the NTNC miscalculated their strategy about elections to the federal parliament to force a showdown with the Northerners, Nnamdi Azikiwe reportedly desired to be offered executive power to have the Igbo reinstated. And in one of his most sentimental addresses, which he delivered at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, he glorified tribalism as a factor for national unity. Let me see if I can find that speech or a book about that speech. Yeah. There's a book by Mark Lee Reeves. It's called A Gilded Cage. Nnamdi Azikiwe's Pan-Africanism as Governor General of Nigeria. Now to find the page. Azikiwe made the case for tribalism being an important factor in Nigeria's unity. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. At a special convocation at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, again, the book is called, this one is called A Gilded Cage, Nnamdi Azikiwe's Pan-Africanism as Governor General of Nigeria, and so on and so forth. It's a mouthful. Written by Max Lee Reeves. At a speech convocation at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Azikiwe's pet project, on 17 November, Zik announced his proposal for Nigeria to follow India, Pakistan, and Ghana by adopting a republican constitution. That is, Nigeria would drop the crown and have a president as its head of state, while still remaining a member of the Commonwealth. Azikiwe made it clear that he hoped he would become that president with an expanded range of powers. At his inauguration, Zik caught Sir Abubakar's government off guard, and the Prime Minister again reassured the High Commissioner he had confronted Zik and told him he could not go on making speeches of this kind without consulting the government. Azikiwe seems to have been inspired to make the move by meeting in London with his old rival Awolowo, who on subsequent meetings in Lagos in December 1961 assured Zik that in the event of presidential election and his wanting to stand, I assured him of action group votes. Papa must think highly of this man. Or maybe he just thought it was a better option, because I don't see any reason for all of this. But anyway, now what's happened with that? As the Queen's representative, Azikiwe was not actually a head of state, and so on his visit to Britain in 1961, he could not be afforded those privileges. This annoyance seems to have focused Azikiwe's mind on the inadequacy of the governor generalship. Sir Abubakar had pointed to this indignity when he found himself forced to comment on Zik's speech at the December 1961 press conference, perhaps trying to imply that Azikiwe's proposal was merely venal. There's what I'm looking for. If I find it, I'll read it. Mombo, just give me a second. That was 61. Oh, finally found it. Despite becoming president, Zik did not find the influence he had sought through back channels and audacity through his years as Governor General. As the new High Commissioner described it, quote, he is respected as a figurehead but carries little weight, unquote, still engaging in ineffectual political intrigues behind the scenes. Yet, Lord Head's final message as High Commissioner also warned, quote, if there's ever a serious political upheaval, Zik will always be a force to be reckoned with, unquote. Thus, in his first, guys, I need to drink water. My eyes have seen the glory of the King. Let's get back into this. Thus, in his first real attempt to exert power, Azikiwe sought to annul the results of the disputed 1964 federal election, which re-elected Sir Abubakar's NPC, no longer in alliance with Zik's NCNC. The chaos which followed certainly accelerated Nigeria's descent into ungovernability, leading to the coup in January 1966, which ousted Azikiwe and murdered Sir Abubakar and the Sardauna. Now let's go back to the original book. I'm going to tie everything together. When in 1964, back to the book, The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society, somebody says, so things were this bad. They were worse, if not badder. It got to a point where, let me even pause. It got to a point where Zik was under house arrest on the orders of Tafawa Balewa. This was in 64. By the way, this was one of the things that led to Ojukwu's planning of the 1964 coup that Nigerians don't usually talk about, because maybe we don't really know about it. But Ojukwu planned the coup in 64. We are still on topic, right? Let me read something, please. This book is called Emeka. It's by Frederick Forsyth. This book is called Emeka by Frederick Forsyth. I'll read some things. Again, we're going to tie everything together, but please stay with me. Please power tap, like, share, gift. Let's get more people to see this on the FYP. Let's go. This book, by the way, was published by, okay, I mentioned already, right? Frederick Forsyth. In the autumn of 1964, Emeka, that's Ojukwu, called a meeting of the Nigerian staff officers in Lagos and put to them a question. No British officers were asked to attend. The question was this: Nigeria's president was by then an Easterner of the NCNC party. Although a non-executive president, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was also holder of the title Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. But the democratically elected government was of the NPC party, headed by Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, under whom the defense minister was Alhaji Ribadu. In the event of a political crisis and in the event of conflicting orders from president and premier, whom should the army obey? No one knew, no one had the faintest idea. No one had ever thought of it before. They agreed that Emeka should find out exactly where they all stood, and as quickly as possible, he resolved to consult the British General Officer Commanding, General Welby Everard. Let's go to the next page. Welby Everard admitted that if ordered to stand aside, he would obey his British orders and do so. He promised the officers he would consult the country's senior legal officer, the Attorney General, for a ruling. Then he rounded on Gowon and ticked him off for spreading alarmist rumors. As they left the meeting, Emeka asked Gowon, let's just go to the other part. The general consulted the Attorney General. The general, this is talking about Welby Everard. By the way, Welby Everard was the last British General Officer Commanding of the Nigerian Army before Ironsi took over. The general consulted the Attorney General and got the ruling. It was clear. In the event of conflict, the officer corps should obey the democratically elected political leader of the country, the Prime Minister, or his subordinates, the Defense Minister. The worst did not come to pass that winter of 1964, but it did 14 months later. Anyway, here's the point. There was a political crisis in 1964. By the way, if you read this book, The Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odia Ofemon, he mentioned how Ojukwu reached out to Zik in 1964 about the coup, and that Zik said he wasn't interested. But there's another book by David Ejo. It's called Reminiscences. In that book, Ejo said that Ojukwu was working again. This is not. I'm talking about the war. This is 1964. This is even before the first coup was planned. Ojukwu was planning that coup, and in his mind, he had certain people he was going to work with. So he got this man called. He's from the South. Jeez, Bassi. He got Bassi to work with him, and then he reached out to Victor Banjo, reached out to David Ejo himself, and also reached out to Yakubu Gowon. Ejo and Yakubu Gowon reported to General Foster, who then told them not to plan that coup. But for that, there would have been a coup in 64 to ensure that Zik got the power that he really wanted, which he was talking about when he was discussing with the folks in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in 61 and in 64. Let nobody lie to you that some people are nationalists and Pan-African and the rest of us are tribalists. Number one, not only is that not true, it's also a lie that to protect your placement you're a tribalist. Meanwhile, for them, it's not protecting them. They're not protecting their space. They're trying to dominate everybody. General Foster. Let me read to you in Welby Everard was the General Officer Commanding. General Foster was the one directly involved, was one leading, I think it was a company, but let me read to you. Guys, I know where we stopped. We are still on topic. Stay with me, please. Let me read to you what David Ejo actually said, so maybe that will help. It's actually General Foster, not Everard. Everard was the one they went to question, they went to ask, who should we take orders from? Think about it. Why would Ojukwu be asking that question in 64? In case of, let me read the question, because that question is quite interesting. In the event, that's what I'm looking for. In the event of conflicting orders, what would make you as a soldier ask in the event of a conflicting orders? Why? Because their man was the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, but he was a figurehead. Now, they knew something was up. By the way, something that happened in 63, which was the census crisis, but we're not going to go into that. They knew something was up with the constitutional crisis of 64, and he was testing the waters. If our man asks us to go, since he's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, should we listen to him or should we listen to the prime minister? And Everard said he was going to ask. So Everard asked the attorney general, and then Everard told them that, listen, if this happens, what's going to happen is that the number one political office holder in Nigeria is the prime minister, not the president. Kubu says, yes, Kubu. But when Bassey was one of the targets of the January 66 school, he just escaped those sent to eliminate him beyond minutes. Bassey was supposed to be Ironsi's senior in officer corps. And this is 66. I'm talking about what happens in 64. Shebi, the same person who brought Victor Banjo in 64, was the same person who killed Victor Banjo in 68. So the fact that they didn't kill him doesn't mean that they didn't work together. Or the fact that they planned to kill him doesn't mean they didn't work together. Meanwhile, while Ojukwu was one who planned the 1964 coup, he did not plan the 66 coup, which was planned in 65. The 66 coup that was planned in 65 was planned before Ojukwu was informed, and he knew about it. But we'll talk about that some other time. So let's just go back quickly to that talk about 64 from David Ejo. Number. By the way, David Ejo's own kidney, that one is even mind-blowing. He too would have been killed in that 66 stuff. He escaped by the whiskers. They blew up the room where he was supposed to be sleeping. And by the way, Ojukwu planned for him to be killed in 67. You find that in the book by Nelson Otta, The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. Number, is it this one? Okay, I found it. Again, this is Ejo speaking here. First of all, let me tell you this. When the British were here, we were the last Nigerian officers to be commanded by the British officers. The senior person to me in Nigeria was Bassey. That's the one Kubu mentioned earlier, Wellington Bassey. The second was Agui Rossi. The Igbos wanted to rule. Why they wanted to rule was that Nnamdi Azikiwe was the then Governor General and more or less head of state. The constitution did not give any power to Azikiwe. So this annoyed the Igbo people, and they used to say, how can we run a constitution in which the head of state cannot advise the government? The government cannot contact the head of state for any advice. So the answer was, well, to take over, since they were already leading and yet they had no control over the government. That was why the Igbo soldiers decided to organize a coup. But at that time, there were 4 major leading officers, which included me, Yakubu Gowon, Bassey, and Ojukwu. Igbo people relied on Ojukwu for the coup, and they were able to convince the Yoruba. Ojukwu and Banjo now contacted me and Gowon for a coup, but we refused. Gowon and I refused, and they went on their own. But we then reported to that European officer, General Foster. I and Gowon reported to him that some people were trying to plan a coup. He called all of us, the Nigerian army officers, and advised us not to organize any military coup. When Ojukwu's father heard about this, he put a memo into the House of Assembly that all Europeans should leave the army. It was that year that all Europeans in the army were sent back to their country. Anyway, the point is, that was what happened in 64. And that was David Ejo. Now, to tie these things together, there was a constitutional crisis. Zeke was against, the whole thing. Zeke had always wanted to have executive powers way back in 61. I read it to you earlier, and in case you went here and you want to know the name of the book, because it's important to mention the name in case you want to fact check, which is fair. A Gilded Cage. Nnamdi Azikiwe's Pan-Africanism as Governor General of Nigeria, 1960 to 1963. That's by Mark Lee Reeves. He wanted to become executive president. The only one I didn't read is let me read it so that I can bring all the boys to the field. One more. Look away, the forgotten document. The only issue I always have with these things is how to quickly find the page, but I will find it. 1 second, please. One second, please. It's to help us understand all these things. It's a lot better when if you want to go to do history, you better can move from different sources, right? It helps to understand things better. I just saw something. I found the page. I just saw something in this stuff that this man said. We'll read the book later. No, we won't read the book. He was referring to Chinua Achebe's book. The book is called A Man of the People, where Chinua Achebe actually described the 1966 coup. And that book was published in January of 66. And after the book was published, they were now saying Chinua Achebe was prophetic. And I say he was not prophetic. He knew about what was going to happen. He just put it out there. Anyway, let me just, since I already mentioned, I'll just read something, but I don't think we will. Oh my God, I could not write a vessel. Let's say with 64, we'll come back to Achebe some other time. Okay, I have to. Just a bit. JP Clark is reported by Owaito to have exclaimed after reading the advanced copy of Achebe's A Man of the People, quote, "Chinua, I know you are a prophet. Everything in this book has happened except a military coup," which, by the way, happened that same month, or the month of his publication. So they had read its advanced copy before then. So all these things I believe. I mean, one was a coup planned, 65, but there was another one that was planned in 64. So and then Chinua Achebe released something in January of 66, and that same month the coup happened. Again, if you think I'm lying, let me recommend the book. I've read it. I've read parts of it here before, but you should be able to get it. A Man of the People by Chinua Achebe. Read that book and tell me if that was a prediction or what's the word now? Whether it was a prediction or it was a reportage. Was reporting waiting don't happen for their mind. They don't know say go happen. Somebody say Achebe was a bigot. Of course he was. Read these books. Is fictions good? Good books, right? Things Fall Apart, Arrow of God. These are fantastic books. But when it comes to history, and that A Man of the People, I think he was just reporting to us waiting the sub. Not be saying Anyway, let's continue. So it says here, JP Clark is reported by Owaito to have exclaimed after reading the advanced copy of Achebe's A Man of the People, "Chinua, I know you're a prophet. Everything in this book has happened except a military coup. There is no way of knowing until their memoirs whether either of them was aware of the rumor, soon entrenched by later events, that Nnamdi Azikiwe had been sounded out by Igbo officers, Ojukwu specifically, on carrying out a coup during the 1964 election crisis. I just read the forgotten documents of Nigerian Civil War by Odia Ofemon. To his credit, Azikiwe refused. But they sounded him out. And Ojukwu that sounded Azikiwe out was also sounding Welby Everard out. And in order to get the Welby Everard, by the way, I didn't read some things here because of time. Ojukwu did not go to Welby Everard to ask that question. Ojukwu asked the Nigerian soldiers, Nigerian officers. It was Yakubu Gowon who then went to tell Everard. Before Everard then called Ojukwu and the rest of the crew. Like, why did they ask that kind of question? They speak pidgin, but just feel me, ba. Why are you asking that kind of question? Oh, we're just asking, just in case. If there are conflicting orders from the Prime Minister and the President, who should we listen to? Everard now went to talk to the Attorney General, who then told him that if anything like that happened, if anything like that were to happen, you must take orders from the elected political office holder, who is the Prime Minister, who will get to you through the Minister of Defense, Ribadu. All of that to say this, that 64 was a time when both of the, sorry, some people wrote something on YouTube, but I'm going to read it later. 64 was a time when things were falling apart. And people were trying to find a way to put Nigeria together, including organizing a coup. And the person who organized it was Ojukwu. And so I've read a number of books to put it together. You've seen what David just said. You've seen what Odell Femon said. You've seen what Frederick Forsyth said. You put all those things together and compare it with what Mark Reeves said and also what Ibe Adele said. And you can now arrive and recreate what happened in 1964. So what he was doing was to put out feelers to know if we were going to support him. Eventually got to Azikiwe to do it. Azikiwe had to change his mind by supporting the government before he was then let go. Because at that time, but we're not going to go deep into what happened and how he was under house arrest on the orders of Tafawa Balewa. Let's go back to our main text now. Azikiwe, okay. When in 1964, the NCNC miscalculated their strategy about elections to the federal parliament to force a showdown with the Northerners, Nnamdi Azikiwe reportedly desired to be offered executive power to have the Igbo reinstated. And in one of his most sentimental addresses, which he delivered at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, he glorified tribalism as a factor for national unity. But before examining his role and that of the other Igbo elders in the months prior to the coup of January 15, 1966, we should mention the triumphs which the Igbo had achieved, which triumphs emboldened their leaders to be undisguisedly contemptuous of the Northerners and threatened to behave like the camel in the Arab camel story. For as pointed out earlier, the coalition government of 1959 gave a grand opportunity to the Igbo to use federal government resources to entrench themselves in key positions and to intensify their education training. It was an opportunity which the Igbo National Caucus, I've mentioned that group here before. I'm about to read some crazy things about that group, but we'll find a way to say it so that it doesn't, again, nobody's trying to hurt anybody. Nobody's trying to hurt anybody. We're just talking. Somebody says, no wonder Ojukwu treated Azikiwe so shabbily during the Civil War. He did it back to 64. Yes. And there's more. There's also other reasons. Oh, dear Lord. There were other reasons. We'll talk about that. We're going to take a short break. Coming back to this. Let's read some things from YouTube. Colonel Banjo had bad judgment, consistently cooperated with the people who ended up betraying him, yet he had family that were good in reading the character of those who deceived and betrayed him. Yes. Ojukwu tried to use Banjo in 64, then Ojukwu used him again in 67, then Ojukwu killed him in 68. Are we 67 got look back? 67 or 68. Ẹyẹ finú tán àwọn tẹ́ ẹ mọ̀. And when people tell you who they are, believe them. Believe them. And I was sent that message by my elder telling me this is what they were trying to do. Igbo and Yoruba come and talk and say so. I said, sir, is it that when people tell us who they are, we don't want to believe them? This is who they are. Don't try to change anybody. Just work with them based on what they have said there. I mean, that is the best way. Someone says Colonel Banjo's family never believed that his duplicitous friends could end up buying him. It was so bad that even after he died, his mother did not allow anybody say he was dead until she died. They couldn't even mourn him. And if you want to listen to that thing, we have a video on YouTube. Just search for Busiori's Victor Banjo on YouTube. It brings you a number of things. There's one that talks about how he ended, how his life was ended by Ojukwu. Please, I'm going to crave your indulgence. Please, I need 30 seconds to do the needful. I'm sure you know what it is. So please, just 30 seconds. I'll be back in no time. And then we'll continue. We have a lot to still cover. We have a lot of things to cover. So please, stay tuned. Just 30 seconds, please. And I apologize, I can't play music. It's because of YouTube, our copyright stuff. Mombo. Thank you for staying tuned. We're back. Before examining his role and that of the other Igbo leaders in the months prior to the coup of January 15, 1966, we should mention the triumphs which the Igbo had achieved, which triumphs emboldened their leaders to be undisguisedly contemptuous of the Northerners and threatened to behave like the camel in the Arab camel story. For as pointed out earlier, the coalition government of 1959 gave a grand opportunity to the Igbo to use federal government resources to entrench themselves in key positions and to intensify their education training. It was an opportunity which the Igbo National Caucus, formed not long after the end of the Second World War, precisely in 1948, would not wish to miss. Please remember that group, Igbo National Caucus. The pain that those people have caused, especially the younger people. And the funny thing is that their name is not even out there. May God heal Igbo land. May God heal Igbo minds. May God heal Nigeria. Igbo National Caucus was formed in 1948. Its aim was summarized in a moment of indiscretion by C.D. Onyema in the famous utterance at the Island Club, Lagos, that the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is only a question of time. Indeed, the caucus fixed 1964 as the target date, later changed to 1969 for our perpetual rule of the Federation. If you read the IUL collections on Nigerian Civil War, you find this there. If you read Just Before Dawn, you find it there. The documents that I found in Ikejani's there was a plan. There was a plan. And that plan was what Onyema mentioned in 45. That plan was put in motion in 44. The caucus was formed in 48. The union was formed in 36, but the federal union was formed in 43. Oh boy, Igbo unions began in 1936. Thank you for the gift, Mr. Adekunle Olugboja. Igbo unions started in 1936 in Calabar, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt. Later, they brought everybody together and formed Igbo Federal Union in 43. The plan to take over Nigeria was in 44. And the idea to take, and the statement of the Igbo domination of Nigeria was only a matter of time, was in 45. And the plan was to have perpetual rule of the Federation. Why do you think they call you tribalist? It's because in reality, the only group that can stand in the way of accomplishing this ridiculous agenda is Yoruba. And the young person who is Igbo may not even know this, but the reason you play victimhood, it's a method, it's a tool that is required to getting what you want to get. You may not know why you're doing it, but that's why. Whenever you say, oh, they're not taking care of us, we are marginalized, you are not saying it because you are marginalized. You are saying it because you are conditioned to think that way. You may not even know. And that's why I'm very careful with saying Igbo people are bad. I don't think like that. People move in certain ways that become cultural, that has become their cultural reality, but they don't even know why they're doing it. Indeed, the caucus fixed 1964, the same year the constitutional crisis happened, the same year the first coup was planned, was actually the year that the Igbos were supposed to have totally taken over Nigeria. I'll say it again. The plan was to have had perpetual rule of the Federation in 1964. That was the year that there was a clash between MPC and NCNC, and that was the year the first coup happened. There's a lot I could say, but please just put it together in your own mind. God give you understanding. Many observers who watched with interest the establishment of the University of Nigeria in 1960, at a time that the Igbo would not require the services of a graduate of such a university, began to suspect that it was a masterly designed strategy to provide backward areas in northern Nigeria with Igbo personnel. There was a university in Ibadan. People were already going to school. Establishing this one. So they're saying the reason they established University of Nigeria and Nsukka was so that they could have a lot of graduates. Because, okay, see, if you now open another university, where will the people be working? Apparently to funnel them into northern Nigeria. That's what is written here. Not be me right now. Many observers who watched with interest the establishment of the University of Nigeria in 1960, at a time that the Igbo would not require, in other words, the graduates that they're going to be producing, they're not going to need them. Many observers Many observers who watched with interest the establishment of the University of Nigeria in 1960, at a time that the Igbo would not require the services of graduates of such a university, began to suspect that it was a masterly designed strategy to provide backward areas in northern Nigeria with Igbo personnel. This measure led their Yoruba rivals, who also needed no university, to found the University of Ife. What pattern you notice from the 30s in Yoruba politics, as that's to do with Nigeria, like the federal, whatever, is that for the most part we react. And do I blame Awo for creating University of Ife? Absolutely. I mean, I went to the school. I'm glad they did. I was watching a documentary of that school with my children 2 days ago. It's the most beautiful campus in Africa. Great Ife. The point is that we had to do that because if not, this other group that wants to take over everybody will take you over. And you can't be telling your children that I didn't do anything because I'm just for Nigeria. You also have to think for your people. But see, the thing is this, they will do something for their people, but the reason they are doing it is to dominate you. You are doing it to protect your people, but you are the tribalist. However, the discovery of oil in commercial quantities and the creation of the Midwest states out of the former Western region began to make the Igbo leaders in the Eastern region say things which their Northern partners felt extremely offensive and provocative. Mineral oil raised among the Igbo leaders the hope of inexhaustible resources with which a bold and dynamic and social... I'll take it again. Mineral oil... But let me say this. Mineral oil was not in Igbo land, but was in Eastern region and in the Midwest. And the Igbos made sure they were leading both regions. Oh boy. Edato mochel kukun. Kotaku mama doshupa loro. Torie ni lario. Yarabi Lomola. Nigerians need a retreat. I decided to sing that song because what I wanted to say was heavy. So it's better for me to sing it. And the song has helped me to also find an easier way to put it. Ento ban sise okunkun. If you dig a pit or a ditch for Nigerians, you will fall in it. Every single thing, I'm not saying one or two, every single thing that the Igbos are complaining about right now were ditches that were dug by the leaders for others. Please read it as it is in the book. No, I'll read what's in the book. It's my explanation that might be heavy. Well, reading the book is easy now. I read the book because I'm able to explain that in a book I read. But my explanation sometimes, see, he wrote the book in 74. This is 2025. A lot of things have happened. In order to understand it, I will say some things that will be heavy. So I have to find a way to make it easier to break it down. You get? So it's not about the book, it's about me. Everything that people are complaining about in the Eastern region today, without everything, every single one of those things are literally ditches that were dug by the leaders. The book is called The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society. I was saying that oil was in Eastern region, not in Igbo land. Oil was in the Midwest, but what did the Igbos use the NCNC to do? I'm tempted to read something. I've read it before. What they did was to ensure that their own ethnic person was in charge of both the Eastern region and the Midwest. Even though in the Midwest they were a minority group. JJ, please, I'll talk about it later. You are distracting, please. Even though they were the minority in the Midwest, they made sure that someone of their own became the premier of the Midwest. Dennis Osadebe. When they were doing all the work to create the Midwest state, the Yaba of Benin thought that they were going to have the hegemony because they were going to be the majority ethnic group in Midwest. By the time you look at Benin and Ishan and Afemai and put everybody together, you're going to have the Edo, and there are over 600,000 people. What they did not realize was that NCNC was not a national party. It was an Igbo party with a national name. And they made sure, I mean, it was so bad that even Ojukwu wrote a letter to Ejo. This is military. After Osadebe, this is military. Ojukwu wrote a letter to Ejo that they should have a consortium of oil companies, Eastern region and the Midwest, when he was trying to pull Nigeria out, east out of Nigeria. And to make matters worse, he drafted the agreement that he sent to Ejo. You find that in a book by Uyilawa Oswanlele, The Midwest Minorities' Response to Biafra Invasion and then Nigeria's Liberation. It's oil. And that's why when I watched the video that this lady put out, the one that talked about a single story, although she's always dishing out single story. What was her name again? Chimamanda. Brilliant writer, by the way, but she has a single story. When she was saying Nigeria fought because of oil, why did the Igbos want Biafra? It was three reasons: land, oil, and sea. That's why. They wanted the land belonging to the minorities, they wanted their oil, and they wanted access to the sea. And neither, they don't have, the Igbos have, they don't have, what's the word? They don't have any of those three things. This country, nobody's going to blackmail or gaslight anybody. Sorry, I need to write something down. Nigerian politics is beautiful, but we're going to go deeper into this. I'm already mentioning something I'm still going to read. 1 second, please. Again, remember what I said, what we've read so far. There was an Igbo National Caucus that was formed in 1948 that have the exact idea that the Igbo Federal Union had created in 1944 that was similar to what Onyema had said in 1945, and the idea was to have a perpetual rule of the Federation. And they documented it, and the source is the IUL collections on the Civil War. Igbo National Caucus Protocol was marked secret and confidential. It was so nobody is trying to say, see these people, they are bad people. No, they wrote it down themselves. If you are Igbo again and you are here, this is not a personal attack to you, this is history. Just so happens the leaders are something else. It says the discovery of oil in commercial quantities and the creation of the Midwest state out of the former Western region began to make the Igbo leaders in the Eastern region say things which their northern partners felt extremely offensive and provocative. Mineral oil raised among the Igbo leaders the hope of inexhaustible resources with which a bold and dynamic social and economic program for the Eastern region could be conceived. TJ, this is how I speak. Please. Please, this is how I speak. Please. If I'm typing something and I'm respecting you enough to say 1 second, please, it's not because I can't just do it without talking to you, but how would that make you feel? So 1 second, please, is my way of saying I need to quickly do something without disrespecting my audience, and you're telling me to stop saying it. I'm not saying it because I like to say it. I'm saying it because it's my way of respecting you, and I am saying I should not respect you. Anyway, let's continue. The discovery of oil in commercial quantities and the creation of the Midwest state out of the former Western region began to make the Igbo leaders in the Eastern region say things which their northern partners felt extremely offensive and provocative. Mineral oil raised among the Igbo leaders the hope of inexhaustible resources with which a bold and dynamic social and economic program for the Eastern region could be conceived. The Premier of the Eastern region, Dr. Michael Okpara, began to threaten secession and began to argue that revenue be allocated according to the principle of derivation. The first time the East threatened secession was not 1967, it was 1963. And if you read that paper I mentioned earlier, the Midwest response to Biafra invasion by Oyilawa Oswalele, he mentioned how they commissioned a study on the viability of a new country in 1963. And it was because of the oil. That oil was mainly in Rivers, Bayelsa, presently Bayelsa, Oloibiri. Not in Igbo land though. That's why I say to people who say, why did Nigeria not just give them Biafra? Because Biafra was never theirs to have. If you are going to have self-determination, do it based on your ethnicity, not by cornering other people's resources. And there's nothing wrong if you want to have your own separate nation. I mean, good luck to you, but you can't want to have what belongs to other people and tell them, let you go with it, because those people, don't they have any right to determine what happens to their own resources? So there's nothing like, let's give them, by the way, nobody's going, Biafra is not candy. You're not handing it out to anybody. But the people of that land, what did they go through between 67 and 70? I read some of those things the other time. What happened in Enoin Division, in Ikorokot, to this man, Dr. Mkeme from Calabar? Or what happened with people in Akwa Ibom State? Or what happened in Rivers State, in Abonema, in Degema? Or what happened in present-day Bayelsa? They were conquered. And by the way, that phrase I just used right now, the Igbo National Caucus used that same phrase in 1964. Before the war itself, they were completely conquered. Completely, well, it's a synonym for conquering, to be honest. Completely owned their territories, used their resources, create a nation, not based on what they possess, but based on what other people possess, and made them have to say yes, including the idea that they even own some of their lands. Biafra was not Nigeria bringing Igbos by force. Or let me put it this way, Biafra was not just Nigeria bringing Igbo back, it was Nigeria rescuing the minorities and giving them what was rightfully theirs. And that's why when Chimamanda was going on about they fought because of the war, because we were Christians and we already had the oil, but the Northerners now fought, they were Muslims. I'm not like King Bora that day. The oil that did not belong to you. And just in case you are listening, you are thinking of something called Eastern Consultative Forum. We already discussed this before. Read the book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. The book is called On a Darkling Plain. And read Sunset in Biafra by Elechi Amadi. You understand everything that you need to understand about the Eastern Consultative Forum from the perspective of the minorities in the Eastern region. It was not a place to air your views. It was a place to have a rubber stamp. Anything, and this is what this man called it in his own book, Nebogram Douglas. He wrote a book called Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. Anything Ojukwu and his Nnewi clique. Interestingly, that phrase, Nnewi clique, was not just from Graham Douglas, is also in the book by John de St. John, The Nigerian Civil War. Everything what they do was centered around waiting Ojukwu and Nnewi clique came up with. There was not like they were voting for anything. Eastern Consultative Forum was just a rubber stamp assembly. And I'm saying that because a lot of Yoruba people are also naive. We'll be saying things like, well, let's just let them have it. Have what? You can clamor for your part of the country. Get your representatives to move for you to own that part and have a separate nation. Anything apart from that is not going to work. You cannot have other people's land. Somebody came here yesterday. I was yesterday or 2 days ago. I didn't even respond to it because we just read. Was it yesterday or today? They said because I'm still thinking why I did not. I couldn't even respond to it because it was just weird. They said that Lagos was part of Ogun State. Ogun was part of Lagos State. That they now carved out some part of Ogun State so that Ogun State will have access to the sea. Therefore, they should also do the same thing for people in the southeast and carve out part of River State. I'm like, how do you manufacture stupidity at the wholesale like level proportion? They now carved out parts of Ogun State for part of Lagos State for Ogun State, so that the Ogun State can have access to the sea. I've heard it before I came on that day, but someone now mentioned it here. I just did not respond to it. I didn't even know where to start. Ogun State was never part of Lagos State. Lagos State was never part of Ogun State. As a matter of fact, Lagos State was created before Ogun State. Lagos State was created in 1967. Ogun State was created in 1976. At the time Lagos State was created, the Western region was essentially three parts: the Midwest, Lagos State, and Western State, and Ondo State. The idea that it was the government that created a path for Ogun State to have access to the sea is just ridiculous, and this is how. And you know the funny thing, it's not just one lone clown saying these things. Some of the people saying these things have gone to school, though. They just look for that access to the sea, which you will never find because you don't need it. Why do I say you don't need it? If God thought you needed it, He would have given it to you. You don't need it. In other words, you can do well without it. You can succeed. Do you know Southeast can become something great? I believe Southeast can become something great, with or without the gas. And I hope that when the time for that gas exploration starts, they will have full resource control, so that they will be the ones. I don't want to have to share any money with the Southeast. They should develop that place to become Dubai. All this thing about we need seaport. How come Kano is not asking for seaport? But the point I'm trying to make is that the oil, everything that they were able to corner in the Midwest and in the Eastern region, gave them that thing like, finally we go make this thing go happen. This thing go happen. Then go collect. They can't talk anyhow. Let's go back to the book. I have more to say, but let's continue as we read. The Premier of the Eastern region, Dr. Michael Okpara, began to threaten secession and began to argue that revenue be allocated according to the principle of derivation. The control of the Midwest government by the Igbo Premier, Dennis Osadebe, only served to embolden the Igbo leadership that the time had arrived to call off the bluff of the Northern region. What does that mean? Nigeria had 3 regions and capital. The north was controlled by NPC, the west was controlled by AG, the east was controlled by NCNC. You have a semblance of balance. Then the NCNC that controlled the east and the NPC that controlled the north decided to work together to have to create the government at the center, right? But that was not enough for NCNC. NCNC had to do something to weaken Western region. So what did they do? They began to clamor for Western region to be broken into 2. So that by 1963, we had the Midwest excised from the Western region. And then the dynamics changed. What changed? The NPC was still controlling the north. The AG was still controlling the west. But now the NCNC was controlling both the east and the Midwest. The questions people ask sometimes, I don't know if you know that these things actually throw me off balance, especially from my own people. When I say my people, I'm not just talking Yoruba, I'm talking about people that come here often. When you ask questions like this, it throws me off balance. If you want Graham Douglas's book, it's in Redomi Global. It's free of charge. Any other one you have to buy. Most of these other books are out of print, but check Redomi Books for any other book. But if you want Graham Douglas's book, you'll find that in the Telegram channel, Redomi Global. If you want to buy books, go to Redomi Books. But many of these books are out of print. All right, but please let me try and concentrate. And the other person who asked for the name of the author, if I was a bit, I don't know. if I didn't answer properly, I didn't mean to disrespect you. I just don't like people. There are certain questions that actually can, like now you have done it. That's why I just Googled Duro. The author of the book is E.B. Ayondele, in case you are still here. Anticipating your quick response. There's no quick response after this one. I just talk now. Wait till you want me to talk again. People are saying a pigeon go to talk here. Anticipating which quick response? The one where I just give now. Go wait till me that one. Now slow response. I beg, may I change this audio source? Please let me change the audio source. 1 second. My brother, the chief that said I should say 1 second. That's why I say 1 second. Just a second, please. All right, I hope you can hear me. JJ, you are still here. Again, I apologize if I was a bit flippant. I was laser focused, so I was thrown off balance with your question. But the book is called The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayondele. But please, let's not ask that question again. Don't worry, I will tell you. I say these things from time to time. Let's get back into this. So I was explaining how there are 3 regions. Each region was being led by a party, and one region was broken into 2, and one party decided to own that other region. And because the Eastern region, the NCNC, now has both the Eastern region and the Midwest, it meant basically that they now had 2 of the 4 regions in Nigeria, which meant that they could just move anyhow they liked and say whatever they want to say. To make matters more interesting, they ensured that those 2 regions were led by the ethnicity of the man who turned the national party into an Igbo party. So they made sure that those 2 people were Igbos. But they are not doing anything because they are tribalist. All these things I've been talking about is not because they are tribalist, it's because they have a right to it. By the way, I'm going to read some things to you. You'll be shocked. They told Nigerians that they had the right to rule Nigeria. Let me not jump ahead of myself. Let's read that part again. The control of the Midwest government by the Igbo premier, Dennis Osadebe, only served to embolden the Igbo leadership that the time had arrived to call off the bluff of the northern region, with whom, of course, they were in partnership from 59 to 64. The census of 1963, which revealed that the population of the North was even greater than that of the rest of Nigeria by a margin much wider than had been contemplated, put the patience of the Igbo National Caucus on trial. The implication of accepting such figures they saw was that the North would be able to control the federal government with a simple majority, should the Northerners so decide. And there was no incontrovertible evidence that the Northerners could not decide to so use their position, now that the Southerners were proving ungrateful. That one is Gambari Pafulani. They are together anyway. In the circumstances, both the Igbo and the Hausa Fulani leadership had to be involved in a trial of strength. The stage for embattlement was neither the North. Yoruba, please take a listen. Please pay attention, Yoruba people. The stage for embattlement the East, but the West. There's a book by Wole Soyinka, you must set forth at dawn. He mentioned how Michael Okpara helped him with Mbono GK. They were broadcasting, from Ibadan, and Action Group was being held by the NCNC from the Eastern region. In truth, what they were doing was to engineer something within Yoruba people, or among Yoruba people, to ensure the perpetual divisiveness that we had amongst ourselves, which, to be fair, they did not create. We created that one. And I hope we don't repeat that nonsense, because it's a terrible mistake that we should never make in Yoruba land. And our own problem as Yoruba people is this: we'll be fighting ourselves, so we'll not be looking for an outsider to come and help us settle it, not knowing that the outsider also has his own plans. Do you blame the outsider for taking advantage of your naivety? That's our own problem, which we must be very careful of. And that's why I don't believe in all this, the faction, the very faction. I have no respect for that group. I mean, I have respect for the elders amongst them because I'm Yoruba, but the concept of that group is an aberration. Constantly pandering, constantly requiring another person's, I don't know for what reason. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's the connection they have with some people, or it has to do with some inferiority complex. I don't know. But it's a shame. You don't even have the backbone to say, I don't belong to anybody. Buhari is stronger than that group. Sheikh Buhari said, I belong to nobody, I belong to everybody. That's a better stance than a whole quote unquote, by the way, they never represents me anyway. Anyway, the point I'm trying to say is that I want to first say this before I read what's happening, that I'm not even going to blame the North or the West. The North or the East, I blame us, the West, because now we open crack for wall. We allow Alangba enter. Alangba, by the way, is lizard, in case you're a non-Yoruba speaker. In the circumstances, both the Igbo and the Fulani leaderships had to be involved in a trial of strength. The stage for embattlement was neither the North nor the East, but the West. Here, the Yoruba in the action group unleashed towards themselves intra-ethnic hostility of the worst type. On the platform of tribal chauvinism, the faction led by Chief S.L. Akintola succeeded in persuading a section of the Yoruba NCNC to see the writing on the wall that the Igbo were seeking to dominate the country against the interests of the Yoruba, and by the way in which Okpara had been made to succeed to the leadership of the party, thus superseding, I will explain all these things, thus superseding Chief J.O. Fadaunsi, a national vice president, and the way the Igbo went on throwing their dominance in the face of the Yoruba in the federal authorities and corporations, airways, railway, Nigerian Port Authority, and many loyal Yoruba NCNC began to demand an end to the Igbolization of the party. But rather than treat such NCNC Yoruba like TOS Benson tactfully, the latter were regarded as rebels who should be dealt with. I'm going to explain something. This is powerful. The result was the formation of the NNDP, a resurrection of the name of the party which Herbert Macaulay had founded in 1923 by the Akintola faction of the Action Group and a faction by the Yoruba NCNC. The other faction of the Action Group, led by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and the remaining faction of the NCNC became allies. Both the Akintola and Awolowo factions looked beyond the Western region for protection. The Akintola faction hiding under the umbrella of the Hausa Fulani leadership, the Awolowo faction hiding under the umbrella of the Igbo leadership. Let me explain all this to Renchi. May God help us in Yoruba land, sha. We are sophisticated. Here's the issue. Afenifere Renewal Group. Afenifere Renewal Group is not the Afenifere. It's not that faction. No, that's a totally different skin. Afenifere Renewal Group is not. What's name of this Babaton I see? Kiloko Babaton I see, you know. What's his name? The man who passed on recently. Adebanjo. That's not Afenifere Renewal Group. That's a faction of Afenifere. Let me get back into what I was saying. See. the North want. I'll come back to this. I want to discuss Awolowo and Akintola. We'll come back to this, but let me just say a few things here. Someone says Papa Shoranti is the leader of the real Afenifere, with Oba Olufalaye as the leader now. The other one, those ones are just joking. But I don't know how you are Yoruba social cultural group, but you're not even championing Yoruba cause. You're shouting you are Nigeria, as if we don't have enough Nigerian groups. Let me go back to what we're saying. So here's what happened. The North, the East, both of them had interest in the West. Akintola, to his credit, saw the writing on the wall. This is actually the point for me to go into Awa and Akintola, but I don't want to do it now. I want to finish all this Igbo thing first. Akintola saw the writing on the wall. He saw the Igbo domination. He saw, his video is on, there's an audio of his speech on YouTube. Please listen to it. He saw what they were doing. Papa's issue, again, was just that feudal nature of the North. And for me, I don't really think it was a problem. I understand why it's a problem for him. I get it. But as long as they're not bringing their feudalism into my space, I would work with them. This one who is in the East is literally trying to dominate every space. And Akintola saw that to his credit. And so he began to talk about it. And he began to look for members of NCNC who would also see what he was talking about. Those members were the ones that wrote the white paper that you find in the Redomi Global Telegram channel. You will see their names at the back. You will see people like Akifo Shile, people like Fani Kayode, all those of them who were seeing that these guys were going to use their Igbo Kinikon to dominate this party. That's what they did. However, they made a mistake. And that mistake is what I see us making every day on Twitter. The mistake they made was to push T.S. Benson away. T.S. Benson eventually was one of the people that signed that document, but that was when they were trying to reel themselves in. Was to push those ones away as, and I'm not, you know what, maybe it's a necessary evil, to be honest, because you always have people like that, but the way they treated, to be honest, those ones also are not only, but you know how we say Yoruba bots today, and then certain people will follow that with some caustic ekpe, something similar. Like what's happening with the one that was insulting Shoyinka, that one actually deserves the whatever insults they gave to him. He deserves, because I don't know how you are a sane Yoruba person, and because people don't support your party, you open your mouth and insult Wole Shoyinka. I don't know if you are sane. I doubt your sanity. I doubt it. But generally speaking, we have to be a bit more tactful with someone that you're writing it in the comment section. You get the point. We have to be a bit more tactful with those who are not presently with us. We have to be careful with the notion that those are not with us, not for us now. Those are not with us are against us. I think the better way is to go according to what Bible actually said. When it said those who are not for us. A person can be for you and not be with you. A person can, maybe for now, is not with you, but it doesn't mean that it cannot be with you and still be for you. Generally speaking, from what I've seen since the last election, there's a possibility that many more people are going to open their eyes and see, and see the light, and discover that certain organizations exist to the detriment of Yoruba people. Oladotun, Baba was wrong. It's not that simple. It's a bit more. It's a bit. History is not this. Somebody was wrong, somebody was right. It's not as easy as that. It's not as, it's not, propaganda is what usually is black and white. History is not so black and white. There are so many grays. And that's why when I discuss people's mistakes, I'm always very careful with highlighting it as gray. When I'm discussing people's nature, I will do black and white. When I talk about West Eastern leaders, I don't mind saying it black and white because it is not a mistake. It's nature. But when I see mistakes being made, I'm very careful with saying black and white because you have to understand the nature of the person making that mistake and why they did what they did. But if we're talking nature, I'm with you on that one. And of course, I also mentioned where Akintola was right, but I also mentioned I'm also going somewhere. So, them two Basin were pushed aside, they were Yoruba bots. By the way, two Basin also suffered at the hands of the Igbos, even though he was married to an Igbo woman. But there's something that I've not talked about before. Let me mention that one. It was when they were trying to choose a successor to Zeke in NCNC. One of the vice presidents at the time was a man called Chief J.O. Fadaunsi. He was evidently Yoruba. He was an NCNC. What if I told you, assuming you don't know before, but I'm sure you know, that after Zeke, let's pause, the very first president of NCNC was Albert Macaulay. In 1946, Azikiwe became the president. By the time Azikiwe was handing over to become the Governor General of Nigeria, he made sure that he handed over to another Igbo man, even though there was a Yoruba vice president, Fadaunsi. But it is Azikiwe and his people who are not tribalists in Nigeria. And the party was not even founded by his people. It was founded primarily by Yoruba groups. These are the people who keep telling you, again, if there's anything I hate in my life, I hate people lying. And then to not make matters worse, people gaslighting. You know, you're not like, wait, am I a tribalist? I'm not a tribalist. Am I a tribalist? You not be asking yourself. Taiwo Banuso, this period, there was also regional autonomy. This period we're discussing right now, there was regional autonomy. If regional autonomy does not factor in ethnicity, we have not even gotten there yet. Ethnicity must be factored into this thing. Because the person who is playing geography with you is not doing geography, he's playing ethnicity. If not, why was an Igbo man the president who was going to become the Governor General, but the new president of NCNC was Igbo, and is also the premier of the Eastern region, and the premier of the Midwest was also Igbo, and the VC of the University of Ibadan was Igbo, the one University of Lagos was Igbo, the one the chairman of NRC was Igbo, and Nigerian Airways Igbo, Nigerian Port Authority Igbo, and you are telling me that you're not a tribalist and you're not, nepotism is not the oxygen that you breathe with. Even when there's regional autonomy, they still make sure that the Igbo thing still happened. And yes, you're right, Prof. They moved further on the side and made Okpara. How can you be so clannish and you're the one calling everybody tribalist? Like, own your tribalism with your full chest. You already know you are messing up. Just own it. Don't be projecting whatever it is to other people. You are doing it. Just own it. Everybody, I mean, we're not kids. We can see it. But what you're doing is that you are doing it too. You don't come and say, what I'm doing is what you're doing. You're the one that's doing it. I'm not doing anything wrong. You're the one that's doing it. Until the point where the person you are accusing would then begin to doubt themselves. And they say, oh, we did all these things by meritocracy. Meritocracy, my foot. There was nothing called there was nothing so called. No meritocracy of any kind. It was nepotism through and through. We've read it here before. And in case you were not here when we did it, please check the YouTube video. The YouTube video on Busuyori's channel, on the YouTube channel, Achebe, Meritocracy or Nepotism. It's a 2-part video. How can you be in everything, leading everything, and the reason was because one of you was allowed to lead? Just one person was allowed to lead. The universities, the Port Authority, airways, railways, even pool, Nigeria Bet, Better Bet, Naira Bet, betting company that Nigeria owned, even pool, you make sure was an Igbo, but even restaurants, catering, dominated everywhere. And in that same NCNC, number one, NCNC was founded in Yoruba land by Yoruba people. It was completely hijacked, to the chagrin of the people who were there, whether they were Yoruba or they were Efik or they were BPO. Other groups in this region who came into NCNC, they had to pull back and say, wait, something they stop here. But you can't say something to Sopo. You don't want Nigeria's unity. He wants Nigeria's unity, and his definition of unity is that he must dominate you and he must be able to be. He must be quiet. I fall from Gbogbo. But me, Yoruba now don't mess up. See what Yoruba people were doing. The result was the formation of the NNDP, a resurrection of the name of the party, which Herbert Macaulay had founded in 1923 by the Akintola faction of the Action Group. So we broke ourselves into two. NCNC also broke into two in Western region. The faction of one half of Action Group that broke away and part of the NCNC in Yoruba land that broke away now formed NNDP. They now looked up to the north. The remaining group, Action Group, now decided to work with the NCNC, working with the East, not remembering, or maybe they didn't factor it in, that both guys have plans for Yoruba land. When you're shouting Lagos is no man's land, it did not start today. And the plan is not for Yoruba land. I was in a meeting a while back. Agent Sobai, you are. Èkó ní kankan ni wàhálà wa o. Èkó ní kankan wàhálà wa o. Àwọn èèyàn ń wo àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ kan. Orúkọ ẹ̀yin lè máa wò pé ìpínlẹ̀ yẹn wà nínú ó jìnnà sódò, ó jìnnà sókun. Wọ́n wọnú àwọn ibì kan. Wọ́n lè dán àwọn kankan wò. Mi lè sọ bíbí. Wọ́n mọ̀ sọ Yorùbá ni mi lè sọ bíbí yìí. Wọ́n dán àwọn kankan wò. Wọ́n gbìyànjú àti wọnú àwọn ibì kan tó pé nǹkan tó ń sọ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ nsìn, nǹkan tó ń sọ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó. Wọ́n máa sọ nǹkan kan náà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ àbí ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun àbí ìpínlẹ̀ Èkìtì àbí ìpínlẹ̀ Oǹdó àbí ìpínlẹ̀ Ògùn. Ó ní àwọn ibì kan tó ń wọ̀ tó lọ ń ra àwọn ilẹ̀ kan. Àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń ta ilẹ̀ yẹn ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìgbà wọn kàn pé àṣẹbí wọ́n mú ìlọsíwájú bọ̀ lágbègbè wa kí ṣe pé ibi ń pa àwọn èèyàn náà fi ń talẹ̀ o. Àwọn ẹ̀kọ́ àti pé wọn ò sún mọ́ gbòòrò ṣùgbọ́n àwọn èèyàn ń tà tó pé wọ́n rò pé ok tí lè bá gbé ìlọsíwájú wa báyìí tó bá gbé ilé iṣẹ́ ńlá wá sádùúgbò wa ságbègbè wa àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa ládùúgbò yìí àwọn ọ̀dọ́ wa nílùú yìí àbí láwọn ẹsẹ̀ kùkú àwọn olù tó kéréje tó wà nítòsí wọ́n á rí iṣẹ́ tó wọ́n máa ṣe lọ́kàn tí wọ́n. Torí mo rí nǹkan tó kọ ìrègbè ọ̀rọ̀ kan sórí orí X Twitter tó ń sọ pé àwọn Yorùbá àwọn àgbààgbà Yorùbá wọ́n kàn ń talẹ̀ wọ́n á fowó ẹ̀ra Rolls Royce ìyẹn ti afọ́fúngbé mu ni kò lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ kan lórí. Ṣùgbọ́n bí tí mo bọ̀rọ̀ lọ ni pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó ń talẹ̀ àwọn kan lè máa talẹ̀ tó pé bí ń pa wọn ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó ń talẹ̀ wọ́n ń talẹ̀ torí pé wọ́n rò pé bóyá táwọn ilé ìbá tiẹ̀ gbé nǹkan wá sádùúgbò àwọn kan ń talẹ̀ torí pé wọn ò sí tòsí mọ́ ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa là ń gbókè òkun ọ̀rọ̀ tí mò ń sọ ìmọ̀ sọ Yorùbá ni à ń gbókè òkun tí bàbá bá ti lọ tí ìyá bá ti lọ ilé yẹn kan máa sọ sókè ní èlò náà ń ta kíní kan mílíọ̀nù wọ́n ti kówó dànù wọ́n ti kówó sọ́dọ̀ yín ẹ̀yin ti gbowó ẹ̀ tún dúró ẹ jókòó sọ̀hún tó máa dá nǹkan lẹ́tọ́ máa sọ pé ṣèbá àlànilẹ̀ wọ́n ti rà wọ́n ń rà tó pé ẹ̀yin ọkàn yóò sí bẹ́ẹ̀ pé kò rí lè má tà ẹ ti wà lókè òkun. àwọn kan tẹ pé ilẹ̀ Nàìjíríà náà wà ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n rò pé òkè tá a bá tiẹ̀ talẹ̀ yìí nǹkan máa tiẹ̀ ṣojú bákan baálé àti wá bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ pé ẹ̀ta kìíní yìí wọ́n á bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n á gbélé iṣẹ́ báyìí wọ́n á gbélé iṣẹ́ alábọ́dé wá báyìí olókoòwò kéékèèké wọ́n máa rí tajé ṣe wọ́n á tà. àwọn bí wọ́n ti ta rẹ̀ kí sọ̀rọ̀ Èkó nìkan là ń sọ yìí o àwọn olùkọ́ wà tẹ́kẹ́ mi ìfẹ́ dárúkọ olú kankan tó rẹ̀ mo dárúkọ gbogbo ìpínlẹ̀ tó wà ní gúúsù ìwọ̀ oòrùn Nàìjíríà mi dárúkọ ìpínlẹ̀ I wasn't specific and it was intentional. wọ́n kàn lọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. mo kàn ní kí n sọ fún wa ni ó tá bá máa sọ̀rọ̀ tó bá máa lọ́nà ọ̀rọ̀ yìí ó máa jẹ́ pé mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan tá a lè ṣe sí torí pé mi ò tí ì fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ mi ì fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ débẹ̀ lónìí torí mi ṣe fẹ́ dárúkọ ìfẹ́ fọ́gbà yànga torí àwọn kan wà tó jẹ́ pé ẹni bú ni wọ́n ṣùgbọ́n ẹ lè bú ẹni tó ń ra nǹkan bí ẹni tó ń tà o ẹni tó ń ta òun dẹ̀rẹ̀ òun lè fi ọkàn wọ pé tí ọmọ Yorùbá wà ra lẹ̀ lọ́ọ̀ mi ṣe mí níta ni pàápàá tó jẹ́ pé kì í ṣe pé wọ́n fi ṣe nǹkan kan wọ́n fẹ́ fi ṣe nǹkan ni kò sí nǹkan tó ní kí n má tà fún tó pé ìkankan náà gbogbo wa à ń ṣe nǹkan kan náà o à ń ṣe nǹkan kan náà mi lè sọ pé àìsí nǹkan kan náà pé kí wọ́n fi ní ẹ̀tanú sẹ́yìn kankan mi lẹ́tanú sẹ́yìn kankan mi kórìíra yẹn kankan o kò sẹ́yìn kò ojúláwá àwọn òbẹ́yàn kankan ṣọ̀tá ẹni tó jírí lè jí wà àríyàn kan báyàn kan ṣọ̀tá ṣùgbọ́n kó ní ká kú kó tó ọwọ́ ọmọ ìbáṣọ ó ní mìíràn ṣe máa ń gbé àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ yẹn nílẹ̀ Yorùbá ọjọ́ kan máa tán máa sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn I'm talking about like practical solutions not just because me I don't like kí wọ́n máa sunkún since ẹ pé àkínṣe gbére we'll talk about that later. Both the Akintola, okay, let me go back just a bit. One faction worked with the faction of Yoruba NCNC. The other faction of the action group led by Chief Obafemi Awolowo and the remaining faction of the NCNC became allies. Both the Akintola and Awolowo factions looked, please, if you're on TikTok, you've got to power tap. Jesus Christ, can it in angle? Now. Let's get this into 100. Normally, by this time, it will be like 150k. The app is showing inactivity, and we don't want to lose the life. So please, I know you're busy, but please. Someone wrote on YouTube, Governor can refuse to give C of O if the intention of the use of the land is dubious. That is true. That's what I'm calling practical solution. That's what I said when we're going to have this conversation. I'm also in Koto Mashele. Àti táwa lè ṣe àti kọ́ tíjọba náà lè ṣe fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá ìkànṣẹ́lẹ̀ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lóṣù tó kọjá ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ dé Àbújá ó dé Àbújá ìpàdé kan mọ àtọ́ ti sọ àwọn kinní kan ṣẹ́rí àwọn ẹ̀kìtì kan fún yín ṣẹ́rí pàápàá àwọn ọ̀dọ́ gbogbo àgbà kan ló kàn kọjú sójú kan tán ṣe wọ́n Nàìjíríà gbogbo wọn kọ́ o aláwọn bàbá o tí ń sọ̀rọ̀ pé bóyá kì í sọ̀rọ̀ wàsá mo sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn bàbá tẹ́ pé wọ́n mọ̀ pé àkàn lè máa bá lọ báyìí aláwọn àgbàgbẹ́jọ́ tán mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣe tán dẹ̀ mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń sọ tán dẹ̀ láwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tó ń sọ wọ́n dẹ̀ jẹ́ ká gbọ́ kéékèèké ń bẹ́ẹ̀ ní táwa lè gbọ́ bó tiẹ̀ pé kò kéré bẹ́ẹ̀ náà bọ́ adúpẹ́. So I said all of that to say that we're blessed, right? We still have elders who are protective of our spaces and want the best for us, and they're not pandering. Although we still have those ones who, I don't know what they're thinking, but go baya, I saw the bear. Ṣùgbọ́n a máa sọ nǹkan tí àwa lè ṣe gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn ọmọ nílùú, a máa sọ nǹkan tí ìjọba náà lè ṣe, e.g. nǹkan tí Kubu kọ sínú comment section sí lórí YouTube. Thank you, Rebe. Thank you for the gift. I'm going to get to 1 or 2 more pages before we go. I'm repeating this thing again and again because thank you for the gift. I should say it too. I've been seeing things in the comment section. I just don't respond sometimes. I'm not having life because of Igbo. Is ethnicity, how ethnicity influences Nigerian politics. Yoruba, I will pause on it so that we can actually digest it. This is not about Igbo. This is not Igbo bashing platform. I don't even have that time. Not like anybody is worth my time to do that anyway, to be honest. But Antara Loboni, Itare Nijilele. Ntoba kan wa e ka na wa nkan se si. A tele sọ fún àwọn ará ilé wa náà. Àwọn tó wà ní gbèríko àwọn tó wà lábúlé, àwọn tó wà ní ìlú tó ẹ̀pọ̀ jìnnà. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wa tà wà láyé ẹ̀yìn odi àwọn tó wà lókè òkun, a lè pa àwọn tó wà nílé náà. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọgbà ṣe kó bóyá àwọn èèyàn ní nǹkan tán wọ́n kàn wọ́n pé òkè kí ilẹ̀ yìí kàn wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni àkórí nǹkan fi ṣe torí kò sẹ́ni tó tọ́kàn ẹ̀ lọ bẹ̀. Because this hunger trope that people are putting out there, it's nonsense. Ebi kọ́ ló ń jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn ṣe kínní yìí. I'm not saying ebi ò sí ń bẹ́ẹ̀ o, but kí n ṣe gbogbo wọn lebi ń pa. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ilẹ̀ kàn wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Ó kú wà lẹ́yìn àkàtà tèmi náà bí alọ́dọ̀ ìyá ni àbúlọ́dọ̀ bàbá. You see some okay ọjọ́ mo dé àwọn oko wọn oko wa gbẹ̀yìn ó kàn wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Ẹ wò ẹ kọ́ máa kọ ọ̀pẹ tó wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀ bó ṣe kọ́ máa fún yín ní yálà epo kan mẹ́ta lọ́dún ẹ ṣáà máa gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣáà pé ilẹ̀ yẹn ṣáà wà ń bẹ́ẹ̀. Ebi ò ní pa wá o. Àdẹ̀ ní kúṣẹ̀ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Let's go back to this. I hope people know what jala means. Jala epo. Let's go back to this. So we talked about how one faction worked with NCNC, the other faction worked with the other faction of NCNC. Both the Akintola and Awolowo factions looked beyond the western region for protection. The Akintola faction, hiding under the umbrella of the Hausa Fulani leadership. The Awolowo faction under the umbrella of Igbo leadership. The NNDP and the NPC merged as the Nigerian National Alliance for federal purposes, while the Awolowo faction and the NCNC too formed the United Progressive Grand Alliance, that's UPGA, for federal purposes. Jala means barrel. Thank you. Needless to say, the Igbo National Caucus decided to exploit the situation in the West to the best advantage. For the caucus, the North was not a danger. The West was the danger. These people are terrible human beings, man. If you tell me that the NCNC is taking advantage of the crisis in the Western region, I will say, of course they should. It's politics. But how can an ethnic organization, an ethnic group, be taking advantage of chaos in another person's homeland? If NCNC decides to play ball in Western region, I can't say, oh, Western region is for AG. If you don't play your politics well and they take it at your own, but it's not party again, guys. Party politics in Nigeria is party politics to some people. Party politics in Nigeria is ethnic competition to some other people. You got to know who you are dealing with. It's party politicking to you. It's ethnic competition to another. Why would the Igbo National Caucus be looking for a way to take advantage of the crisis in the Western region? Are you a party? They were worse than a political party. They were trying to become this, to create an hegemony in the entire country. So you just, since you've held the Eastern region by the jugular, you have the Midwest. Let's take the West, but not NCNC now. I'm saying Igbo National Caucus. Needless to say, the Igbo National Caucus decided to by the way, I'm reading the book, so I'm not making anything up. I'm not fighting anybody. I don't hate any group. I love everybody. You are my brothers and sisters. But this history must be read. Not so we can demean a group or look down on a group or call people demons or whatever, but just so we understand that Nigeria political landscape, what we're experiencing is deja vu. Everything happening has happened before. And if we understand it, then we'll ask, what did our parents do? What was the right thing they did so that we can replicate it? What mistakes did they make so that we don't repeat those things? That's what we're talking about. So anybody thinking here that somebody is fighting any ethnic group, I don't have the time for that. It's a waste of precious time. Needless to say, the Igbo, again, the book is called The Educated Elites in Nigerian Society. The The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayodele. Needless to say, the Igbo National Caucus decided to exploit the situation in the West to the best advantage. For the caucus, the North was not a danger, the West was a danger. Papa knew this, he wrote about this in 1967. Ogao, worried that the premature jubilation and indiscreet statement of some Igbo individuals that tended to warn the Yoruba and the Hausa Fulani of our objective, that is, seizure of the control of the country, might endanger the cause. In other words, some Igbo individuals, you know what, let me read some of those things. Let me read the exact words so that I'm not just quoting what is. Let me read the exact word of the Igbo National Caucus. They said here, enemies of our fatherland, talking about fellow Igbos, have alerted the decadent Yoruba and the reactionary Northerners. Some Igbo people, you know, on one occasion, there were some very few, they still exist today, but the people call them Sabo. They don't think what the Igbo leaders were doing was right. Sorry guys, this Yoruba nation people, I don't think you don't have self-respect. The reason you are shouting Yoruba nation is because you don't know half of what I know. You carry one talking point, you are angry all over the place. You must break. If you sit down one place and just study this thing, you will see the reason we are saying you cannot do it the way you are talking. Emaka ojuewe ibere, you talk ibere we. Emma ti request mo gbon nkan tan, Emma ma da gbo eru tan. Lẹ́ran ọ̀wọ̀ lára. And don't forward you can waste time already. What kind of rubbish is this? So if a person knows something, they must want Yoruba nation. You rumble. How are we like this? And I've read what your leaders have been saying, and I respect them, but I intentionally decided, okay, I'm going to even read this thing. What is the plan? Nothing. Just vibes and insults. Tẹ́bá dálẹ̀ tán, ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yóò dẹ̀ sí Nàìjíríà. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yín òkè òkun lẹ̀ ń gbé. Ẹ bára ẹ pé àrò àti ọ̀dọ̀fínú yín kẹ́ bára yín sọ̀rọ̀. Kẹ́ bára yín sọ̀rọ̀ tó jò tọ̀rọ̀. Tó adélẹ̀ tán sí kò ní kàn yín. Ó lè kàn àwọn ibi tẹ́ fílẹ̀ Nàìjíríà kẹ́jẹ́ farabalẹ̀. You rile up people, you must have you must, okay, how do you have it? No plan. If you have it, what's the structure? No structure, but you must have it. How are you different from IPOB? No plan to getting it, no structure when you get it. If you get it, so what makes you different from IPOB? You're not carrying guns yet. Some of your members carried guns the other time in Ibadan. They had to deal with those ones. Please don't bring that into this platform. I beg in the name of God. Somebody will come around you and just give you talking points, then get angry. We must have it. Just because I don't want what you want doesn't mean I'm against Yoruba land. And for the most part, I think you guys are actually against Yoruba land. Being on YouTube, you must be Yoruba nation. You must get King. How can you be King? Can you not do King? Before you know it, all the person so ebu. Anybody that is thinking straight cannot be thinking like this and be saying things and you're like, do you have sense? And it's one way. Or no waja or no anything else is not true. Is that way? Just that one way is one way. On top of the education we say we have. And I'm not against having a sovereign nation, just to be clear. I'm not against what you really want. You have a right, we have a right to have it. But you have no plans, and I've been asking this question for more than 5 years. How? Okay, you know what? Let's say we don't even know how. What's the structure that this king is going to have? Before somebody says, I used to be an empire, I'm going to correct everybody, I'm the Oga of everybody. What is the plan that you have? Kings, e.g., let me just say this one for free. Kings should be like mayors. What's the political structure for the kings in this new nation? How do you organize the kings? What's the structure for the regions and states and divisions and provinces? What plans do you have? Everybody just hears one thing, everybody's shouting. Are we IPOB? And if I'm not thinking that direction, it means that I don't know what I'm thinking. Do you know what you are? Oga, what you want is good because you want Yoruba land to work, but you have not thought it through. And I can assure you, I don't have to think about it. You have not thought it through. And I've not found one person amongst you that have thought anything through. All you know is what you want, which is fantastic. Question, how do you get it? Somebody came to me and said, how do you get it? He said to me, that's why we need people like you. I'm like, are you serious? You're inviting me to something. I'm saying, how are we going to achieve this thing you're inviting me? Say, that's why we are calling you to come and join us. See, and by the way, I'm not saying you should have a 100% foolproof plan that it can never fail. Plans can fail, but at least have one. If it fails, you have, let me stop and say something. One of the things that failure has taught me in life, and I've failed before. I never failed in school. I didn't fail until I finished school. Then I saw what failure meant. But this is what failure has taught me. The attempt that led to failure is the breeding ground for intelligence. In other words, in trying to achieve that goal, you would have learned different things. What to do, what not to do. All those things, even if you fail, you can go back to the drawing board and the lessons you have learned along the way is now part of you. But if you have no plans, you've not applied yourself, you've not used your brains, you just say, you're just using your mouth. You can't even fail because you have, if you have no goal, you can't fail now. If you have no process, God bless you. May your path be good, but please stop writing these things in my comments. It infuriates me, especially when you are quoting insults. But let me now. Somebody says Jala means gallon. What Bare means Agba. 16 hills. Thank you, Jare. Yoruba mi lo fe walking. You are right. You are the right one. You are correct. You're even better than what I said. By the way, somebody on YouTube just said it's very correct. Even me, I just remembered. Jala means gallon. Agba means barrel. Thank you for correcting us, 16 hills. Let's get back to this book now. Yoruba Nation people, God bless you. God bless your hustle. Please. As long as we cannot have conversations that have to go into, I don't even want to have the conversation here. I've done it before. I don't want to ever do it again. Because it's a waste of, we're just wasting, all of us are wasting our time when we're doing that conversation. Just talking. But you have a right to what you want to. I'm just saying that, especially if you're living outside the country. Which is not a problem. I'm not saying living outside the country is a problem. I'm just saying that when you're outside the country, you have this abstract understanding of Nigeria. That's how someone spoke to me last week and said to me that in Nigeria, Yoruba people are not allowed to talk about the Yoruba politics in Yoruba land. I'm like, which Yoruba land? Which Yoruba? The one I'm living in. So we're not allowed to say what we want to say because of Nigeria. I'm like, how? You're telling me Yoruba people don't talk about Yoruba politics in Yoruba land? How? And that's the basis of agitation. So the very premise is faulty. Therefore, you cannot come with any sensible solution because there is no problem you are even solving. You are solving a non-existing problem. but you're abroad. But you know everything that's happening in Yoruba land. And I'm not saying living abroad means that you cannot know what's happening. No. I'm saying, but we have to be humble to actually know what's happening, not to assume what's happening, and then start proffering solutions for problems that don't exist. Instead of proffering solutions for the problems that we are seeing right now, you say, no, leave this problem right now. There's a problem I can see. If I find solution to that problem, your own problem will now be solved. Okay, don't deceive us now. Let's go back to this book. Needless to say, the Igbo National Caucus decided to exploit the situation in the West to the best advantage. For the caucus, the North was not a danger. By the way, I'm not against having your own group. I'm not against a sovereign state to have to be. I am not against Yoruba nation. I believe this is where I differ from most people. There is already a Yoruba nation. That's my own. That's what makes me different from most. I don't think Yoruba nation is coming. I think there's Yoruba nation now. I think the only thing we don't have is sovereignty, not the concept of nationhood. We have nationhood now. And sovereignty does not have to confer nationhood on you. And if you are waiting for sovereignty to give you nationhood, you will never get it. Ẹkáàbọ. Scotland is a nation. Wales is a nation. They don't have sovereignty. How do you organize that nation within? Let's even use Nigeria. Let's use the advantage of the cover of Nigeria to create something for ourselves, so that even if we break away, we can now work with that thing that we have created. We're not creating that kind of structure. How many of us shouting Yoruba Nation created on commission? How many of us were involved with this? How many of us shouting nation are involved in SWDC? There are real problems that Dawn Commission and SWDC will be working on. You don't care about those things. You are thinking of creating a separate problem, which is fair, is a real thing, but nobody cares. Have you seen people? Real problems. So I agree with what you are saying about having a sovereign state. I think it's a fantastic idea, and one day I hope we get there. Hopefully we don't have to do that if Nigeria wakes up, because if we structure Nigeria properly, we won't have to think of that. But if we have to think of that, if you even want to have it, you know, you have to go through a political process. You have to get the buy-in of the politicians, your representatives. Have you not been lied to enough? Were we not there when they were talking about Southern Alliance? North South Kinikon, Southern Middle Belt Kinikon. Where is it now? Force majeure. If you don't understand what I'm saying right now, don't worry. The people who get it, they get it. We are going to declare a force majeure and force the Nigerian government to have. Are we not here? How are we going to be doing the same thing and expect a different result? Prof, I'm sure you got it. I'm sure you got it. We will declare a force majeure. I was sitting down one day. I was like, force majeure is 2022. Are you 2021 then? How do I force majeure by? You can't do those things without referendum. You can't have referendum without politicians. It's a fact. The only other alternative is come on, Needless to say, the Igbo National Caucus decided to exploit the situation in the West to the best advantage. For the caucus, the North was not a danger, the West was the danger. Worried that the premature jubilation and indiscreet statements from Igbo individuals that tended to warn the Yoruba and the Hausa Fulani of our objective, that is, seizure of the control of the country, might endanger the cause. The caucus recorded, enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yoruba and the reactionary Northerners. The enemies they are referring to were Igbos. And that's why I said that there are also good people in every ethnic group. Maybe some Igbo people that have the heart of God or the mind of Christ woke up one day and say, we can't plan with this. Hey, Ndi Yoruba plan there for you. Ndi Hausa plan there for you. Now waiting that they do with this, so do your own well, oh. But the generality of the leadership of the Igbo at the time said, enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yoruba. They even called us decadent, as if they have something better where they're from. Anyway, decadent Yoruba and the reactionary Northerners. The indiscreet utterances of many of our men have contributed largely to the dangers which now beset us when we have almost reached the promised land. These stupid utterances must stop. I'm reading the Igbo National Caucus Protocol, published in 1964. And I've mentioned where you can find it. You can find it in IUL collections. You can find it in the Educated Elites of Nigerian Society. You can find it in Just Before Dawn. Enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yorubas and the reactionary Northerners. The indiscreet utterances of many of our own men, talking about what Sidi Onyema did in 45 and what Okpara did in 63. The indiscreet utterances of many of our own men have contributed largely to the dangers which now beset us when we have almost reached the promised land. These stupid utterances must stop. However, the caucus believed that the cause was not yet lost. Despite the anti-Igbo propaganda now prevailing in the north and west, a survey of the situation shows quite clearly that though the situation is critical, it is not hopeless. In the east, despite the amateurish leadership of Okpara, the Onitsha Igbo and Igbo dispute has quietened. Onitsha Igbo and Igbo. Onitsha Igbo is what became Anambra Igbo today, by the way. They are the highest in the classes of Igbo people in existence. Go figure. In the east, despite the amateurish leadership of Okpara, the Onitsha Igbo and Igbo dispute has quietened. The Efiks, the Ibibus, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control, even though their dreams of their own state have been completely shattered. Why would the Igbo Union be thinking of the shattering of a state for the Efiks, the Rivers, and Ibibus? Why? Because they couldn't exist without the resources from the Efiks, the Rivers, and Ibibus. Remember, this is not NCNC talking. This is a cultural organization, so-called. They have plans for all of us. So they mentioned us. We are decadent. We are not decadent. In their head, our Leon are decadent, and then they caused the Northerners reactionary. So they said the Efiks, the Ibibus. So they talked about Onitsha Igbo and Igbo. They've settled that one. The Efiks, the Ibibus, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control, even though their dreams of their own state have been completely shattered. Despite the intrigues of Okotiebo and Omo Osage, we have succeeded in clamping Osadebe firmly on the Midwest saddle, thus taking care of the Urubos, the Edos, and the Shekiris. There is then nothing to fear in the Midwest but threats. The West is now the problem. It is written here. The West is now the problem. The custodians of Igbo chauvinism were convinced that the obstacle of the West was not an insuperable one, that all that needed done was to splinter the NNDP leadership I'll take that again, that all that needed to be done should. The custodians of Igbo chauvinism were convinced that the obstacle of the West was not an insuperable one, that all that needed done was to splinter the NNDP leadership by tearing away Akintola from Fani Kayode, an action group renegade who had joined the NCNC, and then the NNDP in protest against Igbolization of the NCNC. The strategy to achieve the desired end as recorded by them was as follows. Listen to this. Play up Awolowo at all times. This will keep up the resistance of the action group members and stop them from uniting with the NNDP to form a solid Yoruba front. This is vital, and there is no longer a headache or danger to us. Intensify all propaganda against Akintola. Don't hold that he is sufficiently discredited already. He is still dangerous. We must always keep the quarrel between himself and the action group alive. This will ensure the disunity amongst the Yoruba leaders. Seek all means to discredit Fani Kayode, He is the real and only barrier to our domination of the West and our ultimate control of the Federation. They will finish this. By the way, there are two people that signed this document. Two people. Mbadiwe and Mbanugo. Mbadiwe was the one that wrote the Rebirth of the Nation, who then called Awolowo a tribalist. And is against Yoruba people for being tribalist. But this is the thing that they planned in 64. Let's think about it for a second. What kind of heart would you have as an ethnic group to plan this for other ethnic groups in the same country? As a political party, I would understand because it's political domination. But why would you do that as an ethnic group? If you think anything you're hearing right now started in 2023, oh, it was election, it was Tinubu. No. It's just that this reiteration of what they are doing is going to help people understand how we got here. Not because you hate anybody, not because you're trying to fight the Igbos, right? No. Just to make it clear that this has happened before. What did the man say? I like this. When he said, play up Awolowo at all times, that is what Soyinka will be referring to in his book, You Must Set Forth at Dawn. When he was talking about Umbono working with him in Papa's house to broadcast. They were not doing it for you. They were not talking about the greatness of Awolowo because of Awo. He said, play him up at all times. This will keep up the resistance of the action group members and stop them from uniting with the NNDP to form a solid Yoruba front. Awolowo is not for us. It's not for him. It's for them. They said it there. They said, let me one funny thing they said. Like I said, this thing is in different books. People just copy the one that they wanted to use to make their own point. But like I said, you have to read different ones to put it together. It says here, outwardly, all our official and unofficial utterances must adopt an opposite procedure. And we must always do our best to appear honorable and cooperative. Remember, a statesman's words do not have to agree with his acts. Those are the people that call you tribalist too. And their spirit is still alive and well in some of their offsprings. Outside the eastern region, the rest of the country felt that the danger of Igbo domination was real. By 1964, the educated elite in the northern region had begun to react to the believed threat by demanding that the Igbo be expelled from the north. In the regional House of Assembly and in the Kaduna press, there was no mincing of words. The Igbo should be deprived of all lands that had been allocated to them. There were too many in federal establishments in the north. They had infested the north as petty traders. Laws should be enacted to the effect that the northernization policy be extended to the petty traders. The Premier, Sir Ahmadu Bello, and obviously the most grieved by what he regarded as ingratitude of the Igbo, declared in the House of Assembly in February 1964, quote, "It is my most earnest desire that every post in the region, however small it is, to be filled by a northerner," unquote. In the Midwest, which had been created in 1962 by the NPC-NCNC coalition to further weaken the action group, the non-Igbo NCNCers began to wonder whether the party they had been sacrificing so much to support was not proving synonymous with the Igbo tribe. To this end, Festus Okotiebo and Humphrey Omo-Osage began to be less loyal to the NCNC as Osadebe, the Igbo premier, was clamped upon them and as allegations of Igboism in the civil service of the region festered. What happened to Festus Okotiebo 2 years from then? They put Osadebe as premier of the Midwest and filled most of the senior civil service jobs with their own people. But no, they're not tribalist. I'm going to stop here for today. There's a lot. There's a lot. Let me just read a bit more before we close for today. It was in the midst of the chaos created in Western Nigeria by the controversies over the election to the House of Assembly. So I'll take that again. It was in the midst of the chaos created in the Western Nigeria by the controversies over the election to the House of Assembly there that some elements in the Nigerian army struck on 15 January 1966. Whilst one must wait until the authentic sources are made available in Lagos, Benin City, Ibadan, Enugu, and Kaduna, the last four regional capitals at that time, certain facts are clear. All the sources, we don't have to wait again. Everything we're waiting for in 74, they're available right now. We've talked about it before. We'll talk about it again on Monday. It would appear that the educated elite in the army had been infected with tribalism. The coup was executed by and large by the Igbo, witnessed the killing of all northern Nigerian officers within reach, and of Yoruba officers suspected of being in sympathy with the Hausa Fulani elite of northern Nigeria. Moreover, no Igbo elite politician and disseminator of tribalism or sectionalism lost his life. The troops in Benin and Enugu under Igbo control refused to murder Dennis Osadebe and Michael Okpara respectively. But on the other hand, the federal Prime Minister and Chief Okotiebo, the Midwestern fighter against Igbo domination, were killed. By the way, I think maybe I'll do it on Monday. I read to you the letter that Okotiebo wrote to Dennis Osadebe. This was before 63, before they created the Midwest region. Okotiebo was in NCNC, but it was against Igbo domination of the Midwest. So it was called the Midwestern fighter against Igbo domination. He was killed. Also murdered were S.L. Akintola, the Premier of the West, and Amadu Bello, the Premier of Northern Nigeria. In the circumstances, the view began to gain ground that the coup was evidence that the Igbo plan for a takeover of the country was maturing. And there was the fact that the first head of the military government, Aguiyi Ironsi, surrounded himself with top Igbo civil servants as advisors. We'll continue from here on Monday. What have we learned so far? Number one, do not let anybody gaslight you in Nigeria. Don't let anybody manipulate you with lies and propaganda. We've never really conquered anybody now. All the land that we have from a place, we bought it now. You know, we've never even become presidents in 19something. We've never even had any presidents in Nigeria. You know, we are just peaceful people. All we just want to do is to trade. You're talking about the common man, maybe. But that doesn't change the fact of history. And I'll say this. I do not think every Igbo person would approve of this. I do not think every person was involved in this. Clearly, obviously, they weren't. But I think most Igbo people will not speak against this. Why? Because if it works out and the benefit is cool. But if it doesn't work out, if it works out the benefit, at least they didn't say anything against it, so they can benefit from it. If it doesn't work out, you can't say that they did it because they'll be like, we're not the ones that planned it. We all know what we are doing. And this new thing that is going on social media right now, Yoruba people are the owners of tribalism. They're the biggest. I saw the one, the video, I just didn't play it. They're the biggest tribalists. Don't mind them all. Don't mind them. Everybody knows what they did. Or maybe, you know what, maybe the young people did not know. Maybe they're just discovering right now. But I'll say this, there is no way a group that planned this for other groups in Nigeria can succeed. There is no way a group that planned this for other ethnicities in Nigeria can succeed. Possible. Do you know why? If you think for 1 second that Yoruba politicians above 70 and Hausa politicians above 70 don't know these things, you must be joking. How old am I? If you think they don't know what they went through in the 60s at the hands of certain people, you must be joking. They can laugh with you. I saw someone said a video yesterday of vice president. They can laugh with you. When I saw the video, I was just laughing because I know what I listened to from the same vice president some years ago. I don't know if you heard that tape that was leaked. I don't know if you heard that tape. Let me even say, how many of you have heard that tape from the present vice president? What he said a few years ago about certain parts of Nigeria. I won't play it here. You heard it. How old is he? Is he up to 70? You think they don't know? You have not. I should play it. No. Number one, not today, and I don't think I want to even play it. And if time comes and I feel comfortable enough to play it, I will. But Kotito, time. I can paraphrase. The paraphrasing, everything I will say right now is what is there. They know, Monakai. They know. It's not with the redeemed man, or it's with Amosun. They know. But it's 6:46, so I'm going to call it a day. Somebody said I should play it maybe another time. If you know what these people know, again, like I said, one of the burdens of knowledge is that you can't share everything you know. That's the problem. That's one major problem. You can't. If you share, you just burn. Someone send me a message and say, just give it to them. I see these people. By the way, I never respond to them, by the way. All of you who send me messages that tell you, give it to them, share it now. You usually don't have your names or your pictures on. I wonder why. You always hiding under the cover of anonymity. You never show your face. Just say, tell them. One said to me, say it as it is. Why are you even holding back? It's never one. There are many. Say it as it is. Don't hold back. No, you have to hold back. If you don't hold back, I can't want to bury one that. All my issue. Torí àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ kan àtẹ pé ó máa run inú ṣe rí àwọn nǹkan téèyàn máa ń kà ẹ̀ náà ní òkè jẹ́ kí n sọ pé ẹ jẹ́ ká lọ join kí ní ká lọ balẹ̀ ká lọ dágbó ẹ̀rú àwọn nǹkan téèyàn kà ẹ̀ náà ló máa súnyàn kì kí ṣe pé bóyá èèyàn ò ní ìtara fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn náà kí ṣe pé bóyá èèyàn fẹ́ ìjàngbara fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá kí ṣe pé bóyá èèyàn ò fẹ́ bó láwọn nǹkan tẹ́ máa dé máa pé torí ẹ máa kàn máa fojú òpó kí eléyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ báyìí ẹ kì í fún ní àpẹẹrẹ kan. Gordon Labi Sama, when they were fighting during the Civil War, he mentioned how Sun Tzu's work, Art of War, became an inspiration for some of the things they did on the battlefront. Sun Tzu was years ago. He's even Chinese. I'm Yoruba. I'm in the trenches. I know what to do. There's nothing wrong with it. I know I'm revisiting what I said earlier. It's important to say this because I don't also want people to think that I'm against Itara is understandable. But here the battle wa kwa won kan mo awon kini e ma kan rara fara balẹ̀. Iko te fe ye ma gba o. Bo be se nro yen ko lo ye ma ri. Ko to ma dùn èmi nìyẹn. Te bá rí mi tí ma sọ̀rọ̀ ngba mi ke ko mo kórìíra bí pé mo rò pé bí nǹkan te ń sọ ò ní túmọ̀. Ó ní túmọ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ẹ máa ń ṣe bí ìgbà pé everything is a nail and all you have is a hammer. You just want to eat it. Sometimes you have to cut. Sometimes you have to file. Sometimes you have to drill. So again, just in case you're a Yoruba person or the people who are here who heard me say that, the point, I'm not apologizing for what I said. That is me. This is my stance. However, I'm telling you why I've come to that point. And maybe you should also take your time to go through some of these things. The back can be con. The song Buraye gan ko le po. Do you know how long I've known this thing? Do you know how many times it took me to be reading bit by bit by bit and then make sure that I'm able to know who I'm dealing with before I'm able to say? And even when I'm saying it, you notice I never read it straight. It's intentional. It's intentional. I'll cut it and explain some things, and I'll go on and I'll cut it. There's a reason. If you cut that thing and just hear that thing and just you must kill a lot. Is that all that the guy said? He said, I will kill a lot. You just no. America, but we'll continue. Well, the point I was trying to make before I even bring people up, we are bringing people up just to speak for about 15 minutes. Share here. Every book that I've read, I mean, this particular book that we're reading for this particular topic was published in 1974. But let me tell you one funny thing about that book. It was not a book at first, it was a speech. It was a speech in UI. People heard that speech. People waited for the speech to become books. People bought the book. People have read it. People have the book. People have many books. There are worse things have happened. People have read those things. If you really think that you can just go on social media and cry like bush baby and think you're going to get what you want, you are joking. You don't know what has been done. The only thing that Nigeria can get right now, more just structure the thing, may it work for everybody. But if you are from one part of the country just crying, the best thing, you will notice that the apology you're looking for, you're the one that will apologize to everybody, and you will do it for the next 50 years. What am I take, bro? By the way, if you're a Yoruba person here, be proud. Your elders messed up in some things, we talked about it. But at least they didn't plan evil for other regions. We did nonsense amongst ourselves that we must not repeat. We fought ourselves, look for outsiders to help us settle it, and those was called the Colobi things. Not very smart. But at least all right. Mr. Dexter on YouTube says, Prof, do you also intend to further go on Instagram in the future? I mean, we could even, yes, let me say yes. I think it would be nice. Not that you mentioned it, but we have to find a way to stream to Instagram. Maybe get another device or something. Right now, I'm surrounded by many devices, but you can't see them. But yes, it's not impossible. Please support us, by the way. All these things cost money. Instagram is for paparazzi. No, don't think like that. YouTube was for dancing. I come on YouTube knowing full well that YouTube is children that, this is what they used to tell us. Children go on children go on YouTube and dance. That's what they told us. That's what children go on TikTok and dance. That's what TikTok was. But look at what we're doing here. So Instagram could be a very good platform. We'll see. We'll see. But I hope that, again, if you notice, I'm also, I should have brought people up 10 minutes ago. I'm doing this intentionally. I don't want you to come up and just, because, you can just come up and say, you got us here. Before you know it now, and I don't want to do that. So now that I think we are calm a bit, after using some minutes to explain, let's bring people up. Why don't you stream your voice on Twitter? We need a studio for that Twitter thing alone. I can't be carrying big headphone and we're on camera. I want to do a podcast. It's weird. Excuse me. I bought different stuff for the Twitter. The sound quality is not good enough. But I'll see if we can find a way. Maybe Twitter, maybe video or Twitter. I mean, I wouldn't mind. But all these things, of course, let me also say this. All these things, thank you for the advice and all those, and I'm going to do everything, but it costs money. Not buy devices, and I think at this point we may have to also upgrade to an app that can stream to multiple channels, but of course those ones also cost money. So please just think about consider supporting us. We're going to put up the account details later, but let's bring people up right now so that we can have some reactions. Please, if you come up, I know that some of the things we've heard are heavy stuff. Please don't react with I just wanted to say that. So Joe, please remember to Thank you. So let me see who is trying to come up. Obina, I hope if you come here, can you please repeat the sources of that Igbo caucus document? I will. I will. You have the full one in the IUL collections on the Nigerian Civil War. It's a document. IUL collections on the Nigerian Civil War. But if you read apparently you can give gifts on YouTube as well. Thank you. Somebody says don't come to Twitter yet. I've been to Twitter. I stopped going on Twitter because I didn't like the sound quality. I mean, I don't mind glass boost. We have created a system here where you can't even do it much. Jabba. But I mean, we're trying to get a studio running, and it's a huge project, very huge. Somebody said I should mention the amount. I will not mention. Someone told me the other day I don't like to mention, but if you want to support it, please feel free to reach out to me. Now I'll let you. Is today's broadcast on YouTube? Yes. So let me answer the question that the gentleman asked. So the full details. 1 second, Humbo. Let me just write this thing so that I can concentrate. Like Ibo Jinodu said in the comment section. And I want to thank everybody who has been supporting what we're doing. Thank you. It's not showing yet. Hopefully it's going to show before we leave. But I'll probably just write in the comment section. I'll answer your question. Let me just know that I've done this so that my mind is... I'm going to concentrate on answering your question. So the GT account, So that's on YouTube. Thank you very much, my brother Dexter. Really appreciate that. What country is that, though? I've not seen that kind of stuff before. We learn every day, so please teach me. Alright, so yeah, we have one on YouTube and also one on TikTok. So please feel free to find the account details. It's going to show up later, and then you can support us however you can, or however you will. All right, let's answer the question. 3 books. The IUL collection on the Civil War, you find it there. The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by E.B. Ayodele, you find it there. Just Before Dawn by Koleo Motoshaw, you find it there. Thank you. Obina, please go on. Oh, Dexter. Oh, okay, thank you. Good evening, sir.
Long time, my friend. Good. This question has been on my mind for a while. In 2025, knowing fully well that the spelling of Igbo as IBO has become offensive, why do you insist on keep it? For example, God bless the Yoruba nation. You cannot see me spell Yoruba as Yariba. It's not possible. Why do you insist on spelling however it has been spelled in the past? You and I know that in today's Nigeria it has become offensive. I just wanted to know.
Thank you very much for your question. It is true that I spell Igbo. By the way, sorry, it's not showing. Okay, it's showing now. Yeah, it's showing now. Thank you. It is true that I do spell Igbo as IBO. And like I've always said, Igbo is pronounced Igbo, even by the Igbos themselves. They don't call it Igbo. The mistake that your people have made is to assume that it's the same thing. So we say Igbo, but it's not Igbo, it's Igbo. Now, when you say things like it has become offensive, I don't really care, and I'll tell you why. And I'm not saying that because I don't like your feelings don't matter, but your feelings don't matter. But I'll explain what I mean by that, by explaining why I do what I do. There's a Yoruba group called the Igbo. IGBO. There's a Yoruba group called the Igbo. They are Ilaje. They are in present-day Ondo State. They used to be in Ife. Many groups used to be in Ife. The Remo people, Remo. Different Yoruba groups are worried. Different groups have left from Ife. The Ugbos. We also call them Ugbo. No. Stay with me, Mr. Sean. Stay with me. Stay with me, please. They are both Ugbo and Igbo. And this is the mistake that I think Yoruba people are making. I'm from Ife. You cannot know about Igbo more than me. Sorry, I don't mean that way, but you really can't. My aunt taught me the Moremi story mentioning Igbo. My aunt, when I say aunt, my aunt is, she's late now, and before she passed, she was, I think she was about 90s, and she passed years ago. So I was born seeing her as an old woman. Whenever they're telling the Moremi story, they mention the Igbo. Toma wo Moriwo, Toma wo Kogunjalu, Igbo. What is happening between Ugbo and Igbo is the same thing that happens between Ule and Ile. It's the same thing that happens between Ife and Ufe. It's the same thing that happens between Ulesha and Ilesha. It's the same thing happening between Ushu and Ishu. In Central Yoruba dialect, we call it U. In Northern Yoruba dialect, it is called I. What we call Ule in Ife or in Ulesha is called Ile in Egba or in Oyo. The northern parts we use I instead of U is the same thing. So, for instance, if you go to Benin today, there are some people, when they are talking, they'll use the word, when they want to describe Ife, Benin call Ife Uhe. And two things are happening. Ife has always been Ufe, but they don't have Fi. They have V in the language. They don't have Fi. Whenever you see Fi, they'll turn it to, they use H. Ufe became Uhe to them, and they still call it Uhe till tomorrow in Benin. So it's Ufe. Sorry guys, we have some retards coming up. It happens from time to time, but don't panic. It comes with the territory. Ufe is what they will call Uhe. The same Ufe, you go to the north, it is Ife. Now if they ask me, that is Ufe, of course it is. It is Ife, it is Ufe, it is Uhe, but it's the same place. It's the same way Ugbo is the same thing as Igbo. Not people from the southeast. I'm going somewhere with this because it's important to explain. I'm not doing this because I want to fight you or I'm trying to do all this bigotry nonsense that they're doing on social media. That's not my business. So the Igbo are Yoruba people. They are also Ugbo. It depends on who is calling them. Let me give you one very funny thing about Yoruba language. When we had our orthography, when we started to write things, our dialects, our writing came from the aggregation of different dialects, mostly northern, and in some cases Lagos, but mostly northern. And so E featured a lot, to the point where even Ife, that used to be called Ufe, is now called Ife. Because of the writing, we've written as Ife because we are using the orthography is based primarily, well not primarily, but majorly, we still say as primarily. It was a collection of different dialects, Yoruba dialects, but was heavily influenced by Northern Yoruba. It's what you also see in Ilesha. Ilesha man talking to you about Ilesha will call it Ulesha. If you write it down, you will write it as Ilesha. It's the same thing. It's also what you have with the Ugbo. They are also the Igbo. But they are not Igbos. And why do I say IBO? Let me now explain. For a very long time, certain people in the southeast have been acting as if they didn't see what the people were doing. And this began in the 1960s. Let me see if I can find that book. or that newspaper. I hope I find it as fast as I'm expecting to, because already. The word Igbo, even in the old dictionaries which I have, has IGBO/IBO/EBOE. So even when they were spelling it as Igbo in the 30s, the alternative IGBO also existed, but was not used. Why? Because for the most part it was far from the pronunciation. If you read the book by G.T. Basden, Notes on the Igbo Country, he said something very correct, and I'm very sure it's correct, because I also studied Igbo in secondary school. He said the best way to actually spell that word is IBWO. The northern is now central, and the central is now Yoruba Isa. No. See, if you want to ask a question, please ask the question. Don't just write things as if, if I'm wrong, I will take it, but you can't correct me if you don't know what I'm talking about. Central Yoruba land is Ife, Ilesha. Eastern is where you're talking about Ekiti, Ondo. Northern is Oyo. Northern did not become central. And the Oyo, if we're talking about one side or no, okay. That is northern. Northern did not become central. The geography changed. So you people write in the comment section, they might call with boldness, I'm talking nonsense. Again, if I'm wrong, I will take it over. Please. What was I looking for? Kimoni mo fẹ́ wá fún bọ̀dá yìí náà. Kí ni wọ́n wí tí mo fẹ́ wá fún ẹ náà? Igbo. No, not even the dictionary. I already mentioned the dictionary because I don't want to read it because it will take me time. I was looking for a newspaper article. I hope I find it soon, but if I don't find it, I'll just talk. And hopefully, I don't want you to be. No, don't, not yet. No, hold on. I'll be talking as I'm reading so that my head will be in the same kidney. Let me just continue. Okay, I found the Igbo, IGBO, IBO, EBOE is different things. But you see, in the 1960s, when they were going to start introducing IGBO, somebody said something quite interesting. By the way, the meaning of that Igbo thing, I don't want to mention it, is not too good. If I mention that in a hand, I cannot think that maybe I'm fighting you. Someone from the UK mentioned how that name was going to cause trouble when they start using IGBO. I'll tell you what's in the book, and then what's in the newspaper, and then I find I'll tell you. He said that the new spelling will be confusing. Right? He said that the new spelling will be confusing, and that he had been to a particular part of Nigeria called Igboora. He mentioned it, Ijebu Igbo. That's a specific town he mentioned. And he was saying that he asked people in the Nigerian Commission about that spelling, and they told him that they could use either of the two, that it means the same thing, but that he feels that it is dangerous because it's going to cause confusion. This was in the 60s. I found it. Igbo, this is titled Igbo and Igbo. By the way, this was in London. It says, Sir, reading the articles on African writing, October 17, I noticed that Margaret Peel and I both refer to the Igbo tribe, IBO, while Nadine Godima and Molly M. Mahood refer to the Igbo tribe. A spelling new to me. Is it current in academic circles? A press officer at Nigeria House tells me, a press officer at Nigeria House tells me that Igbo, IBO, is the more standard spelling, and that he thinks of Igbo, IGBO, as referring to the language rather than the people. A representative of the BBC House service tells me that the words are interchangeable, but that the BBC uses Igbo, IBO. I would be glad to know if there is any reason for changing the usual spelling. The new one might cause confusion. I myself once lived in a Yoruba town called Ijebu Igbo. The person writing, his name is D.A.N. Jones. Now let me explain what I want to say. What Jones said in the 1960s, believe it or not, it happened recently, where a set of lunatics, bunch of retards, said that because IGBO is in Ijebu Igbo and Igboora and Igbomino, and they heard that there's an Igbo group from Ife, therefore they were the ones who own all those places, and that Yoruba land, even the source of Yoruba land, belongs to people from the southeast. Like I said, a group of lunatics, a bunch of retards. And when they said this, none of you Igbos thought it, including your kings. Your own king of Onitsha came up to talk in public space and said that they were the ones that used to be in Ife, and I happen to be from Ife. So no, it will always be IBO, not because I hate you, I don't have time for that, but because we must be careful not to confuse ourselves. The Igbo that come from Yoruba land are in Ondo State. The ones in the southeast are Igbo. The best I can do is to pronounce it correctly, which is Igbo. The spelling is always IBO. It will be IBO, forever will be IBO. You cannot, as a group, publish books, put on Amazon, tell people that you somehow had something to do with Oduduwa. Do you know Ohaneze Ndigbo released statements? Ohaneze Ndigbo, your apex sociocultural group, said that they were the ones who were the fathers of Oduduwa. Are you dumb? How can a total ethnic group, and none of you the wiser ones, ever? This is very, very important to me. It's very personal. So the best way to not fight anybody is to create that distinction. The Igbo are Yoruba. They are part of us. We are Yoruba. You guys are from the southeastern part of Nigeria. You are not Igbo. You have nothing to do with Ijebu Igbo or Igbomino or Igbo Ora or the Igbos of Ife. And if the lunatics amongst you, and I'm very angry, if the lunatics among you were pushing that nonsense and the intellectuals among you never corrected them, and even your kings repeated that nonsense, no, you'll be Igbo. So, and you're not even talking again, because if you say anything again, I can assure you I'm going to get mad. So the point is, I spell it as Igbo to create delineation between people from the southeast and Yoruba people who are Igbo. They are not from the southeast. We are not connected in any way. And the idea, I knew you were going to talk nonsense. Why am I angry? Because if you have a home that is worth owning and people are trying to take it, you will be angry. But because you are literally jumping away from tree to tree like Edu, you won't understand why I'm angry. The point is that we spell it IBO. We will continue to spell it IBO till Jesus comes. I'm a Christian. Jesus is coming to meet us. We'll spell it as IBO. And the reason is that those of you who are saying that it is offensive to you, you were there when they were writing IGBO. You were there when they were talking about the fact that they own Ife, they own this, they own that, they own this, they own that. The rest of you were OD. Majority of you were acting dumb, maybe because you were dumb, or because you are still dumb. You did not say anything. So when people spell it as IBO, just like you were writing, it's not about whether you are writing, oh, I don't want to write it properly, or I don't want to offend you. I don't care. I don't care, because you are using ordinary spelling to change the identity of an entire ethnic group. You must be stupid. Ordinary spelling, IBO, you are using it to even obscure, you are changing the very source of Yoruba people by saying that you have something to do. You couldn't. I'm not saying you didn't. You couldn't be connected to Ife. And this, I've explained this thing over and over again. I'm always come when I'm explaining it. Today, I decided to go this route, and I hope after this thing, you will never ask that question again, because the next time you ask it, the things I didn't want to say today, I will say. But it's IBO. The best you can do is work a transformer. It is IBO. The Igbo that we know are Yoruba people. And if you are going to use ordinary spelling, again, you have to be from an underdeveloped culture to think you can use ordinary spelling to change the identity and the history of an entire ethnic group called Yoruba. It's ridiculous. Do you know how young people are being confused on social media, saying, are they really the one from Ife? To make matters worse, two of them, Tony and Injoma Duru, you can Google this, Tony Duru, Injoma Duru, published a book for secondary school pupils or students, and wrote in it that the Igbos, I have the book, I have like pages of some of the nonsense they put in the book, that they were the ones that were there, and Oduduwa chased them away. Number one, Oduduwa will not need to chase you away. If Oduduwa appears, you will melt away. You will melt like wax before fire. You don't have the capacity to even withstand the presence of Oduduwa. The other fool, and yes, fool, went to write a book and put it on Amazon and wrote the same thing. I've seen 3 books. And when they write this rubbish and change Yoruba history, the rest of you who form, you are, it is, what, Oyinbo Burúkú, Oyinbo Bu Wolo Sole Kan náà o. Oyinbo Ran Wolo Sole Kan yẹn náà o. Yeah, rántí nǹkan báyìí náà, kí ló sọ náà o. Offensive. I don't care. It is offensive. It was not offensive to you when your people were being stupid. And guys, you know the funniest part, you know the craziest part? Even the most educated among these people do the same thing. You don't speak against what is wrong. You come up here and say it's offensive. I don't care. If it offends you, get offended. Hopefully you get better. And lastly, to compare that with, I don't even call you Yoruba Yariba. If you like, call it that. That's your father's business. I don't care. To make something very clear, the Yoruba people, listen, if you use our name and use our name and change it, we even welcome it. They call us Ewedu, we say we are Ewedu people. I don't call you Igbo as an insult. I call you Igbo to keep you where you belong, which is in the southeastern part of Nigeria. And if you are a human being that has sense, you know that I'm doing the best. I'm not saying that you are bad. I'm not fighting you. I'm just saying stay in your lane. You are from there. This man said in the 1960s, I'm going to read it again, just in case you were not here when I read it earlier. He says, I would be glad to know if there's any reason for changing the usual spelling. The new one might cause confusion. I myself once lived in a Yoruba town called Ijebu Igbo. I have listened to Igbo people say it, that they're from Ijebu Igbo, they're from Igbora. One actually went as far as publishing an article to say they're from Igbo Shere in Lagos. And there's another one, Oyigbo. It says Oyigbo. I don't know because this is how madness starts. Some people are mad in Nigeria. It says Oyigbo, that is actually Igbo. I'm like, how? Their forefathers actually went to Lagos. They went to that part of Lagos, Oyigbo. This man said, the day I heard, let me tell you the day I said, if you notice, if you check out my videos on YouTube, originally I used to write Igbo because that's the spelling I grew up with. It's not because I was respecting or don't respect. I'm not doing anything because I'm respecting you. I'm not doing anything because I'm disrespecting you. That's how I knew to spell it. Until I first heard the guy said, Oyigbo is Ife, is Igbo land. Igbora, Igbomino. And please, guys, don't tell me that it's just one lone person. I said the king of Anambra, of Onitsha, said the same thing. That they were from Ife and that they were the one that left. I'm like, I mean, if let's say touts, again, absolutely mad human beings are saying this thing on social media, they're like, they're just talking. People are publishing books. Do you know we had to write to the Federal Ministry of Education on that nonsense by Duru? To make matters worse, Ijoma Duru works with the Ministry of Education and she's publishing misinformation and teaching children in Igbo land. The rest of you who are feeling offended, you were not there to correct them. You will never speak up. Your people can be doing the worst thing in the world. You guys don't speak up. As soon as somebody responds, that person is a tribalist. You are a stupid person. This Nigeria, that way, and by the way, Omoluabi, I'm still Omoluabi. Omoluabi is not that Wawas already went to you are my fair city, you know, I can ajo wanani. No. So if you think of Igbo or Ugbo, then on those states they're Yoruba people. If you think of Igbo, they're in southeastern part of Nigeria and there's no connection. Any sensible human being will not say, because let me give an example. There's a city in the UK called Reading. It's spelled exactly as reading. Does that mean they are the same? As a matter of fact, we pronounce it differently. There's reading. I'm reading a book. I'm going to Reading. We don't say because the spellings are the same, therefore the concept, you know what we say? The concept of reading began in that city in the UK. That's why the spelling is the same. That's how these lunatics think. and I'm not going to, I hope I sincerely don't write any. I've seen the things you write in the comment section. I'm acting as if I'm not seeing it until you write the one that Mike in Sorogba. Somebody raised Shokoto. Thank you. Another example, Lola. Because I wear Shokoto, and there's a Shokoto in the north, that means that the Shokoto I'm wearing was created in Shokoto. It makes sense, Abi. It's nonsense. Therefore, this Shokoto, the fact that we are the ones who call it Shokoto, maybe is our great grandfather that actually founded the town called Shokoto. That's the mindset in this spelling, no. Not that they're the same people, just that the spelling look alike. So no, it's IBO. And by the way, my pronunciation will always be correct. It's Igbo. I studied Igbo in secondary school. I think it's a fantastic language, by the way. And your math is very easy. Your counting is the easiest. Excuse me. Your counting is one of the easiest I've come across. Yoruba counting is complex. I think it also shows the level of civilization, to be honest. But wait, I've said something. I have to prove it too. But I have to go now. But I have to prove what I said. This is Igbo counting. Then I'll do Yoruba counting. This will also calm the nerves, especially my nerves, because a person says he owns Ife. A person who Ajayi Crowther gave clothes in 1850s. Not even clothes. Not clothes until 1963. I'll be saying some things now. Anyway, let's count. By the way, counting in Igbo is interesting. Otu, Abo, Ato, Ano, Ise, Isi, Asa, Asato, Itolu, Iri. That's 1 to 10. 11 is Irina Otu, Irina Abo, Irina Ano, Irina Ato, Irina Ise, Irina. So just between 10 plus, 10 plus, 10 plus, 10 plus, 10 plus. When you get to 20, just say 10 times 2. Iri Abo. Then 21 is Iri Abo na Ano. Iri Abo na Otu, Iri Abo na Ano, Iri Abo na Otu, Iri Abo na Abo, Iri Abo na Ato, Iri Abo na Ano, Iri Ano Ise, and so on and so forth. So it's just, once you know 1 to 10, you are good in the language. Igbo counting. So 1 to 10, 11 is 10 plus 1, 12 is 10 plus 2, 19 is 10 plus 9, 20 is 10 times 2, 21 is 10 times 2 plus 1, 10 times 2 plus 2, 10 times 2 plus 3, 10 times 3 plus 2, 30, and so on and so forth. If that's how everything is, she would have enjoyed it. Come and let's do Yoruba counting small. Yoruba 1. That's straight. Okola is 10 plus 1. Ejila 10 plus 2. Etala 10. You know, for them is 11 is Iri Otu. Iri Otu, yeah. Iri Abo, Iri Ato, Iri Ano. So just 10 plus 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 10. 10 plus 1, 10 plus 2, 10 plus 2, 10 plus 3, 10 plus 4. For Yoruba, Okola is 10 plus 1. Ejila is 10 plus 2. Etala is 10 plus 3. Erila is 10 plus 4. Is there anything like Arola? No. We can't say 10 plus 5. Guess what Yoruba people will do? They'll say 20 minus 5. They have confused all of us. So 14 is 10 plus 4, but 15 is 20 minus 5. You have to anticipate the 10 or the 10s. So you have 20 minus 5, 16, 20 minus 4, 17, 20 minus 3, 18, 20 minus 2, 19, 20 minus 1, 20, 20. Do the same thing for 21 to 24. You had 1, 2, 3, 4. You get to 25, you have to begin to subtract. You anticipate and you subtract. 25 is 30 minus 5. Mẹ́ẹ̀dọ́gbọ̀n, mẹ́rìndínlọ́gbọ̀n, mẹ́tàdínlọ́gbọ̀n, méjìlélọ́gbọ̀n, ọ̀kàndínlọ́gbọ̀n, ọgbọ̀n, 30. The same thing for 31 to 35. So 31 is 30 plus 1, 30 plus 2, 30 plus 3, 30 plus 4, 35, 30 plus 5. Now, 40. There's no 40. 40 is 20 times 2. So 35 is 20 times 2 minus 5. If you don't understand complex mathematics, learn Yoruba numbering. 35 is now 20 times 2 minus 5. 20 times 2 is Ogoji. Odimarun. Then you have 36. The same thing like that. When you now get to 45, you see between 40 plus 1, ogoji, mokanlelogoji, mejilogoji, metalelogoji, merilelogoji. So you have multiplication, you have addition, you have subtraction. When you now get to 45, you now do something a bit more complex. You do 20 times 3 minus 10 minus 5. So first you have to get to adota. Adota, when you hear ado, it means you are removing 10. Adota means ogun lọ́nà mẹ́ta, 20 times 3. Adota minus 10. Adon. But you are seeing 45, so máa jẹ́ márùndínláàdọ́ta. It gets crazier by the time you get to the hundreds. Ọgọ́rùn is 100, 200 is igba. Ọ̀ọ́dúnrún is 300. Irinwó is 400. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀ta 500. Ẹgbẹ̀ta. Then I go to the way you are doing àádọ́rùn, àádọ́kìnìkan. You have to be doing ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ is minus 100. Ẹgbẹ̀ta is 600. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀ta is 500. Ẹgbẹ̀rin is 800. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀rin is 700. Ẹgbẹ̀rún is 1000. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀rún is 900. Ẹgbẹ̀fà 1200. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀fà 1100. So the point I'm trying to make is that it's very complex, okay? But your Igbo Kini is a bit more straightforward, which is quite fun, you know. But I kind of like the complex one because your head has to work. Anyway, if you want to learn how to count. I was just doing that because I had to calm down because I'll bet the amount of. So we're going to have this very quickly, and then you are lost, Empress one day. Hey, yeah, don't worry, I will do it again. Somebody says, Prof, please make comments on Oni of Ife Oba Ogunwusi that Igbo. Sorry, Voti, please mute. That Igbo were at. Please, nobody should send requests again. Or it's already past 7. I should be going now. Someone says, Prof, please make comment on Oni of Ife Oba Ogunwusi that Igbo were at Ife before Oduduwa came and chased the Igbo away. Oni did not say that. He said there were Igbo in Ife. So let me. There were. So, oh boy, this is long. This is going to be long, man. Ife has a unique topography, right? It has a unique topography. It's like a bowl, right? You have the rim, and I'm using archaeological descriptions. You find this in the book by Akinwumi Ogundiro, Yoruba, the New History. But it's a perfect explanation of how Ife was at the time, because it's going to help you not just with the geography, but also with the way the settlements were. So it was like a bowl. There's a depression within it, and then there is a rim. In that depression, the Igbo or the Ugbo were living there. On the rim, we had the different Ife people, Ife Mefa, Elumeje, the 13 settlements of Ife, and then you had the hills that surround, you know, those 13 communities, the 7 hills. One of them, Okora, that's where Oranfe is from. That's where Oduduwa also is from. Okay, so the Igbos were indeed there, and they were. So when they say they were there before Oduduwa, we also have to make something very clear. It's not like Oduduwa came and met people and say, Igbo people are here, or I met you here. That's not what they are saying. They are saying the structure that Oduduwa introduced, before that structure was introduced, those people were there. Do you understand? So when people say things like they were there before Oduduwa, we must be careful not to assume that it means that Oduduwa came from one far distance and just found Igbo people and say, you are the ones that are here, okay, we get you. No, that's not the point. The point is that they were there. By the way, it's complex. But I like complex. The 13 settlements had their own kings. Ugbo was not part of the 13 settlements, but they were also a community in that depression, in that bowl. In the place used to be a swamp, and then it got what's the English word? Oh shoot, man! Drained. It used to be a body of water. It got drained. So they were fishermen, they were foragers, but they were Yoruba, but they were not part of those 13 settlements. They were different settlement. But and remember that it's not the way it is right now, where you can just go all around Ife. Gaps Mawa, so they were on their own. The other 13 settlements were also on their own, but the 13 settlements had more relationship with the folks from the hills. The reason I'm not going to mention here, for reasons best known to myself, and I think Prof probably knows the reason as well. Anyway, the point is that they were Yoruba, but they were not part of the confederacy that began with Oranfe. I hear a lot of things that people are saying they were killing Oranfe. Is a lie. Originally, they were not part of the confederacy. The confederacy was for the 13 settlements. The 13 kings chose a leader, and they practiced a form of gerontocracy where the elders amongst them will lead them. Not lead Ife, lead the kings, because all the kings were, all the communities and the kings were autonomous. There was no Ife as an entity where you had one king. And that's why I keep repeating. When people say things like, there were many Obas, there were many kings before Dudua, and they think when they say that to me, I was there, but it's true. It's not true. It's not true. No, it's true. There were many kings of those settlements, but there was no king of Ife until Dudua. All right. Long story short, the point is the Igbos were there, and when Oduduwa was going to change the political structure of that place, the Igbos aligned with, or they were the allies of Obatala. That was how Obatala came into their own picture. So, Kabesi was not, somebody says Ugbo and Igbo. Jesus Christ. Yoruba people, please calm down. Ugbo and Igbo are the same thing. You are even the one that's making this Igbo thing become a fellow Juni. But it's not Igbo. Maybe that's what you're trying to make. Okay, I've heard you now. It's not Igbo. I'm not talking about Igbo or Southeast. Igbo is Yoruba, not Igbo or Southeast. This is why we don't spell the same way, because they're using the spelling to change our history. The Igbos of Southeast have always been spelled IBO, EBOE, IBOE, IGBO in some cases, but many other options. But what they have chosen for a very long time was IBO, including all the organizations they started in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, no, in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. It was only in the 70s they began to change the spelling. But there are other options, so I chose IBO. So when Kabesi said Igbo were in Ife, Kabesi was right. He was right. Those people are still in Ife. Some left, some, I mean, it's a very long story. I'm just trying to, as I'm saying, I'm cautioning myself because of time. Some left, some stayed. The ones who stayed are the people we call Oluyare today in Ife. But the Ugbos are Ife. They are also the Igbos, but they are not the Igbos. That's one. Number two, if you hear Kabiyesi say that even the Igbos of the Southeast are from Ife, it's from the mythological perspective of Yoruba people. You see, from the myth of Yoruba creation of origin, we believe that the entire world was created in Ife. In other words, every man has his roots in Ife, including whites. And when missionaries got to Ife, that's what our fathers told them. When they went to Ibadan, that's what they told them. They told them that they should go to Ife, that's where they were made. And that's where, that the fathers of the world, that's what they used. And when they got to Ife, people told them that, listen, we can show you the house from where, by the way, this was reported by Higgins in 1886. So we can show you, and it was also reported by David Hintera when he visited Ife in the 1850s. We can show you where your fathers were created, because, and we can show you from where they went. So if for the Yoruba person who understand the myth of origin of Yoruba people, Hausa ni o, Birom ni o, Oyinbo ni o, Takpa ni o, Igbo ni o, anybody is from Ife in that sense, as the origin of all humans. But if we're talking about what, as we are constituted today in 2025, Igbo Southeast have nothing to do with Ife. Thank you very much. We'll have Vodi. Hello, Vodi. We have very short time. Oh, we have very short time. Oh yeah, now Vodi. We can't hear you. You are sounding like you are somewhere in Ikorekwene, and we are somewhere in Lagos, so we are far apart.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is it better now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so I'm not going to take too much of your time, but
please, thank you.
I really appreciate the fact that somehow I stumble on you, on your page, and it actually broadened my perspective. So briefly, let me not make it too long. If you take some years back, I used to be this kind of person that if I'm talking to somebody that is not Yoruba, I try to be like, okay, no, this person doesn't understand my language. Let me try to speak English and do all sort of things. I'm very sympathetic, I try to, the whole let's be nice until I went to serve in the north. When I got to the north, I was appointed as the secretary of the meeting. I was going to be a secretary of a meeting that I didn't know what the plan was. Guess what? On the day of the meeting, I don't know if I've shared this story before. On the day of the meeting, I took my pen and the paper to write the minutes of the meeting. They didn't speak a single English throughout the meeting. And I was supposed to take the minutes of the meeting. When I was done, my supervisor was asking me that I should submit the minutes. I was like, is this guy okay? At the end of the day, I just realized that those guys wanted to teach me a lesson, And after all said and done, I now realize that see the way these people embrace their culture. I go to their market, I speak English, they look at me, they cheat me, then I said, okay, forcefully, I must learn this language. What did I do? I integrated myself with the people, I understood them. At the end of the day, by the time I was done with my service, I was better off. Bro, when I came back to Lagos, my orientation changed about life in general. Then I now realize when I hear people, then I used to hear when somebody say, are you in Lagos? How can you be in Lagos and you don't speak Yoruba? I used to dislike that thing then. But now I realize the meaning of that thing. It's about them telling you that you need to integrate with the people you are serving. You need to integrate yourself with the people that are accommodating you. So what I saw, for example, I see what Obina, he came on and he asked a couple of questions. What I've been able to just realize is that over time, the Igbos have been able to institutionalize propaganda.
The Igbos. Yoruba people, it is pronounced BW, the B. Igbos don't have B in their own lexicon or in their pronunciations. They don't call anything B. We are the ones that have that heavy B. They call it Bo. It's like BW. So the Igbo, not Igbo. Igbo is Yoruba. Igbo or Igbo. Please continue.
All right, I get you. Igbo. Okay, they've been able to institutionalize propaganda. They've done it so perfectly well that you can hardly see anybody that will not say something different from what the old general populace is saying. They walk the same path, they speak the same thing, both the educated, both the one that has won the Nobel laureate, both the one that has traveled everywhere in the world.
None of them has won a Nobel laureate. Let's quickly put that out there. God bless everybody, Shabbat. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You understand? So they've done it, and they've done a perfect job. So I feel we, the Yoruba, we owe ourselves to also do a perfect job by, re-engineering the minds of our own and let them know that this is the issue. You don't have to be ashamed of where you are coming from. If you understand the history, then you don't have to be careful not to say some. I understand there are some certain things you don't have to say, but you have to be free in your land. You have to be able to say, this is where I belong to. This is where we own. This is our own. All those idea of let's just be like this. Let's give them a chance, because these people don't care. Because it's obvious that if it is possible, all those ones that are very silent and quiet, they are just waiting for opportunity. If the opportunity comes, then you begin to see them. They've been quiet all this while. Then they take over. Then they begin to say, oh, we are part of these people. And that's why some of them have been quiet. That's why you see only less than 1% of them that is trying to come with a very minimal, very little voice, just trying to say one or two things. You understand what I'm trying to say? In the old tribe and everything. You see them do the same thing over and over and over and over. Then over time, I come to realize that, bro, there's nothing anybody can do. These people are who they are. Maybe if I'm Igbo too, probably I will do the same thing. So I wouldn't blame them, but we have to come and say what we own and what we don't own. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe if you're Igbo, you'll be, again, there are Igbos who don't think like this, but they're the exception, not the rule. And I hope that more of them will rise and speak to their people, because you can't go out and be changing people's history, and be using ordinary spelling to change the history of an entire people and think that it's cool. It's not. But thank you very much for speaking on that. That was very important. Thank you. I see a lot of people giving gifts. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your gifts. I really appreciate your generosity. Also, you can use the bank details that we have up there to support what we are doing. And we're also working on some projects. If you'd like to support it, please reach out to me personally, and then I'll tell you how you can be of help. Thank you, everyone. Thanks everybody who has been keeping this live going, whether you're tapping, sharing, liking, or gifting, whatever you're doing on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok. I really, really do appreciate you. Thank you very much. All right, let's have our final speaker for today, Professor Remy. Prof.
Kábíyèsí.
Ṣẹ́wà.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ Olúwa.
Olúwa kú iṣẹ́.
Olúwa ṣagbára dọ̀tun.
Àmì ẹ má jìnnà sí wa.
Àbí àti àmọ́ bí a kan sọ pé rọ̀ ni àbí.
Ẹ má bínú jàre, ẹ kàn yà àánú o. Ó ti mọ̀ pé mo ti sọ́ọ́rí o, wọ́n ti bèrè àwọn ìbéèrè yẹn rí o. Àwọn tó máa lò lẹ́nu gbọ́dọ̀ lọ́wọ́ káàkiri. Wọ́n á ní kí n kó fún. Kátàrí kó rush.
Wọ́n fẹ́ lù yín lọ́gọ̀ ẹnu ni.
Wọ́n kàrè. Ẹ wá sà.
Yeah, in short, good session. Move on. That issue of Ife and Odudua, it's just funny because we're just noticing it. There's a book written by Fred Anyam, if that's his name. I don't have a copy of it. Fred Anyam, Men and Matters in Nigerian Politics, 1934 to 1958. Fred Anyam was at a point the president of the Igbo State Union. If you read the book, you will laugh. It's very biased, a lot, but you also see some of the events, because it was in Lagos. So there was a section it was trying to disparage Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ Odùduwà. So for you to know, this thing, it's been long. This is the president of Igbo State Union, a stalwart of NCNC, and a one-time member of the Lagos Town Council. Writing. By the way, this book, Nnamdi Azikiwe wrote the foreword for the book, saying everything, the guy that he stood by everything the guy recanted there. Wow. So what the guy said about Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ, said, he was talking about Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ Odùduwà and said the adherents of this tribalist organization, in this case, he's talking of Ẹgbẹ́ Ọmọ Odùduwà, formed as a counterpart of the Igbo State Union, did not realize or care to realize that the name Odùduwà was not exclusively a Yoruba name. It is the Igbo language. In the Igbo language, the name Odùduwà means and is understood to mean leader of the heart, or in singular parlance, father of mankind. This is a man writing in 1958. So Koshe, it's just like, people are just waking up now. 1958, Igbo State Union president writing this. Right? So those problems are not of now. Right? The other thing I want to talk about is that Chifa Downsy stuff, which I always find very interesting. They shelved the man to one side because ordinarily it's supposed to be the leader after Zik. So they shelved him to one side and now gave him one inconsequential title. They call him patron of the party. But you cannot become the leader. And then they made Okpara the leader. Now that was what Boulier was saying in his book, the 5 majors. 5 majors? Yeah. When he was talking about Okpara, he said Okpara got there through tribalism. because he did not regard Okpara. So when he was having the conversation with what's that other guy, Bobotio, that was supposed to buy Ironsi, that didn't buy Ironsi.
Oji.
Okafor. Oji.
Okafor.
Oji. That one that was stealing his officers' money. Because that one went to Kaduna, and Bule was now recanting their conversation. But yeah, that Okpara got there through tribalism. So if you've ever read the book and you don't know the context, that was the context Bule was talking about. That Okpara wasn't supposed to be the premier of, not supposed to be the president of NCNC. They had to push Fadansi to one side, and it wasn't, and that wasn't the only thing. Like you mentioned, TOS Bensi, right? Like what the man also went through in there. Interestingly, Anyam was writing in his book when they arrested Anyam and Oged Macaulay for sedition in the Zikis movement, and they locked them up. They sentenced them. He recounted how, the way he talked about TOS Benson, how TOS Benson took care of his family while he was away, and how the man defended them, right, free of charge, and make sure they were comfortable in prison, right? He wrote about it, how the man was very, very good and committed to the cause of NCNC. Fast forward later, by 1964, when the election was supposed to take place, right? And TOS Benson, the rule was that NCNC members, right, that are sitting, that already, that have a political position, they don't need to go for primaries, right? They should just stand for the election against whichever party. What happened in TOS Benson's constituency was that the stranger elements, led mostly by the Igbos, now wrote to NCNC headquarters in Enugu that they are the ones that are majority in Lagos East. And because of that, they must be the one that TOS Benson must not be given the ticket. Guess who was one of the signatories to this? Fred Anyam, the same man that TOS Benson years ago defended free of charge, took care of his family, that he wrote in his book how TOS Benson is the best thing in life. He was one of the people that led that stuff against TOS Benson, that he must not be given. Of course, they didn't give him the ticket, and he has to start. He stood as an independent. NCNC gave an Igbo guy the ticket. The guy lost, right? Because they didn't give TOS Benson, stood as an independent, and that was how he went. That was like, it turned more towards, if you read the conversations from the House of Rep during that period, you will see that he caucused more with Action Group, right, than the NCNC in the House. I have some of the stuff that when I want to laugh, I laugh because some of their conversation, man, funny. Like you will say, Okpara is a stupid man. That's the best to say that. Yeah, there was one time, those guys are funny. There was one time they were having conversation, and he told me, and he said, he stood up and said, I just want to remind all the Igbo men that there's no Igbo man in Nigeria that had education without coming to Yoruba land. Those guys were they were so brutal to each other during their conversation. I think I prefer their time. But those are the things that that were happening. So lots of things like that, happen, and it didn't end in that period, right? You've talked about the Kejani. I don't know if you also know the incident of Kennedy and Nathaniel Adamolekun, who was the registrar, and he was registrar, and then Kennedy as the VC, removed the guy's power. Instead, he was putting Igbo people to make decisions that the registrar should be making, right? And he was going above him. He was appointing. He was taking his power and giving it to junior people. And, the man, it became a big issue. If you read Ige didn't recount it, but Ige said Kennedy told him, because they are friends, Well, why will you be defending him? And he told him that what you are doing is rubbish. He said, what you are doing is rubbish. That if it happens, I will defend him. That you can't treat someone like that. It was another interesting, case. So that attitude, you see how it continues, right? And it never changed, right? You look at First Republic, the same thing, right? You see that in First Republic. Even in present obedience movement, you are seeing it. And this issue, I know some people are not so educated, right? When they kind of frame it for them that ethnicity is the big problem. But ethnicity is not the issue, in my own opinion. As a matter of fact, I think the issue is our inability or our refusal to recognize it. Because if you look at it, right, I was just doing some research work. When you look at all the countries that the British Empire formed, right, just like Nigeria that had this amalgamation of different units and resulted in an uneasy federation, you do have to realize that Nigeria is the only one still standing intact today. Nigeria is the only one. Nigeria is the only one standing intact today. Iraq has, Iraq has gone its own way, right? South Sudan, right? Sorry, Sudan. See how it has split. India, Pakistan, is almost 3 or 4 now, right? So, it's that when the ones that worked, maybe like Tanzania, and it's not really work. It was through authoritarian workaround. There was an authoritarian workaround where Julius Nyerere had to be autocratic.
Which is why your friend Moghalu is looking for a strong man in Nigeria.
Exactly. So, and our people don't realize when these guys are talking. So you have to look at what are these people saying. Nyerere had to uproot people from their homeland, from their indigenous community, and transplant them to somewhere else, so that they will not. That was his whole Njamo stuff. And then he banned the use of indigenous language in public places and enforced Swahili, right? And then then they have one party for a long time. So when they are saying Tanzania, one more Kotonso, or when they tell you Botswana, when they tell you Botswana, oh, Botswana is beautiful, it's stable, it's this one. The question you need to ask them is that Botswana is 80% Swana, 20% other groups like the San and Co. But guess what Botswana did? Botswana only recognized the Tswana culture. All the minority cultures have to assimilate into the Tswana culture. So when they are telling you Botswana, they know what they are saying, right? So, and all of these experiments, they don't end well. It's that you have to use authoritarian means to hold the people together for long, and have this on and Nigeria is too big for that. Or, we are frank to ourselves, right? And rule accordingly. I'm not even saying something ethno-linguistic, I'm not even saying that. But recognizing those differences, I think we've gone past some of those things now. We're at the state level, right? Recognize some of those things. This over 60 years approach of creating uniformity. Because some people have seen that, they've taken that uniformity seems to be the requirement for unity in this country, which now seems to be the requirement for economic development, right? Social scientists, that's a part-dependent theory, right? It's part-dependent because they're saying, uniformity leads to unity, unity will lead to but that's not how things work. And our people, it's been trying for a long time, right? And I don't know, they will not desist from it. Every generation will see different iterations of it. The recent iteration of it was the indigenization stuff. I'm telling you, that is not the end of it.
Absolutely.
And at this time, I'm not even saying the Igbos alone. There are lots of people with this kind of ideology. they will still come with other things again, right? And you see them, they are proposing it. They propose all sorts of dangerous ideas. You have to ban. There's one foolish guy like that goes around, man that speaks all the 3 languages, man law.
Oh,
that it was tweeted that he's praying for a day that ethnicity will be eliminated.
I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, so when people are saying they want ethnicity to be eliminated, what they are saying is that they want Yoruba. They don't want all. So that's how Nigeria is. When they are saying things like that, it's Yoruba that is the target, right? So they've internalized the superiority of the ethnicity of their friends. So to them, if Yoruba is eliminated, then there will be, peace or things like that, right? So when people are saying that, and lots of people like that are shaping opinion. I remember the discussion I also had with someone, which I think you also read, when someone was saying some funny things about cosmopolitan pluralism. All these fancy words. I don't go school small, but the few I know.
Which school you don't go?
Some of these things are impractical. They are impractical, and we've been doing this thing for 60 something years.
Yes.
I call it the finished product fallacy. Right? That's what Nigeria engaged in. Look at US. They don't know the gestation period that resulted in there. Right? In everything, Nigeria fall for that finished product fallacy. Right? Oh, look at US. Oh, look at this one. But a lot of them that even live abroad, outside their 9 to 5, they've never taken their time to study how those places work. How did they arrive? Why is France? They didn't know that France had to engage in wiping out a lot of their cities, a lot of people that didn't speak French, right? To get out their country. Lots of things like that happen around the world. Is that what we want, as Nigeria? Or do we just want to be sincere with ourselves so that we can move on to important things? And not every time, people are agitating over, space that is not their own. Yeah. That's what I just want to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Wow. Thank you. You've mentioned a couple of books I think I'm going to have to get or find a way to get this weekend. Thank you for mentioning them on Friday so that at least my Saturday can do some of those work. Someone said, even Argentina wiped out the black population. They bred out the black. They changed their color. I think it was Brazil that even did that thing better. Let me not use the word better, but they made whiteness something to aspire to. I think
everyone, almost all of them,
everybody's
one social engineering, because Argentina are mostly Europeans. Even if you ask an average South America, they will say Argentinians are Europeans. People think they are
mostly white.
Mostly white in origin, right? A lot of them are Italian, German, with British culture. Their elitist sport there is rugby. Most of my Argentinian friends, they are either coaching rugby or they've played rugby before, right? But it's not limited to those people alone. When you look at Africa, I want to be honest, they are stable. There has to be some authoritarian stuff there.
Yeah.
If you look at Europe, France did a lot of things, for example. In France, for example, it's only one identity that is allowed, which is French. So you can't be Corsican French. You can't be... You can't be... That's the problem they are having with their Muslim immigrant now. You can't be Muslim French. There can't be anything affiniated French. You have to be French. So, and then within that, there were some other things inbuilt to it. Because as at the time of French Revolution, less than 50% of the population speaks French. They spoke French. And what the revolutionaries agreed was that not speaking French is counter-revolutionary. And what they did was they engaged in what you call language terrorism. Apart from language terrorism, there was even terrorism of buying people too, just to wipe out population, to make sure that population become French and its own. Right? You have the Swiss too, right? People don't think the Swiss over time, no, they won't evolve now. There were cantons that were predominantly Catholic, right? And those cantons had to fight war with the Protestant cantons, and that's how they agree on their system of governance, right? You go to Spain, right? Because Spain started the project of nation state, right? They started the project of theirs with the Inquisition and all of those things, right? That they started, right? It's the essence of smoothing out the population. Iran did its own too, right? Lots of people, all over the world is removing, the minority and making their population the same. But at the time, people realized that it didn't work, right? When the Italians...
Not you, I was telling people to power tap because this thing is showing inactivity. But please continue.
But when the Austro-Hungarian Empire fell and the Italians now got places like South Tyrol, for example. South Tyrol is German-speaking, and it's part of Italy. What the Mussolini tried to embark on initially was Italianization of those regions. But it didn't work. It did not work. So Italy now realized that, okay, this thing will not work. And what they eventually allowed was some form of asymmetric federalism. The people are free to speak their language. They devolve some power to them. What Shekini, as at 1960, you understand? Britain realized they work, what devolve power to the Scottish. Belgium, that was very unitary before, went federal. When the problem is Spain now wants everybody to be Castilian, because what we call Spain today is Castilian, and the Basques are saying we are not Castilian, and they were killing them, right? And when Franco died, people just said it's a waste of resources.
Wait, these people were speaking the same language. Some of these countries were speaking the same language.
Yeah, some, but like in Spain, what we call Spanish today is Castilian language. The Basques have their own language, right? Those other ones have their own language. But what they want is that everybody should be Castilian, and by Castilian, then you become Spanish. And that was Franco's project, and Franco killed a lot, by a lot of the people that rebelled. But after he died, the country sat down, look, this doesn't make sense. They had to devolve power, and now they have what we call the autonomous communities, which is like regions for those people. Since that time, that whole agitation died. The country boomed. Because when there's peace, you will boom. My point is that at independence, when Africa was getting independence, that French model was what was pushed by a very popular political scientist that most of the colonial guys reference, Karl Deutsch. So Karl Deutsch was very, very influential in colonial thinking, right? And his thinking was based on the French system, right? But the people that pushed that, after some years gone, they've realized that Karl Deutsch model, which is not the best approach. They have already adjusted themselves. What is our home problem? Why are we, if you look at my writings, I'm always saying Nigerian intellectuals, and I think Nigerians generally, were some of the people that love imported bad ideas that are imported from. So we love it a lot, especially ideas that have never worked. We're so much in love with it. Okay? So I don't know why we're not looking at, people are making, why can't we do that? Right? So you see, and that's why I laugh when all these people will come up with nonsense of let's be Botswana, let's be Tanzania, let's be in
order for the nation to rise, the tribe must die.
The tribe must die. That's Samurai Mase.
Thank you very much, Professor Ngo. Thank you for that. So we're going to break our rules just for every guy. I apologize if you're not bringing you up. It's because of time. It's already past 8. We'll be here on Monday, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We do this every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. And we say Ife time because in Yoruba land we say Ife, and we're already used to doing that, by the way. If I don't do it, some people are here that are going to question me. So it's 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time, Mondays to Fridays. So we'll be here again next week. We're going to continue the series, How Ethnicity Influences Politics in Nigeria. And we're also going to be reading the book by Ibi Ayodele, which is The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society. And I want to just say something before Remy Guy goes. When you read about the educated elite, right now we have political elites, and they seem to be the most obvious, right? Almost conspicuous. But if you're looking for the educated elites in Nigerian society today, many of us here will be there because this is what it means. But then the question is, are we able to step into the roles or to the responsibilities of the elite, right now? And I think it's something that we should be asking ourselves as we go on in this conversation. So we're going to continue on Monday, but let's have Remy Guy, and then we'll close the session. By the way, I noticed some people, putting something in the account, in the bank account. Thank you for your generosity. God bless you. I really appreciate it. Let's have Remy Guy, and then if you want to do the same, please go ahead and use the bank details pinned up on the screen. All right. Remy Guy,
mo rí inú comment section. Mo wà lọ́nà ìgbà tí wọ́n ń gbẹ̀mí yín gbóná mo ní ẹ wá ń lo handkerchief yẹn ẹ kàn ń nujú lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́wàá ni mo ní ọlọ́run professor lẹ́ni ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn lẹ máa ń wà ní ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe gàràgàrà wọn ẹ̀yin náà lẹ máa ń preach fún wọn pé rọ ẹ jẹ́ ká teach wọn which is very nice.
I teach náà ni ẹ má fẹ́ gbà náà yàn gbà mí kó bá lè gbọ́ náà ni yes sir ẹ ṣeun.
I don't want your jollof rice to be cold, so let me quickly go to the point. No, my own the only reason why I actually came up is this when you explain the myth, like what Oni explained. I now understand why, but in the context of Nigeria, such myths explain it to Yoruba people, and leave all these other people out, because they'll just look for loopholes there and they'll penetrate it. Because initially when this story came up, I was so mad with the Oni of Ife, I was really mad with him, until now, you explain the context and the whole thing. Now I understand. But these people are not.
Sorry, Remy Guy. It's also possible that Kabesi was actually referring to Igbo instead of Igbo, and he was calling Igbo. It's also possible that he was mixing it up. I'm telling you, I'm just trying to explain.
Okay, yeah, in so and in that context, that's what I'm taking away, and that's my own explanation for it now. Forever, potentially for now. But what I'm just saying is such kind of things, ambiguity, let's be very conscious about it, because in the context of Nigeria, where this ethnic superiority camp is real hot and running, we should be very, very careful about such explanation. So thank you so much, Professor. Go and enjoy your Coca-Cola and rice.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to seeing you next week again.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And you're very right, though. In Nigeria, we have to be very careful. The funny thing, he also said that, should I say this one? When I was talking about pharaohs coming from Ife, I won't break it down because it's actually interesting. You've not seen Egyptians trying to say that they own Ife before. So it's if you take the myth, the Yoruba myth of origin if you expand it to its limits, it's going to contain every group in the world. But you have to be very careful which group you are telling what, because if it's a group that doesn't have land, and desires it, and you say they are all from here, then that gives them pretext to say that, oh, that means that we're originally from Oga. That one is just me though. In reality, why? You go collect. All right. Fantastic. So, by the way, Prof. Tualori call. I was going to read what Kubo says here on YouTube. Maybe if he comes back, we'll do that. But we'll continue on.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll be very fast to answer the question, Prof. So, you're talking about how many of the countries are no longer intact, and you're right. But then she brought up 2 countries that are intact, and maybe there's something unique about them. That's Ghana and Kenya. Prof.
Yeah, so Ghana and Kenya, 2 things about them. 1, not as big as Nigeria. 2, Ghana is dominated by the Akan group. Okay, it's dominated. They can call them different names. That's like 80% of it. Make it stable, right? Kenya was formed from small kingdoms, right? Just from some small, not as big as Nigeria. What I'm saying is that the size of Nigeria, right? The size of even Kenya also did some authoritarian stuff to push the Swahili and some other things, right? But if you're looking at the size of Nigeria, you're looking at Sudan, you're looking at Iraq, you're looking at Malaysia, right? India, none of them. Ghana is stable because they have a dominant majority. They have that dominant majority. Kenya has its own ethnic issues too, but the only difference that Kenya had was that they also had a constitutional review. They had a constitutional review that kind of took them towards ethnic federalism, and I think that was 2001 or some things too. There's still ethnic tension, but not as much as Nigeria. Their own is like there's, I think that's what is keeping them. But outside that, anyone as big as Nigeria, none. None is intact.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I think that's one of the major problems that Nigeria has. There is no one major ethnic group like you find in Ghana or in Singapore, for instance. So we have to find a way with this balance. And I think, like you said, it's what I've always advocated. What we're trying to do is to skirt around the problem and to say things like, it doesn't really matter, we'll find ourselves. No, why not just face it like, see, we are different, and then create a structure that factors, that into whatever it is that you're creating. And I hope our leaders here, and I also hope that some of us here also have the opportunity to make those changes so that Nigeria can actually be a place of development, not of bickering. And those who had the chance to do it, if they had done it when Papa said they should do it in the 50s and in the 60s, by now we will be competing with all the countries we mentioned in Singapore, Malaysia, and South Korea, and so on and so forth. But if your structure is terrible, the Bible says that if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? We are looking for roads and rail and stuff. We are looking for the effects. We're not thinking about the cause. The cause is the structure. Our structure is not. We're not built to be productive. We're not built to develop because of the way we are designed. Our design is terrible, and I hope that things are happening, by the way, in terms of structural adjustment, and I hope it gets better. And if you're in government, hopefully, I pray that God will help you to make it better. And if you are here as well, and you get in that place, make sure you contribute to the solutions and make it better. Thank you for being part of today's session. This week's sessions have been fantastic, even the Tuesdays and Thursdays where we listen to some of the recordings. Great sessions we've been having. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's very, very important. We have more things coming out, and we also have things that we're working on. Again, if you'd like to support what we're doing, please reach out to me or use the bank details on the screen. We need all the help we can get. There's so much to be done, but there's a lot you can do on your own, but there's also that thing where they say, so please consider supporting us. And if you want to maybe have conversations with me about anything, whether it's based on this or anything else, you can reach me on Telegram at Busui Oris, and also on Facebook. But Telegram is fine, so that way we can chat and also have a call if we have to. Thank you very much for a fantastic session today. Everybody who has tapped and liked and shared and written in the comment section, whatever you've done to make this week's sessions successful, thank you very much. I really do appreciate you. everything you've done. To those who have gifted myself or other speakers, thank you very much for your generosity, whether you did it here on TikTok, on YouTube, or in the bank account. Thank you very much. May God bless you and increase you on all sides. Thank you, everyone, for a fantastic week. A few things before we go. Someone says here, Big Fowler, some are just about dominion, while some it's about religion. I'm trying to see if I can find the things that you've written. The truth is, the one major ethnic group is Yoruba. Baba knew that, the Igbo knew it as well. No. So Baba was not looking at Yoruba as the major ethnic group. Baba understood that there was no clear majority. I mean, there's still no clear majority in Nigeria. Like you say in Singapore, Chinese are about 75%. Everybody is around that 40, 30, 20 something. Most of us are like 20 something percent. Even the big ones. Could still come out to 30%. At 20 something, 24, 26, 29. It's in that. So you don't really have a group that can say this is what we want to do. But lastly, let me say this before I close the live. Those who want Nigeria to become, uniform, they're not looking for unity, they're looking for uniformity. I would agree with you as long as you choose to forget everything you are, drop your language, drop your culture, and pick up Yoruba. Because to be serious, let's be serious. Culture is not really worth Nigeria. So, thinking about the influence that Yoruba, again, I'm just joking, but it's the only thing that can make me even consider that ridiculousness. If you take Yoruba, no problem. But as long as you are trying to look for a strong man, shouting, quoting strong men, like Mogalo has been doing for a while, we don't really care for your politics. This is how we should structure Nigeria, based on our reality, not based on looking for some, what's the word now? Magnanimous dictator, the benevolent dictator. We shouldn't think that way. All right, but thank you very much for being here. I hope we've learned many things, and I hope we also apply those things in our context, whether in our lives or also in Nigerian politics. Have a lovely weekend. Before we go, we're going to play the anthems, the Nigerian anthem first, and then the Yoruba anthem. Now, I'm sure we know that we usually have issues on YouTube, so we'll have to let the YouTube folks and Facebook as well go, so that we're not going to have copyright stuff with those on those platforms. So thank you very much for being here. Facebook will have to go first. Thank you. Have a lovely weekend. I'll see you on Monday. YouTube. No, SEO. Allah God bless you. God increase you. It is well with you. It is well with Nigeria.